Chapter 21. Sometimes you just feel something coming. A presentiment, a strange, deep knowing that you can't explain. I've never been one to laugh them off. Not since I was young. And signs. Maybe they're just the world's way of whispering to us, of stirring something in our blood that we can't put into words. When I was 6, I overheard Bessie Levin tell Martha Abbott that dreaming of a child was a sure sign of trouble, for yourself or for someone you loved. I might have forgotten it, if little Bessie's sister hadn't died the very next day. Lately, that memory had been coming back to me. For the past week, I hadn't slept through a single night without dreaming of an infant. Sometimes I was holding it, soothing it in my arms. Sometimes it was laughing on my knee, or playing with daisies on the grass. One night, it was crying. The next, it was giggling, sometimes clinging to me, sometimes running away. But for 7 nights straight, the moment I closed my eyes, that child was there. It unnerved me. I dreaded going to bed, anxious for the dream to return. That moonlit night when I'd heard the cry, it was from this very dream that I'd been shaken awake. And then, the next afternoon, I was called downstairs. Someone was asking for me in Mrs. Fairfax's room. I went in and found a man dressed in deep mourning, a black band around his hat. He stood when I entered. "You probably don't remember me, miss," he said. "My name is Robert Levin. I was the coachman at Mrs. Reed's when you lived at Gateshead, 8 or 9 years ago." "I'm still there." "Robert." "Of course I remember you," I said warmly. "You used to let me ride Miss Georgiana's pony. How is Bessie? Are you two married?" "Yes, miss." "Bessie's doing well, thank you. We've another little one now, 2 months old, 3 in total. Mother and baby are thriving. And the family at Gateshead." "Are they well?" His expression darkened. "I'm afraid I don't have good news, miss. They're in a bad way." "Great trouble." I glanced at his black clothes. "I hope no one has died." He looked down at the band on his hat. "Mr. John passed away a week ago yesterday. In his London chambers." "Mr. John?" "Yes. How is his mother taking it?" Robert sighed. "It's not a simple loss, Miss Eyre. His life had grown wild. These last 3 years he fell in with terrible people. Bad men, worse women. He ruined his health and his fortune, got into debt, into jail. His mother bailed him out twice. But each time he went straight back to his old ways. His mind wasn't strong. The scoundrels around him took advantage. 3 weeks ago he came to Gateshead and demanded his mother hand over everything. She refused. His spending had already nearly broken her. He left, and the next we heard, he was dead. They say he killed himself." I was silent, stunned by the brutality of it. Robert continued. "Mrs. Reed hasn't been well herself. She's grown heavy but not strong. The money troubles, the fear of poverty, it's worn her down. When she heard about John, the shock brought on a stroke. She didn't speak for 3 days. Last Tuesday she seemed to improve. Tried to say something, making signs to Bessie, mumbling. Only yesterday morning did Bessie realize she was saying your name. "Bring Jane, fetch Jane Eyre. I want to speak to her." Bessie isn't sure if she's in her right mind or if it means anything, but she told Miss Reed and Miss Georgiana. They hesitated at first, but their mother grew so restless, calling Jane, Jane over and over, that they finally agreed. "I left Gateshead yesterday. If you can be ready, miss, I'd like to take you back with me early tomorrow." "Yes, Robert. I should go. I thought you'd say so." Bessie was sure you wouldn't refuse. "But you'll need to ask for leave, I imagine." "I will. Right now?" I directed him to the servants' hall and went to find Mr. Rochester. He wasn't in any of the lower rooms, nor outside. Mrs. Fairfax thought he was playing billiards with Miss Ingram. I hurried to the billiard room. The click of balls and hum of voices met me at the door. Mr. Rochester, Miss Ingram, the 2 Mrs. Eshton, and their admirers were deep in the game. It took courage to interrupt. I approached Mr. Rochester, where he stood beside Miss Ingram. She turned as I neared, her look haughty, as if to say, "What does this little creature want now?" I kept my voice low. "Mr. Rochester." She moved as if to send me away. She looked striking, a sky-blue morning gown, a gauzy scarf in her hair, her face animated from the game and now sharp with pride. "Does that person want you?" she asked him. He turned, saw me, and made one of his odd, expressive faces. Half grimace, half smile. He set down his cue and followed me out. In the schoolroom, he shut the door and leaned against it. "Well, Jane, I'd like to ask for a week or 2 of leave, sir. What for? Where to? To see a sick lady who has sent for me. Who? Where does she live? At Gateshead. In Shire. That's 100 miles away. Who sends for someone from that far? Her name is Reed. Mrs. Reed. Reed of Gateshead. There was a magistrate by that name. His widow, sir. And what are you to her? Mr. Reed was my uncle. My mother's brother. Really? You never told me that. You always said you had no family. None that claimed me. Mr. Reed is dead, and his wife cast me out. Why? Because I was poor and a burden, and she disliked me. But Reed had children. You must have cousins. Sir George Lynn mentioned a Reed of Gateshead yesterday, called him one of the worst rogues in town. And Ingram spoke of a Georgiana Reed from there, admired for her beauty a season or two back in London. John Reed is dead, sir. He ruined himself and nearly ruined his family. They believe he took his own life. The news shocked his mother into a stroke. And what good can you do? Jane, it's nonsense. Racing 100 miles to see an old woman who might be dead before you arrive. Besides, you say she cast you off. That was long ago, when her circumstances were different. I can't ignore her wish now. How long will you stay? As little as possible. Promise me only a week. I'd rather not promise. I might have to break it. But you will come back? You won't be persuaded to stay with her for good? No, I will return. If all is well. Who goes with you? You're not traveling 100 miles alone? Her coachman? Trustworthy? He's served the family 10 years. He thought for a moment. When do you want to go? Early tomorrow. You'll need money. I doubt you have much. I haven't paid you yet. How much do you have, Jane? He smiled faintly. I drew out my thin purse. 5 shillings, sir. He took it, poured the coins into his palm, and chuckled, as if its meagerness amused him. Then he took out his pocketbook. Here, he said, offering a note. It was £50. He owed me only 15. I have no change, I said. I don't want change. Take your wages. I refused to take more than was due. He scowled, then seemed to remember something. Right. Better not give it all now. You might stay away 3 months if you had £50. Here's 10. Isn't that enough? Yes, sir. But now you owe me 5. Come back for it then. I'm your banker for £40. Mr. Rochester, while I have the chance, there's another matter. Business. I'm curious. You've all but told me you'll be marrying soon. Yes. What of it? In that case, Adele ought to go to school. I'm sure you see the necessity to keep her out of my bride's way, who might walk over her rather forcefully. Sensible suggestion. Adele must go to school. And you, of course, must march straight off to the devil. I hope not, sir. But I must find another position. Of course, he exclaimed, his voice twisting, his face making a fantastically comical expression. He studied me for a long moment. I suppose you'll ask old Mrs. Reed or her daughters to help you find a place? No, we're not on those terms. I'll advertise. You'll climb the pyramids of Egypt first, he growled. Don't you dare advertise. I wish I'd only given you a sovereign instead of £10. Give me back 9, Jane. I need it too, sir, I said, stepping back, hands behind me. I can't spare it, little miser. Refusing me a simple request. Give me £5, Jane. Not 5 shillings, not 5 pence. Just let me see the money. No, sir. You're not to be trusted, Jane. Sir, promise me one thing. Anything I believe I can do. Don't advertise. Leave finding a position to me. I'll find you one in time. I'd be glad to, sir, if you promise in return that Adele and I will both be safely away before your bride enters this house. Fine. You have my word. You leave tomorrow, then? Yes. Early. Will you come down to the drawing room after dinner? No, I must prepare. Then we must say goodbye for a little while. I suppose so. How do people perform that ceremony, Jane? Teach me. I'm not good at it. They say farewell, or whatever they prefer, then say it. Farewell for now, Mr. Rochester. What should I say? The same, if you like. Farewell for now, Miss Eyre. Is that all? Yes, it feels stingy, dry, unfriendly. I'd like something more. A handshake, perhaps, but no, even that wouldn't satisfy. So you'll only say farewell? It's enough, sir. One heartfelt word can carry as much goodwill as many. Maybe. But it feels blank, cold. How long is he going to stand against that door? I wondered. I need to pack. The dinner bell rang. Abruptly, he left without another word. I didn't see him again that day, and I was gone before he rose the next morning. I arrived at Gateshead around 5 o'clock on the 1st of May. I went to the lodge before heading up to the hall. It was clean and bright. White curtains, a spotless floor, a clear fire burning. Bessie sat by the hearth nursing her youngest. Robert and his sister played quietly in the corner. "Bless you, I knew you'd come," Bessie cried as I entered. I kissed her cheek. "I hope I'm not too late." "How is Mrs. Reed, still alive?" "Yes, but barely. The doctor says she may linger a week or two, but he doubts she'll recover. She was asking for you this morning. She's sleeping now. Rest here a while, then I'll take you up." Robert came in, and Bessie laid the baby down to greet him. She insisted I take off my bonnet and have tea. "You look pale," she said. Watching her move about, setting out her best china, cutting bread, toasting cake, felt like stepping into the past. She still had her quick temper, her light step, her kind, commanding way. She sat me by the fire with tea and toast, just as she used to bring me secret treats in the nursery. I smiled and obeyed. She asked if I was happy at Thornfield, what the mistress was like. I told her there was only a master. She asked if he was kind. "He's not handsome," I said, "but he's a gentleman. He treats me well. I'm content." I described the lively guests who'd recently stayed, and Bessie listened with relish. An hour slipped away. Then, with Bessie beside me, I walked up to the hall, the same path I'd descended nearly 9 years ago, on a dark January morning, heartbroken and exiled, bound for the cold refuge of Lowood. Now that same hostile house rose before me again. My future was uncertain, my heart still carried an ache, but I was stronger now. The wounds had healed, the resentment had cooled. "You'll see the young ladies first," Bessie said, leading me through the hall. The breakfast room looked exactly as it had the day Mr. Brocklehurst visited. The same rug, the same books on the shelves, Wick's British Birds, Gulliver's Travels, the Arabian Nights. The room was unchanged, but the people in it were not. 2 young women stood as I entered. One was tall and thin, with a sallow face and stern expression. She wore a plain black dress, a stiff collar, her hair pulled back. A string of ebony beads and a crucifix hung around her neck. Eliza, but so altered I barely recognized her. The other was Georgiana, no longer the slim, fairy-like child of 11, but a full-figured, pretty woman with fair skin, languishing blue eyes, and curling yellow hair. She too wore black, but her dress was stylish where Eliza's was severe. Each had one of their mother's features. Eliza had her hard, pale eyes. Georgiana had the set of her jaw, softened, but still giving her pretty face, an unexpected hardness. Both greeted me as Miss Eyre. Eliza's tone was short, abrupt. She sat back down and stared into the fire, ignoring me. Georgiana drawled a few pleasantries about my journey, her eyes flicking over my plain dress and bonnet with thinly veiled disdain. Once, their coldness would have wounded me. Now, I felt nothing. I had known deeper pains, greater joys. Their slights couldn't touch me. "How is Mrs. Reed?" I asked Georgiana. She looked affronted by the directness. "Mama? Very poorly. I doubt you can see her tonight. If you would tell her I'm here, I'd be obliged." Her eyes widened. "I know she wishes to see me," I added. "I don't want to delay." "Mama dislikes being disturbed in the evening," Eliza said flatly. I rose, calmly removed my bonnet and gloves, and said I'd ask Bessie to see if Mrs. Reed would receive me. In the kitchen, I sent Bessie up, then decided I had come 100 miles. I would stay until my aunt was better or gone. Her daughter's pride would not drive me away. I asked the housekeeper for a room, said I'd be staying a week or two, and had my trunk brought up. On the landing, I met Bessie. She's awake. I told her you're here. Let's see if she knows you. I didn't need guiding. I knew that room too well, the place of so many childhood punishments. The great 4-poster bed with its amber hangings, the armchair, the footstool where I'd been forced to kneel and beg forgiveness for things I hadn't done. I almost expected to see the thin cane waiting in the corner. I approached the bed, drew the curtain, and looked down. Mrs. Reed's face was just as I remembered. Stern, relentless. The same unyielding eyes, the same imperious brow that had so often glared hatred at me. Yet all my bitterness had faded. I felt only pity for her suffering, and a deep wish to make peace. I bent and kissed her cheek. She looked at me. "Is this Jane Eyre?" "Yes, Aunt Reed, how are you?" Once I'd vowed never to call her aunt again. Now, breaking that vow felt like mercy. I took her hand. Had she pressed mine in return, I'd have felt true relief. But she pulled away and turned her face. "The night is warm," she said vaguely. Her eyes met mine again, cold, stony. She would think me wicked until the end. Believing me good would give her no pleasure, only humiliation. Pain flashed through me, then irritation, then resolve. I will not let her break me. "You sent for me," I said, pulling a chair close. "I'm here, and I'll stay until I see how you fare. You've seen my daughters." "Yes, tell them I wish you to stay. There are things I need to say, but not tonight. It's too late." My mind wanders. Her speech was fragmented, her gaze unfocused. She fussed with the bedclothes, my elbow pinned a corner, and she snapped, "Sit up! Don't annoy me! Are you Jane Eyre?" I am. That child was more trouble than anyone could believe. A burden, incomprehensible, sudden tempers, always watching me. Once she spoke to me like something mad, like a fiend. No child ever looked or spoke as she did. I was glad to be rid of her. What did they do with her at Lowood? The fever broke out. Many died. She didn't. But I said she did. I wish she had died. A strange wish. Why do you hate her so? I always disliked her mother. My husband's only sister, his favorite. He wept like a fool when she died. He insisted we take the baby. I hated it at first sight, sickly, whining. It moaned all night in its cradle. Reed pitied it, nursed it like his own, more than his own, tried to make my children befriend it. They couldn't bear it. On his deathbed, he made me vow to raise it. I'd have sooner taken in a workhouse brat, but he was weak. John isn't like him, thank God. John is a Gibson like me and my brothers. Oh, I wish he'd stop writing for money. We have none left. I must dismiss half the servants, shut up rooms. I can't bear it. 2/3 of my income goes to mortgage interest. John gambles. Loses. He's surrounded by sharpers. He's sunk. Degraded. She grew agitated. I whispered to Bessie, "Maybe I should go. She often gets like this toward night. She's calmer in the morning." I rose to leave. "Stop," Mrs. Reed cried. "There's something else. He threatens me. John threatens his death or mine. I dream of him laid out with a wound in his throat, his face blackened. I'm at a loss. What can I do?" Bessie gently persuaded her to take a sedative. Soon she grew calm, then drowsy. I left her. More than 10 days passed before I spoke with her again. She drifted between delirium and lethargy. The doctor said not to excite her. Meanwhile, I endured the coldness of Eliza and Georgiana. Eliza sat sewing, reading, writing, speaking to no one. Georgiana chattered to her cannery, ignoring me. I kept busy with my drawing, sketching scenes from my imagination, a glimpse of sea between rocks, the moon rising over a ship, waterflowers, a fairy in a nest of hawthorn. One morning I started a face, not caring what it became. A broad forehead, a strong jaw. The outline pleased me. I added heavy brows, a straight nose, a firm mouth, a cleft chin, whiskers, dark, wavy hair. Then the eyes, large, well-shaped, with long lashes. I darkened the shadows to make the light in them shine. And there he was, Mr. Rochester's face, looking back at me from the paper. "Is that someone you know?" Eliza asked, suddenly beside me. I said it was just a fancy and slipped it under other sheets. Georgiana came over too. She liked my other sketches but called that one an ugly man. They were both surprised by my skill. I offered to draw them. Each sat for a sketch. Georgiana brought her album and asked for a watercolor. It put her in a better mood. She suggested a walk. Within 2 hours, she was confiding in me, describing her glamorous winter in London 2 seasons ago, the admiration she'd received, the titled gentleman who'd pursued her. She talked of nothing but herself, her romances, her disappointments, never of her mother's illness, her brother's death, or the family's ruin. Eliza spoke little. She was always busy, yet it was hard to say what she did. She rose early, divided her day into strict portions: prayer book study, embroidery for a church altar, diary keeping, gardening, accounts. She wanted no company. Routine was her comfort. One evening she told me John's conduct had pained her deeply, but she had settled her mind. She'd secured her own fortune. When her mother died, which, she calmly stated, was inevitable, she would retire to a quiet life, far from the frivolous world. "Will Georgiana join you?" I asked. "Of course not. We have nothing in common. She goes her way. I go mine." Georgiana, when not complaining to me, lay on the sofa, lamenting the dullness of the house, wishing her Aunt Gibson would invite her to town. If I could just get away for a month or two, she sighed. Until it's all over. I didn't ask what she meant. I understood. One day, as Eliza put away her accounts, she turned on Georgiana. A more vain and absurd creature never lived. You have no right to be born. You make no use of life. You don't live for yourself. You latch your weakness onto others. If no one will carry you, you cry neglect. You need constant change, admiration, flattery, or you languish. Have you no sense? Plan your day, divide it, fill every minute, then you won't need me or anyone. If you ignore this advice, go on whining idling, you'll suffer the consequences. After Mother dies, I wash my hands of you. From the day she's buried, we are strangers. We could be the last two people on earth, and I'd leave you in the old world and go to the new. Georgiana blew her nose dramatically. You could have spared the speech. Everyone knows you're heartless. I know your spite. You ruined my chances with Lord Edwin Vere because you couldn't bear me rising above you. Eliza sat cold, unmoved, and returned to her work. Two natures, one bitterly harsh, the other shallow and vain, both starved of true feeling. Emotion without sense is weak, but sense without heart is bitter and hard to swallow. On a wet, windy afternoon, Georgiana slept on the sofa. Eliza was at church. I went upstairs to see Mrs. Reed. The room was quiet, unwatched. The fire was low. I built it up, straightened the covers, and looked at her. Her face pale against the pillows, her breathing shallow. Rain lashed the windows. Soon, I thought, she'll be beyond all this. Where does the spirit go? I remembered Helen Burns, her faith, her belief in the equality of souls. I could almost hear her calm voice, see her serene face as she spoke of returning to God. A faint sound came from the bed. Who is that? She hadn't spoken in days. It's me, Aunt Reed. Who? Who are you? She looked confused, almost alarmed. You're a stranger. Where is Bessie? At the lodge, Aunt? Who calls me Aunt? You're not a Gibson, but I know you. That face, the eyes, you look like Jane Eyre. I stayed quiet, not wanting to shock her. But no, she murmured. It must be a mistake. I wanted to see Jane Eyre, and now I imagine her. After 8 years, she'd be changed. I gently told her it was really me, that Bessie had sent for me. I'm very ill, she said after a moment. I tried to move and couldn't. There are things I must say, before it's too late. Is the nurse here? Are we alone? I said we were. I wronged you twice. Once, breaking my promise to my husband to raise you as my own. The other, she trailed off. But perhaps it doesn't matter, and I might recover. It's painful to humble myself to you. She tried to shift, winced, her face tightening. No, I must say it. Eternity is near. Go to my dressing case. Open it. There's a letter. I did as she asked. Read it, she whispered. The letter was brief. Madam, please send me the address of my niece, Jane Eyre, and tell me how she is. I intend to write soon and ask her to join me in Madeira. Providence has blessed my efforts. I am unmarried and childless, and wish to adopt her and make her my heir. John Eyre, Madeira. It was dated 3 years earlier. Why did I never hear of this? I asked. Because I disliked you too much to help you prosper. I couldn't forget how you turned on me. The fury in your eyes. The way you said you hated me most in the world. That the thought of me made you sick. You were a child, but you spoke like something not human. It frightened me. Bring me water. Hurry, I gave her a drink. Dear Mrs. Reed, forget all that. Forgive my passion. I was a child. It's been 9 years she didn't seem to hear. I couldn't forget. So I took revenge. The thought of you being adopted, living in comfort, I couldn't bear it. I wrote to him. I said Jane Eyre had died of typhus at Lowood. Now do as you please. Tell him the truth. Expose me. You were born to torment me. My final hour is haunted by what I did, and I wouldn't have done it, but for you. Try to let it go, Aunt. Look on me with kindness. You have a bad nature. I never understood it. How you could be patient for 9 years, then explode in the 10th. I'm not vengeful. I'm passionate, but I long to love you if you'd let me. I still long to be at peace. Kiss me, Aunt. I leaned close. She turned away. You're crowding me, she muttered, and asked for more water. As I helped her drink, I covered her cold hand with mine. Her fingers shrank from my touch. Her eyes avoided mine. Love me or hate me, I said softly. I forgive you fully. Now ask God's forgiveness and be at peace. But it was too late for her to change. She had hated me in life. She would hate me in death. The nurse and Bessie came in. I waited a while, hoping for some softening, but there was none. She sank back into stupor. At midnight that night, she died. I wasn't there. Neither were her daughters. They told us in the morning. Eliza and I went to see her. Georgiana sobbed loudly and said she couldn't. There lay Sarah Reed, once robust, now still, and stern even in death. Her flinty eyes were closed, her face set in its hard, unbending lines. I felt no sweetness, no pity, only a bleak sorrow for her wasted life, and a cold awe at the terrible finality of death. Eliza gazed calmly. After a silence, she said, with her constitution, she should have lived longer. Trouble shortened her days. A spasm crossed her mouth. Then she turned and left. I followed. Neither of us shed a tear. Chapter 22. Mr. Rochester had only given me 1 week's leave, but a whole month passed before I finally left Gateshead. I'd wanted to leave right after the funeral, but Georgiana begged me to stay until she could leave for London. Her uncle, Mr. Gibson, had come to arrange the burial and settle the family affairs, and at last, Georgiana received the long-awaited invitation to stay with him in town. She confessed she dreaded being left alone with Eliza, who offered no comfort, no help with her fears, no assistance with packing. So I endured Georgiana's fretful complaints and selfish whining, sewing for her and packing her gowns while she did nothing. I thought to myself, if we were to live together forever, cousin, things would be different. I wouldn't quietly play the patient one. I'd give you your share of work and make you do it. I'd silence those half-sincere, drawling lamentations. But ours was a brief, sad connection, and so I bore it. Finally, Georgiana left. Then it was Eliza's turn to ask me to stay another week. She said her plans demanded all her time and attention. She was preparing to depart for an undisclosed destination. She stayed locked in her room all day, filling trunks, emptying drawers, burning papers, speaking to no one. She wanted me to manage the house, receive callers, and answer condolence notes. One morning she told me I was free to go. And, she added, I'm grateful for your help and your discretion. There's a difference between living with someone like you and someone like Georgiana. You carry your own weight. Tomorrow, I leave for the continent. I'll enter a religious house near Lisle, a convent. There, I'll be quiet and undisturbed. I'll study the doctrines of the Roman Catholic Church. If I find it's as orderly and disciplined as I suspect, I'll take the veil. I didn't show surprise or try to dissuade her. The vocation suits you perfectly, I thought. May it do you good. When we said goodbye, she said, Farewell, cousin Jane Eyre. I wish you well. You have sense, I replied. You're not without sense yourself, Eliza. But what sense you have will soon be walled up alive in a French convent. Still, if it suits you, I don't mind. You're right, she said. And we went our separate ways. I'll mention here, as I won't speak of them again, that Georgiana later married a wealthy, worn-out man of fashion. Eliza did take the veil, and in time became the superior of the convent she entered, endowing it with her fortune. I didn't know how it felt to return home after a long absence. I'd never really had a home to return to. As a child, coming back to Gateshead meant being scolded for looking cold or sad. Later, returning to Lowood from church meant longing for food and warmth I wouldn't get. Neither return was pleasant. No magnetic pull drew me back, until now. The journey felt endless. 50 miles the first day, a night at an inn, 50 more the next. For the first hours, I thought of Mrs. Reed in her final moments, her changed face, her altered voice. I remembered the funeral, the coffin, the hearse, the small line of mourners, the dark vault, the silent church. I thought of Eliza and Georgiana, one destined for ballrooms, the other for a convent cell, and turned their characters over in my mind. By evening, the bustling town pushed those thoughts aside. Night shifted my mood entirely. Lying in the inn bed, I left memory behind and turned to anticipation. I was going back to Thornfield, but for how long? Not long, I was sure. Mrs. Fairfax had written while I was away. The house party had ended. Mr. Rochester had gone to London 3 weeks earlier and was expected back within a fortnight. She guessed he was arranging his wedding. He'd spoken of buying a new carriage. She said the idea of him marrying Miss Ingram still seemed strange, but from all she'd seen and heard, she no longer doubted it would happen soon. And neither do I thought bitterly. Then came the question, where will I go? I dreamed of Miss Ingram all night. In a vivid morning dream, I saw her closing Thornfield's gates against me, pointing me down another road. and Mr. Rochester stood watching, arms folded, smiling that sardonic smile at both of us. I hadn't told Mrs. Fairfax exactly when I'd return. I didn't want a carriage sent to Millcote. I preferred to walk the distance alone. So, around 6 on a June evening, I left my trunk at the George Inn and started quietly down the old road to Thornfield, a path through fields now seldom used. It wasn't a bright summer evening, but it was fair and soft. Haymakers worked along the roadside. The sky was not cloudless, but it held the promise of fair weather. The blue was gentle, the clouds high and thin. The west glowed warmly, as if a fire burned behind a veil of marble-colored mist, gleaming gold through the breaks. My heart lifted as the road shortened before me, so much that I stopped once to ask myself what this joy meant. "You're not going home," reason reminded me. "Not to a permanent place, not to where loving friends await you. Mrs. Fairfax will welcome you calmly, Adele will clap and jump. But you're thinking of someone else, someone who isn't thinking of you." But youth is headstrong. Inexperience is blind. "It's pleasure enough just to see him again," my heart argued. "Whether he looks at you or not, hurry, be with him while you can. In days or weeks, you'll lose him forever." I pushed down a sharp, newborn pain, a feeling I refused to acknowledge, and walked on. They were haymaking in Thornfield's meadows too. The laborers were just leaving, rakes over their shoulders as I arrived. I had only a field or two to cross before reaching the gates. The hedges brimmed with roses, but I had no time to gather them. I wanted to be at the house. I passed a tall briar, its flowering branches arching over the path. I saw the narrow stile with stone steps, and I saw him. Mr. Rochester sat there, a book and pencil in hand, writing. He wasn't a ghost, yet every nerve in me trembled. For a moment, I lost all composure. Why am I shaking? I hadn't expected to tremble like this, to lose my voice, or the ability to move in his presence. I thought of turning back, taking another path, but it was too late. He'd seen me. "Well, there you are," he called, closing his book. "Come on, then." I suppose I moved toward him, though I hardly knew how. I was desperately trying to appear calm, to control my face, which felt rebelliously expressive. But I wore a veil. It was down. I could still pretend dignity. "And this is Jane Eyre," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Coming from Millcote on foot, of course, just like you. Not sending for a carriage, not arriving like a normal person, but slipping into your own home at twilight like a dream or a shadow. What have you been doing all this month?" "I was with my aunt, sir. She died," a true Jane-like reply. Good heavens, she comes from the land of the dead, and tells me so when we meet alone at dusk, if the first dared. I'd touch you to see if you're real or a phantom, but I might as well try to grasp a marshlight. "Truant! You've been gone a whole month and forgotten me entirely? I'll bet." I knew there'd be joy in seeing him again, even shadowed by the knowledge that he would soon no longer be my master, and that I meant nothing to him. But Mr. Rochester possessed a rare power to communicate happiness. Even the crumbs of his attention felt like a feast. His last words soothed me. They hinted that it mattered to him whether I remembered him or not. And he'd called Thornfield my home. How I wished it were. He didn't move from the stile. I hesitated to ask to pass. "Have you been to London?" I asked. "Yes. I suppose you discovered that by second sight." Mrs. Fairfax wrote to me. "And did she say why I went?" "Everyone knew, sir? You must see the carriage, Jane, and tell me if it won't suit Mrs. Rochester perfectly, if she won't look like Queen Boadicea leaning back against those purple cushions. I wish I were a little better matched to her externally. Tell me, fairy that you are, can't you give me a charm, a potion, to make me handsome?" "That's beyond magic, sir," I said. And in my mind, I added, "A loving eye is the only charm needed. To such an eye, you are handsome enough. Or rather, your sternness has a power beyond beauty." Sometimes Mr. Rochester seemed to read my unspoken thoughts. This time, he didn't acknowledge my quick reply, but he smiled at me, a rare, genuine smile, warm as real sunshine. "Go on, Janet," he said, making room for me at the stile. "Go home and rest your weary wandering feet at a friend's threshold. All I had to do was obey silently." I stepped over the stile without a word, meaning to leave calmly. But an impulse stopped me. A force turned me back. My voice spoke almost without my permission. "Thank you, Mr. Rochester, for your kindness. I'm strangely glad to be back with you. Wherever you are is my home, my only home." Then I walked away quickly, so fast he couldn't have caught me if he tried. Little Adele was wild with delight when she saw me. Mrs. Fairfax welcomed me with her usual quiet warmth. Leah smiled. Even Sophie greeted me cheerfully. It felt good. There's no happiness like being loved by others and feeling you add to their comfort. That evening, I firmly closed my eyes to the future. I shut out the voice that warned of separation and coming grief. After tea, Mrs. Fairfax took up her knitting. I sat near her, and Adele nestled close on the carpet. A circle of golden peace seemed to surround us. I prayed silently that we wouldn't be parted soon or far. Then Mr. Rochester entered unannounced. He looked at us, seeming pleased by the peaceful scene. He said he supposed Mrs. Fairfax was content now that her adopted daughter had returned, and added that Adele looked ready to devour her little English mamma. In that moment, I dared to hope that even after his marriage, he might keep us together under his protection, not exiled entirely from the light of his presence. A fortnight of uneasy calm followed my return. No one spoke of the master's marriage. I saw no preparations. Every day I asked Mrs. Fairfax if she'd heard anything definite. She always said no. Once she told me she'd asked Mr. Rochester when he planned to bring his bride home, but he'd only joked and given her one of his odd looks. She couldn't make sense of him. What surprised me most was that there were no visits to Ingram Park. True, it was 20 miles away, in another county. But what was that to a lover? To a rider like Mr. Rochester, it was only a morning's ride. I began to hope, hopes I had no right to form, that the match was broken. That rumor was wrong. That one or both had changed their mind. I watched my master's face for signs of sadness or anger, but it was clearer and calmer than I'd ever seen it. If I seemed quiet or sad during the time I spent with him and Adele, he grew almost cheerful. He called me to him more often, was kinder when I came, and alas, I'd never loved him more. Chapter 23. A glorious midsummer had settled over England. Days of pure blue skies and radiant sun, one after another, as if a flock of perfect Italian days had migrated north to rest upon the cliffs of this island. The hay was gathered. The fields around Thornfield lay green and trimmed. The roads baked pale. The trees stood in full rich leaf. Hedges and woods, lush and deep-colored, made a vivid contrast against the sunlit meadows. On Midsummer's Eve, Adele went to bed early, tired from gathering wild strawberries in Hay Lane most of the day. I watched her fall asleep, then slipped out into the garden. It was the sweetest hour of the day. The fierce heat had faded, dew cooled the earth. Where the sun had set in cloudless simplicity, a solemn purple spread across the sky, burning like a jewel at the hill's peak, then softening as it stretched high and wide. The east held its own beauty, a deep blue with a single rising star. Soon the moon would rise, but for now, it lingered below the horizon. I walked a while along the pavement, but a subtle, familiar scent, cigar smoke, drifted from an open window. The library casement was open a crack. I knew I might be watched from there, so I moved into the orchard. No place on the grounds felt more sheltered, more like Eden. Trees arched overhead, flowers bloomed along the paths. A high wall separated it from the courtyard. On the other side, an avenue of beech trees screened it from the lawn. At the bottom ran a sunk fence, the only boundary between the garden and the lonely fields beyond. A winding walk, edged with laurels and ending at a giant horse-chestnut tree encircled by a bench, led down to the fence. Here, one could wander unseen. In the falling dew, the deepening quiet, the gathering dusk, I felt I could stay in this peaceful shade forever. I followed the paths among the flowers and fruit trees, drawn to where the rising moon cast its light. And then my steps stilled, not by sound or sight, but by a warning fragrance. Sweetbriar, jasmine, rose, all had been offering their evening perfume. But this scent was different. It was neither shrub nor flower. It was Mr. Rochester's cigar. I looked around, listening. Trees hung heavy with fruit. A nightingale sang in a distant wood. No one moved, no footsteps sounded, but the scent grew stronger. I had to leave. I turned toward the wicket gate leading to the shrubbery and saw him entering. Quickly, I stepped into a recess curtained with ivy. He won't stay long, I thought. He'll go back the way he came. If I stay quiet, he'll never see me. But he lingered. The evening was as pleasant to him as to me, the garden as inviting. He strolled slowly, lifting gooseberry branches to inspect the plum-sized fruit, plucking a ripe cherry from the wall, bending toward a cluster of flowers to breathe in their scent, or admire the dew on their petals. A large moth hummed past me and landed on a plant near his feet. He saw it and bent to look. Now his back is to me, I thought. He's occupied. If I walk softly, I can slip away. I stepped onto the turf, edging the path to muffle my steps. He stood only a yard or two from where I needed to pass, still intent on the moth. I'll make it, I told myself. Just as I crossed the long shadow he cast in the low moonlight, he spoke quietly, without turning. Jane, come and look at this. I froze. I'd made no sound. He had no eyes in the back of his head. Could his shadow feel? Heart pounding, I moved toward him. Look at his wings, he said. He reminds me of a West Indian insect. You don't often see such a large, colorful night rover here in England. There, he's gone. The moth flew off. I began to retreat, but Mr. Rochester followed me to the wicket gate. Turn back, he said. On a night like this, it's a shame to sit indoors. No one should go to bed while sunset is meeting moonrise. It's one of my flaws. Sometimes my tongue is quick with an answer, but in moments when I desperately need an excuse, it fails me completely. I didn't want to walk alone with him in the shadowy orchard, but I couldn't think of a reason to refuse. I followed with slow steps, my mind racing for a way out. But he seemed so calm, so grave, that I felt ashamed of my own unease. The tension, if there was any, seemed to exist only in me. His mind was quiet, untroubled. Jane, he began again as we entered the laurel walk, drifting toward the sunk fence and the horse-chestnut tree. Thornfield is a pleasant place in summer, isn't it? Yes, sir. You've grown attached to it, I imagine. You have an eye for beauty, and a tendency to cling to what you love. I have, indeed. And though I don't quite understand it, I see you've grown fond of that silly little child, Adele. Even of plain Mrs. Fairfax. In different ways, yes. I care for both, and would be sorry to leave them. Yes, pity, he said, sighing. That's the way of things. No sooner do you settle into a pleasant resting place than a voice tells you to move on. Rest time is over. Must I move on, sir? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. Must I leave Thornfield? I believe you must, Jane. I'm sorry, Janet, but I believe you must. The words struck like a blow, but I didn't let them break me. Then I'll be ready when the order comes. It comes now. I must give it tonight. Then you are going to be married. Exactly. With your usual sharpness, you've hit the nail on the head. Soon? Very soon, that is Miss Eyre, and you'll remember, Jane. It was you who first told me, with that discretion I respect in you, that if I married Miss Ingram, you and Adele ought to leave. I'll overlook the slight to my beloved's character. When you're gone, I'll try to forget it. I'll only remember the wisdom of it, and I've made it my rule. Adele must go to school, and you, Miss Eyre, must find a new situation. Yes, sir. I'll advertise immediately. And meantime, I suppose... I trailed off, not trusting my voice to finish. I suppose I may stay here until I find somewhere else to go. In about a month, I hope to be a bridegroom, he went on. In the meantime, I'll look for employment and a home for you. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to be a trouble. No need to apologize. When someone does her duty as well as you have, she has a claim on her employer's help. In fact, I've already heard of a place through my future mother-in-law. It's to educate the 5 daughters of Mrs. Dionysius Ogle, of Bitternut Lodge, in Connaught, Ireland. You'll like Ireland, I think. They're warm-hearted people, they say. It's a long way, sir. Distance doesn't matter to a girl of your sense. Not the voyage, but the distance. The sea is a barrier. From what, Jane? From England, and from Thornfield, and from you, sir. I said it almost without willing it, and with just as little control, my tears spilled over. I didn't sob aloud, but they fell freely. The thought of Mrs. Ogle and Bitternut Lodge chilled me. Colder still was the image of the sea. All that brine and foam rushing between me and the man walking beside me. Coldest of all was the wider ocean between us. Wealth, class, custom, everything that separated me from what I loved, naturally and inevitably. It is a long way, I whispered again. It is, he agreed. And when you get to Bitternut Lodge, Connaught, Ireland, I'll never see you again. That's certain. I never go to Ireland. I've no fondness for the place. We've been good friends, Jane, haven't we? Yes, sir. And when friends are about to part, they like to spend what little time they have left close to each other. Come, let's talk about the voyage and the parting quietly for a while, under the stars. Here's the chestnut tree. Here's the bench. We'll sit here in peace tonight, even if we're never destined to sit here together again. He seated us both. The night felt tender, fragile. It's a long way to Ireland, Janet. I hate to send my little friend on such a weary journey, but if I can't do better, what choice is there? Tell me, Jane, do you feel we're akin to each other? I couldn't answer. My heart was too full. Because, he said, his voice low, sometimes I have the strangest feeling about you, especially when you're near me, like now, as if there's a string tied under my ribs, tight and inextricably knotted to a string in you. And if that boisterous channel and 200 miles of land come between us, I'm afraid that string will snap. And I have a nervous notion I'd bleed inwardly. As for you, you'd forget me. I never could, I breathed. You know that, but I couldn't go on. Jane, do you hear that nightingale? Listen. I listened, and a sob broke from me. I could hold back no longer. The tears came in earnest, shaking me from head to foot. When I finally spoke, it was in a rush of despair. I wish I'd never been born, or never come to Thornfield. Because you're sorry to leave it? Emotion surged in me, grief and love battling for control, demanding to be heard. I grieve to leave Thornfield. I love Thornfield. I love it because here I've lived a full life, at least for a little while. I haven't been trampled. I haven't been turned to stone. I haven't been buried among small mines, cut off from everything bright and energetic and noble. I've talked face to face with someone I revere, someone with an original, vigorous, expansive mind. I've known you, Mr. Rochester, and it terrifies me, it agonizes me, to think I must be torn from you forever. I see the necessity of leaving, and it feels like looking at the necessity of death. Where do you see this necessity? He asked sharply. Where? You've placed it before me. In what shape? In the shape of Miss Ingram, a noble and beautiful woman. Your bride, my bride. What bride? I have no bride. But you will. Yes, I will. His jaw tightened. Then I must go. You've said so yourself. No, you must stay. I swear it. I tell you I must go. I fired back, passion rising in me. Do you think I can stay and become nothing to you? Do you think I'm a machine? Without feelings. Do you think I can bear to have my bread snatched from my lips, my water dashed from my cup? Because I'm poor, obscure, plain, and little. Do you think I'm soulless? Heartless? You're wrong. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. If God had gifted me with beauty and wealth, I'd have made it as hard for you to leave me as it is for me to leave you. I'm not speaking to you through custom or convention, or even flesh. It's my spirit addressing yours, as if we'd both passed through the grave and stood equal before God. As we are, he repeated. Then he pulled me into his arms against his chest and pressed his lips to mine. So, Jane. Yes. So, sir, I said, breathless. And yet not so. For you are a married man, or as good as one, wed to someone beneath you, someone you don't truly love. I've heard you sneer at her. I would scorn such a union. Therefore I am better than you. Let me go. Where, Jane? To Ireland? Yes, anywhere. I've spoken my mind. I can go anywhere now. Jane, be still. Don't struggle like a wild bird tearing its own feathers. I am no bird. No net traps me. I am a free human being with an independent will, and I will use it to leave you. I pulled away and stood straight before him. And your will shall decide your destiny, he said, his eyes holding mine. I offer you my hand, my heart, and a share of all I possess. You're playing a farce. I won't laugh. I'm asking you to spend your life at my side. To be my second self, my best companion on earth. You've already made your choice. You must abide by it. Jane, be still a moment. You're overexcited. I'll be still too. A breeze swept down the laurel walk, trembling through the chestnut branches, then fading into silence. Only the nightingale sang now. Listening, I wept again. Mr. Rochester sat quietly, watching me with a gentle seriousness. A long moment passed before he spoke. Come to my side, Jane. Let us explain and understand each other. I will never come to your side again. I am torn away now. I cannot return, but Jane, I summon you as my wife. It's you I intend to marry. I was silent. I thought he was mocking me. Come, Jane, come here. Your bride stands between us. He rose in one swift movement and reached me. My bride is here, he said, drawing me close again. Because my equal is here, my likeness. Jane, will you marry me? I didn't answer. I tried to pull away, still disbelieving. Do you doubt me, Jane? Entirely. You have no faith in me. Not a whit. Am I a liar in your eyes? He asked, passionately. Little skeptic, you shall be convinced. What love do I have for Miss Ingram? None, and you know it. What love does she have for me? None, as I made sure to prove. I let a rumor reach her that my fortune was far less than supposed, and then I presented myself to see the result. Coldness, from her and her mother. I could not, marry Miss Ingram. You strange, almost unearthly thing, I love as my own flesh. You, poor and obscure, and small and plain as you are, I beg you to accept me as your husband. Me, I gasped, starting to believe him. His earnestness, even his roughness, felt true. Me, who has no friend in the world but you, if you are my friend. Not a shilling but what you've given me. You, Jane. I must have you for my own, entirely my own. Will you be mine? Say yes. Quickly. Mr. Rochester, let me see your face. Turn to the moonlight. Why? Because I want to read it. Turn? He turned. His face was agitated, flushed, his features working, his eyes gleaming strangely. Oh, Jane, you torture me, he said. With that searching, faithful, generous look. You torture me, how can I? If you are true and your offer real, my only feelings must be gratitude and devotion. They can't torture. Gratitude, he exclaimed wildly. Jane, accept me. Say, Edward, give me my name. Edward, I will marry you. Are you in earnest? Do you truly love me? Do you sincerely wish me to be your wife? I do. And if you need an oath, I swear it. Then, sir, I will marry you, Edward. My little wife. Dear Edward, come to me. Come to me entirely now, he said, his voice deep and intimate in my ear, his cheek against mine. Make my happiness, I will make yours. God pardon me, he murmured after a moment, and let no one meddle. I have her, and I will hold her. There's no one to meddle, sir. I have no family to interfere. No, that's the best of it, he said, exultant. Had I loved him less, I might have thought his joy savage. But sitting beside him, pulled from the nightmare of parting into the paradise of union, I thought only of the bliss flooding through me. Again and again he asked, Are you happy, Jane? Again and again I answered, Yes, he whispered. It will atone. It will atone. Did I not find her friendless, cold, comfortless? Will I not guard, cherish, and solace her? Is there not love in my heart, constancy in my resolve? It will expiate before God. I know my Maker sanctions what I do. For the world's judgment, I wash my hands. For man's opinion, I defy it. But something was changing in the night. The moon still shone, yet shadows deepened. I could hardly see his face, though he was near. And the chestnut tree, it seemed to writhe and groan. Wind roared in the laurel walk, sweeping over us. We must go in, Mr. Rochester said. The weather's turning. I could have sat with you till morning, Jane. And so could I with you, I thought. But a vivid, livid spark leaped from a cloud. A crack, a crash, a rattling peal of thunder. I buried my face against his shoulder. Rain rushed down. He hurried me up the path, through the grounds, into the house. We were soaked before we reached the door. In the hall, he was removing my shawl, shaking water from my loose hair, when Mrs. Fairfax emerged from her room. Neither of us had seen her approach. The lamp was lit. The clock struck midnight. Hurry, take off those wet things, he said to me. Then softly, good night, my darling. He kissed me again and again. When I finally looked up, leaving his arms, there stood the widow, pale, grave, astonished. I only smiled at her and ran upstairs. Explanation can wait, I thought. But as I reached my room, a pang went through me at the thought of her misconstruing what she'd seen. Yet joy soon washed everything else away. However loud the wind blew, however close the thunder crashed, however fierce and frequent the lightning flashed, however hard the rain fell. For 2 hours the storm raged. I felt no fear, only a wild, steady happiness. 3 times Mr. Rochester came to my door to ask if I was safe and calm, and each time his voice was comfort. It was strength enough for anything. Before I rose the next morning, little Adele came running in to tell me that the great horse-chestnut tree at the bottom of the orchard had been struck by lightning in the night, and half of it torn away. Chapter 24. When I woke and dressed the next morning, I replayed the night's events in my mind, half convinced it had all been a dream. I wouldn't truly believe it until I saw Mr. Rochester again and heard him renew his promises of love. As I brushed my hair, I looked at my reflection. My face no longer seemed plain. There was hope in my expression, life in my color. My eyes looked as if they had seen a source of joy and borrowed light from its glow. I'd often avoided looking directly at him before, afraid my plainness might displease him, but now I felt I could lift my face to his without cooling his affection. I chose a simple, clean summer dress from my drawer. No outfit had ever suited me so well, because I'd never worn one in such a blissful mood. I wasn't surprised to find a brilliant June morning had replaced the night's storm. Through the open glass door, a fresh, fragrant breeze drifted in. Nature itself seemed to share my happiness. A beggar woman and her little boy, pale, ragged figures, were coming up the walk. I ran down and gave them all the money I had in my purse, 3 or 4 shillings. Good or bad, they would share in my joy. Rooks cawed, birds sang, but nothing felt as merry or musical as my own heart. Mrs. Fairfax surprised me by looking out the window with a troubled expression. "Miss Eyre, will you come to breakfast?" she asked gravely. During the meal she was quiet and cool, but I couldn't explain myself then. I had to wait for Mr. Rochester to give the explanations, and so did she. I ate quickly and hurried upstairs, meeting Adele as she was leaving the schoolroom. "Where are you going?" "It's time for lessons. Mr. Rochester sent me to the nursery. Where is he?" "In there," she said, pointing to the room she'd just left. I went in. He was standing by the window. "Come and bid me good morning," he said. I went to him gladly. This time it wasn't just a cold word or a handshake. It was an embrace and a kiss. It felt natural. It felt right to be so loved, so held by him. "Jane, you look blooming and smiling and pretty," he said. "Truly pretty this morning. Is this my pale little elf? My mustard seed? This sunny-faced girl with the dimpled cheek and rosy lips, the smooth hazel hair and radiant eyes?" "It is Jane Eyre, sir, soon to be Jane Rochester," he added. "In 4 weeks, Janet. Not a day more. Do you hear that?" I did, and I couldn't quite take it in. It made me dizzy. The feeling his words sent through me was stronger than joy. It was almost overwhelming, almost like fear. "You blushed, and now you're pale, Jane. Why?" "Because you gave me a new name. Jane Rochester." It seemed so strange. "Yes, Mrs. Rochester, young Mrs. Rochester, Fairfax Rochester's girl bride." "It can never be, sir. It doesn't sound likely. People don't get complete happiness in this world. I wasn't born for a different destiny than anyone else. Imagining such a lot for me is a fairy tale. A daydream, a fairy tale I can and will make real. I'll start today. This morning I wrote to my banker in London to send me certain jewels he keeps, family heirlooms. In a day or 2 I hope to pour them into your lap. Every privilege, every attention will be yours, just as I'd give to a peer's daughter." "Oh, sir, never mind jewels. I don't like to hear them spoken of. Jewels for Jane Eyre sounds unnatural. I'd rather not have them. I'll put the diamond chain around your neck myself, and the circlet on your forehead. It will suit you. Nature has already stamped nobility on this brow, Jane. And I'll clasp bracelets on these fine wrists, and load these fairy-like fingers with rings." "No, no, sir. Think of other subjects. Speak in another tone. Don't address me as if I'm a beauty. I'm your plain Quakerish governess. You are a beauty in my eyes, a beauty just after my own heart, delicate and ethereal. Puny and insignificant, you mean. You're dreaming, sir, or you're mocking me. For God's sake, don't be ironic. I'll make the world acknowledge you a beauty too," he went on, while I grew uneasy. I felt he was either deluding himself or trying to delude me. "I'll dress my Jane in satin and lace. She'll have roses in her hair. I'll cover the head I love best with a priceless veil, and then you won't know me. I won't be your Jane Eyre anymore. I'll be an ape in a harlequin's jacket, a jay in borrowed feathers. I'd no sooner see you tricked out in stage costume than see myself in a court gown. And I don't call you handsome, sir, though I love you most dearly, too dearly to flatter you. So don't flatter me." He ignored my protest. "This very day, I'll take you to Millcote. You must choose some dresses. I told you we'd marry in 4 weeks. Quietly, in the church down below. Then I'll take you away to town. After a short stay, I'll carry my treasure to sunnier places. French vineyards, Italian plains. You'll see everything famous in old stories and modern records. You'll taste city life. You'll learn to value yourself by comparison. Shall I travel? With you, sir? You'll stay in Paris, Rome, Naples, Florence, Venice, Vienna. Everywhere I've wandered, you'll walk. Wherever I set my hoof, your sylph's foot shall step. 10 years ago, I flew through Europe half mad, with disgust and rage as my companions. Now I'll revisit it healed and cleansed, with an angel as my comfort." I laughed. "I'm not an angel. And I won't be one till I die. I'll be myself, Mr. Rochester. Don't expect anything celestial from me. You won't get it, just as I don't expect it from you. What do you expect from me? For a little while, you'll perhaps be as you are now. Then you'll turn cool, then capricious, then stern, and I'll struggle to please you. When you get used to me, you might like me again. Not love. I suppose your love will fade in 6 months or less. I've read in books written by men that's as long as a husband's ardor lasts. But as a friend and companion, I hope never to become distasteful to you. Distasteful. And like you again. I think I'll like you again and again. And I'll make you confess I don't just like you, I love you. With truth, fervor, constancy. But are you not capricious, sir? To women who please me only with their faces, I am the devil when I find they have no soul or heart, when they show me only flatness, triviality, perhaps imbecility, and ill temper. But to the clear eye and eloquent tongue, to a soul made of fire, a character that bends but doesn't break, supple and stable, tractable and consistent, to that I am ever tender and true. Have you ever known such a character, sir? Ever loved one? I love one now, but before me, if I indeed come up to that standard? I've never met your likeness, Jane. You please me and you master me. You seem to submit, and I like the sense of pliancy you give. And while I twine this soft silken skein around my finger, it sends a thrill up my arm to my heart. I am influenced, conquered. The influence is sweeter than I can say. The conquest has a witchery beyond any triumph. Why do you smile, Jane? What does that inexplicable look mean? I was thinking, sir, you'll excuse the thought, of Hercules and Samson with their charmers. You were, you little elfish. Hush, sir. You're not talking wisely, any more than those gentlemen acted wisely. But if they'd married, they'd have made up for their softness as suitors with severity as husbands. So will you, I fear. I wonder how you'll answer me a year from now, if I ask a favor you don't want to grant. Ask me something now, Janet. The least thing. I want to be entreated, then I will, sir. I have my request ready, speak. But if you look up and smile like that, I'll agree before I know to what, and make a fool of myself. Not at all. I ask only this, don't send for the jewels, don't crown me with roses. You might as well put gold lace on this plain pocket handkerchief. I might as well gild refined gold. Very well, your request is granted. For now, I'll cancel the order to my banker, but you haven't asked for anything yet. You've only asked me to withdraw a gift. Try again, then, sir, satisfy my curiosity on one point? He looked disturbed. What? Curiosity is a dangerous petitioner. Good thing I haven't vowed to grant every request. There's no danger in this one. Say it, Jane. I wish it were a wish for half my estate instead of prying into a secret. King Ahasuerus. What would I do with half your estate? Do you think I'm a moneylender? I'd much rather have your confidence. If you admit me to your heart, will you exclude me from your confidence? You're welcome to all my confidence worth having. But for God's sake, don't desire a useless burden. Don't long for poison. Don't turn into an Eve on my hands. Why not? You just told me how much you like to be conquered. How pleasant over-persuasion is to you. Shouldn't I take advantage and begin to coax and entreat, even cry and sulk if necessary, just to test my power? I dare you to try. Encroach, presume, and the game is up, is it? You give in easily. How stern you look now. Your eyebrows are as thick as my finger. Your forehead looks like what I once saw in poetry, a blue-piled thunderloft. I suppose that's your married look. If that's your married look, I'll soon give up the notion of marrying a sprite. But what did you want to ask? Out with it? Now you're less than civil, and I prefer rudeness to flattery. I'd rather be a thing than an angel. Here's my question. Why did you take such pains to make me believe you wanted to marry Miss Ingram? His expression cleared. Is that all? Thank God. He unknit his brows, smiled, and stroked my hair. I may confess, even if it makes you a little indignant. I feigned courtship of Miss Ingram because I wanted to make you as madly in love with me as I was with you. And I knew jealousy would be my best ally. Excellent. Now you seem small, no bigger than my little finger. It was a shameful way to act. Did you think nothing of Miss Ingram's feelings? Her feelings are centered on one thing, pride, and that needed humbling. Were you jealous, Jane? Never mind that. Answer truly. Do you think Miss Ingram won't suffer from your dishonest flirtation? Won't she feel forsaken? Impossible. When I told you how she deserted me the moment she thought me insolvent, that extinguished her flame at once, you have a curious, designing mind, Mr. Rochester. I'm afraid your principles are eccentric. My principles were never trained, Jane. They may have grown a little crooked for lack of attention. Once more, seriously, may I enjoy this great good that's come to me without fearing someone else is suffering the bitter pain I felt. You may, my good little girl. No one else in the world loves me as purely as you do. I believe in your affection, Jane. I turned my lips to the hand on my shoulder. I loved him so much, more than I could say, more than words could express. Ask something more, he said softly. It's my delight to be entreated. Then tell Mrs. Fairfax your intentions. She saw us together last night and was shocked. Explain before I see her again. It pains me to be misjudged by so good a woman. Go put on your bonnet. You're coming to Millcote with me this morning. While you get ready, I'll enlighten the old lady. Did she think you'd given the world for love and considered it well lost? I believe she thought I'd forgotten my station. And yours, sir, station. Your station is in my heart, and on the necks of anyone who insults you. Go. I dressed quickly. When I heard Mr. Rochester leave Mrs. Fairfax's parlor, I hurried down. She had been reading her morning scripture, her Bible open, spectacles upon it. Her occupation, interrupted by his announcement, seemed forgotten. Her eyes were fixed blankly on the wall, her quiet mind stirred by unexpected news. Seeing me, she roused herself, tried to smile, and began a few words of congratulation, but the smile died, the sentence unfinished. She put on her spectacles, shut the Bible, and pushed back her chair. I feel so astonished, she began. I hardly know what to say. I haven't been dreaming, have I? Sometimes when I'm alone, I half fall asleep and fancy things. More than once I've thought my dear husband, dead 15 years, came in and sat beside me. Now, can you tell me, is it true Mr. Rochester has asked you to marry him? Don't laugh, but I really thought he came in 5 minutes ago and said in a month you'd be his wife. He said the same to me. He did. Do you believe him? Have you accepted? Yes. She looked bewildered. I could never have thought it. He's a proud man. All the Rochesters were proud. His father liked money. He's always been called careful. He means to marry you? He says so. She surveyed me. In her eyes, I saw she found no charm powerful enough to solve the riddle. It passes me, she said, but no doubt it's true. How it will work out, I can't tell. Equality of position and fortune is often advisable, and there are 20 years between you. He might almost be your father. No, indeed, Mrs. Fairfax, I exclaimed, stung. He's nothing like my father. No one would think it. Mr. Rochester looks as young as a man of 25. Is it really for love he's marrying you? Her cold skepticism hurt me. Tears rose to my eyes. I'm sorry to grieve you, she went on, but you're so young, so little acquainted with men. I wish to warn you. All that glitters is not gold. In this case, I fear something will be found different than either of us expects. Why? Am I a monster? Is it impossible Mr. Rochester should have a sincere affection for me? No, you're very well, much improved lately, and Mr. Rochester is fond of you. I've noticed you are a sort of pet of his. Sometimes, for your sake, I've been uneasy at his marked preference. I wanted to warn you, but I didn't like to suggest wrong. I knew it would shock you. You were always discreet, modest, sensible. I hoped you could protect yourself. Last night, I can't tell you what I suffered when I couldn't find you or the master anywhere, and then saw you come in with him at midnight. Never mind that now. All was right. I hope all will be right in the end, but believe me, you can't be too careful. Keep Mr. Rochester at a distance. Distrust yourself as well as him. Gentlemen in his station don't marry their governesses. I was growing truly irritated when Adele ran in. Let me go to Millcote too, she cried. Mr. Rochester won't, though there's room in the new carriage. Beg him, mademoiselle. That I will, Adele, I said, glad to escape my gloomy monitress. The carriage was ready. Mr. Rochester paced the pavement, Pilot following. May Adele come, sir? I told her no. I'll have no brats. Only you. Please let her go. It would be better. No. She'd be a restraint. He was peremptory. The chill of Mrs. Fairfax's warning settled over me. Something unsubstantial and uncertain clouded my hopes. I half lost my sense of power over him. I was about to obey mechanically when he helped me into the carriage and looked at my face. What's the matter? He asked. All the sunshine is gone. Do you really want her to come? I would rather, sir, than off for your bonnet and back like lightning, he called to Adele. She obeyed at once. After all, he said, a single morning's interruption won't matter when I mean to claim you. Your thoughts, conversation, and company. For life. Adele, once lifted in, kissed me gratefully, then was tucked into the corner beside him. She peeked around at me, but his stern mood silenced her. Let her come to me, I entreated. She may trouble you. There's room here. He handed her over like a lapdog. I'll send her to school yet, he said, but now he was smiling. Adele asked if she'd go to school without mademoiselle. Yes, he replied. Absolutely, without mademoiselle. Because I'm taking mademoiselle to the moon. I'll find a cave in one of the white valleys among the volcanoes, and she'll live there with me. Only me. She'll have nothing to eat. You'll starve her. I'll gather manna for her. The moon's plains are bleached with manna. She'll want to warm herself. What will she do for fire? Fire rises from lunar mountains. When she's cold, I'll carry her to a peak and lay her on the edge of a crater. Oh, she'll be uncomfortable. And her clothes will wear out. How will she get new ones? He pretended to be puzzled. What would you do, Adele, think? Would a white or pink cloud make a gown? One could cut a scarf from a rainbow. She's better as she is, Adele concluded after thought. Besides, She'd get tired of living with only you and the moon. If I were Mademoiselle, I'd never consent. She has consented. She's pledged her word. But you can't get her there. There's no road to the moon. It's all air. You can't fly. Adele, look at that field. We were outside Thornfield's gates now, bowling along the smooth road to Millcote. The dust had been settled by the storm. Hedges and trees glistened green. In that field, he said, I was walking one evening about 2 weeks ago, the evening you helped me make hay. I was tired, so I sat on a stile, took out a book and pencil, and began to write about a misfortune, long ago, and a wish for happy days to come. I was writing fast when something came up the path and stopped 2 yards away. It was a little thing with a gossamer veil. I beckoned it nearer. It stood by my knee. We never spoke, but I read its eyes, and it read mine. It was a fairy from Elfland, it said, sent to make me happy. I must go with it out of the common world to a lonely place, like the moon. It nodded toward the rising moon and told me of alabaster caves and silver vales where we could live. I said I'd like to go, but I had no wings. Oh, said the fairy, this talisman will remove all difficulties. And she held out a pretty gold ring. Put it on the 4th finger of my left hand, she said. And I am yours, and you are mine. We'll leave Earth and make our own heaven. The ring, Adele, is in my pocket now, disguised as a coin, but I mean to change it back to a ring soon. But what has Mademoiselle to do with it? I don't care for the fairy. You said you'd take her to the moon. Mademoiselle is a fairy? He whispered mysteriously. I told Adele not to mind his teasing. She, with genuine French skepticism, called him a real liar. Said she didn't believe his fairy tales, and that even if fairies existed, they'd never appear to him. The hour in Millcote was somewhat trying. Mr. Rochester took me to a silk warehouse and ordered me to choose 6 dresses. I hated it. I begged to defer it. But no. Through energetic whispering, I reduced the 6 to 2. He vowed to choose those himself. I watched anxiously as his eyes roamed over the bright silks. He fixed on a brilliant amethyst and a superb pink satin. I whispered that he might as well buy me a gold gown and silver bonnet. I'd never dare wear his choices. With great difficulty, I persuaded him to exchange them for a sober black satin and pearl gray silk. It might pass for now, he said, but he'd yet see me glittering like a flower bed. I was glad to leave the silk warehouse and the jewelers. The more he bought me, the more my cheeks burned with annoyance and a sense of degradation. As we re-entered the carriage, I remembered what I'd forgotten in the rush of events. My Uncle John Eyre's letter to Mrs. Reed, his offer to adopt me. If I had even a small independence, I thought I could bear being dressed by him. I'll write to Madeira today and tell my uncle I'm to be married. If I could someday bring Mr. Rochester some fortune, I could better endure being kept by him now. Somewhat relieved, I ventured to meet his eye again. He smiled, a smile like a sultan bestowing gifts on a slave. I crushed his hand, which was seeking mine, and thrust it back red from the pressure. Don't look at me like that, I said. If you do, I'll wear nothing but my old Lowood dresses. I'll be married in this lilac gingham. You can make a dressing gown from the pearl gray silk and waistcoats from the black satin, he chuckled. Oh, it's rich to see and hear her. Is she original, piquant? I wouldn't exchange this little English girl for the Grand Turk's whole seraglio. The Eastern allusion stung. I'll not stand in for a seraglio, I said, so don't consider me an equivalent. If you fancy that sort of thing, go to the bazaars of Istanbul and buy slaves with your spare cash. And what will you do while I'm bargaining for flesh and black eyes? I'll prepare to go out as a missionary to preach liberty to the enslaved, your harem included. I'll get admitted and stir up mutiny. And you, three-tailed bashaw, will find yourself fettered. I won't free you until you sign the most liberal charter a despot ever conferred. I'd consent to be at your mercy, Jane. I'd have no mercy if you looked at me like that. I'd be sure that once released, you'd violate any charter signed under coercion. What would you have, Jane? I fear you'll make me go through a private ceremony besides the public one. You'll stipulate for terms. What will they be? I only want an easy mind. Not crushed by obligations. Remember what you said of Celine Varens? The diamonds and cashmeres you gave her? I won't be your English Celine. I'll continue as Adele's governess. Earn my board, lodging, and £30 a year. I'll furnish my own wardrobe. You'll give me nothing but what? Your regard? And if I give you mine, the debt is quit. For cool impudence and pure pride, you have no equal. We're nearing Thornfield. Will you dine with me today? No, thank you, sir. Why not? I never have before. I see no reason to now. Until what? Until I can't help it. Do you suppose I eat like an ogre? I formed no suppositions. But I want to go on as usual for another month. You'll give up governessing at once? Indeed, I shall not. I'll keep out of your way all day, as usual. You may send for me in the evening when you want to see me, but at no other time. I want a smoke, Jane, or a pinch of snuff to comfort me. But I have neither. Listen, whisper, it's your time now, little tyrant, but it will be mine. And when I have you, I'll attach you to a chain like this. He touched his watchguard. Yes, I'll wear you in my bosom so I don't lose my jewel. He helped me from the carriage, lifted out Adele, and I escaped upstairs. That evening, he summoned me as promised. I'd prepared an occupation for him. I wouldn't spend the whole time in intimate conversation. I remembered his fine voice. He liked to sing. I was no singer, but I loved to listen. As twilight fell, I opened the piano and asked him to sing. He called me a capricious witch, but agreed. Do you like my voice? Very much. Then you must play the accompaniment. I'll try. I did try, but was soon swept off the stool and called a little bungler. He took my place and accompanied himself. He played as well as he sang. I retreated to the window recess, looking out at the still trees and dim lawn as he sang in a mellow, tender voice. The truest love that ever heart felt at its kindled core, did through each vein, in quickened start, the tide of being poor. Her coming was my hope each day. Her parting was my pain. The chance that did her steps delay was ice in every vein. I dreamed it would be nameless bliss, as I loved love to be, and to this object did I press, as blind as eagerly, but wide as pathless was the space that lay our lives between, and dangerous as the foamy race of ocean surges green, and haunted as a robber path, through wilderness or wood, for might and right, and woe and wrath, between our spirits stood. I dangers dared, I hindrance scorned, I omens did defy, whatever menaced, harassed, warned, I passed impetuous by. On sped my rainbow, fast as light, I flew as in a dream, far glorious rose upon my sight. That child of shower and gleam, still bright on clouds of suffering dim, shines that soft solemn joy. Nor care I now, how dense and grim, disasters gather nigh. I care not in this moment sweet, though all I have rushed o'er should come, on pinions strong and fleet, proclaiming vengeance sore. Though haughty hate should strike me down, right, bar approach to me, and grinding might, with furious frown, swear endless enmity. My love has placed her little hand, with noble faith in mine, and vowed that wedlock's sacred band our natures shall entwine. My love is sworn with sealing kiss, with me to live, to die. I've at last my nameless bliss, as I love, loved am I. He rose and came to me, his face kindled, his eyes flashing with tenderness and passion. I quailed, then rallied. I wouldn't have a soft scene or daring demonstration. I stood in peril of both, so I sharpened my tongue. As he reached me, I asked sharply, "Who are you going to marry now?" A strange question from my darling Jane. It's natural. You talked of your future wife dying with you. What pagan idea is that? I've no intention of dying with you. All I long for is that you live with me. Death isn't for such as you. I've as much right to die when my time comes as you. But I'll wait, not be hurried away in a sati. Would you forgive me for the selfish idea? Prove it with a kiss? No, I'd rather be excused. He called me a hard little thing and said any other woman would have melted at such stanzas. I assured him I was naturally hard, very flinty, and he'd often find me so. I was determined to show him the rugged points of my character before the 4 weeks passed, so he'd know what bargain he'd made while there was still time to rescind it. Will you be quiet and talk rationally? I'll be quiet if you like. And as for talking rationally, I think I am. He fretted and fumed. Good, I thought. You may fidget, but this is the best plan. I love you more than I can say, but I won't sink into sentiment. With repartee, I'll keep you at a distance best for us both. I worked him up to irritation until he retired to the other end of the room. Then I rose, said good night, sir, in my usual respectful tone, and slipped out. I kept to this system throughout the probation period, with success. He was kept rather cross, but I could see he was entertained. A lamb-like submission would have pleased his judgment less. In others' presence, I was deferential as before. Only in our evening talks did I thwart him. He continued to send for me at 7 sharp, but now his terms were provoking puppet, malicious elf, sprite, for caresses. I got grimaces, for a hand pressure, a pinch, for a kiss, a tweak of the ear. It was all right. I preferred these fierce favors to anything tender. Mrs. Fairfax approved. Her anxiety vanished. Mr. Rochester said I was wearing him to skin and bone and threatened vengeance. I laughed privately. I can keep you in check now, and I will hereafter. Yet my task wasn't easy. Often I'd rather have pleased than teased him. My future husband was becoming my whole world, more than the world, almost my hope of heaven. He stood between me and every thought of religion, like an eclipse between man and the sun. In those days, I could not see God for his creature, whom I had made my idol. Chapter 25. The month of courtship was over, its final hours were slipping away. Tomorrow, the bridal day, could not be postponed. All preparations were complete. At least, I had nothing left to do. My trunks stood packed, locked, and corded along the wall of my small room. By this time tomorrow, they'd be well on their way to London. And so would I, or rather, not I, but someone named Jane Rochester, a person I did not yet know. Only the address cards remained to be nailed on. 4 little squares lay on the drawer. Mr. Rochester himself had written on each. Mrs. Rochester, Hotel, London. I couldn't bring myself to attach them. Mrs. Rochester didn't exist yet. She wouldn't be born until tomorrow, sometime after 8 in the morning. I'd wait to be sure she'd entered the world alive before assigning her that property. In the closet opposite my dressing table, garments said to be hers had already displaced my plain lowered dress and straw bonnet. That wedding outfit, the pearl-colored robe, the airy veil hanging from the usurped portmanteau, did not belong to me. I shut the closet door to hide the strange ghostly attire inside, which at this evening hour, 9 o'clock, seemed to shimmer through the shadows of my room. "I'll leave you alone, white dream," I whispered. "I'm feverish. I hear the wind. I'll go outside and feel it." It wasn't just the rush of preparations making me restless, nor the anticipation of the great change, the new life beginning tomorrow. Both played their part, but a third cause troubled me more. Something had happened that I couldn't understand, something only I had seen the night before. Mr. Rochester had been away from home and hadn't yet returned. Business had called him to a small estate he owned, 30 miles off, matters he needed to settle before leaving England. I waited eagerly for his return, longing to unburden my mind and seek an explanation for the enigma haunting me. I went out to the orchard, driven there by the wind, which had blown strong and steady from the south all day without bringing rain. As night fell, it only grew wilder, deepening its roar. The trees bent steadily northward, branches scarcely stirring. Clouds raced across the sky, mass upon mass. Not a glimpse of blue had been visible all day. There was a wild pleasure in running before the wind, surrendering my troubled thoughts to the measureless air thundering through space. I descended the laurel walk and faced the wreck of the chestnut tree. It stood black and split, the trunk riven down the middle, gaping ghastly. The two halves were still joined at the base, held together by firm roots, though the life between them was destroyed. The sap would flow no more. The great boughs on each side were dead. Next winter's storms would surely fell one, or both. Yet for now, they formed one tree. A ruin, but an entire ruin. "You did right to hold fast to each other," I said, as if the splinters could hear me. "Scorched and scarred as you are, there must still be a little life in you, rising from those faithful roots. You'll never have green leaves again, never hear birds sing in your boughs. The time of pleasure and love is over, but you're not alone. You have a comrade in decay." As I looked up, the moon appeared momentarily in the part of the sky framed by the fissure. Her disk was blood red and half obscured. She seemed to cast one bewildered, dreary glance at me before burying herself again in cloud. The wind dropped briefly around Thornfield, but far away, over wood and water, came a wild, melancholy wail. It sounded so sad that I turned and walked on. I wandered through the orchard, gathering apples strewn thickly around the tree roots, separating ripe from unripe, carrying them inside to the storeroom. Then I went to the library to see if the fire was lit. Though summer, I knew on such a gloomy evening Mr. Rochester would want a cheerful hearth when he returned. Yes, it burned well. I placed his armchair near it, wheeled the table close, drew the curtain, had candles brought in. More restless than ever, I couldn't sit still once all was arranged. The little clock in the room and the old hall clock struck 10 together. "How late it's grown," I said aloud. "I'll go down to the gates. There's moonlight sometimes. I can see a good way along the road. He might be coming now. Meeting him will spare me some minutes of suspense." The wind roared in the great trees enclosing the gates, but the road, as far as I could see, was still and empty. Only the shadows of clouds crossed it now and then when the moon broke through, a long, pale line, unbroken by any moving speck. A foolish tear blurred my vision, a tear of disappointment and impatience. Ashamed, I wiped it away. I lingered. The moon withdrew completely behind dense cloud. The night darkened, Rain began to drive fast on the gale. "I wish he would come," I whispered, seized by a dark foreboding. I'd expected him before tea. Now it was fully night. What could be keeping him? Had something happened? The event of last night returned to me. I saw it as a warning. My hopes felt too bright to be real. I'd enjoyed so much bliss lately. Perhaps my fortune had peaked and must now decline. I couldn't go back inside. I couldn't sit by the fire while he was out in this weather. Better to tire my limbs than strain my heart. I'd go forward to meet him. I set out, walking fast but not far. Before I'd gone a quarter mile, I heard hoofbeats. A horseman came at a gallop, a dog running beside him. Away with evil presentiment, it was him. There he was, mounted on Mesroer, pilot following. He saw me. The moon had opened a blue field in the sky, and he rode in its watery light. He took off his hat and waved it. I ran to meet him. "There?" he called, stretching out his hand, bending from the saddle. "You can't do without me, I see. Step on my boot. Give me both hands. Up." I obeyed. Joy made me agile. I sprang up before him. He kissed me heartily in welcome, his triumph palpable. He checked himself. "But is something wrong, Janet, that you come to meet me so late?" "No. I just thought you'd never come. I couldn't bear to wait inside, especially in this rain and wind. Rain and wind, indeed. You're dripping like a mermaid. Pull my cloak around you. But you're feverish, Jane. Your cheek and hand are burning. Again, is something the matter?" "Nothing now." "I'm neither afraid nor unhappy. Then you have been both?" "A little. I'll tell you later. You'll probably laugh at me. I'll laugh heartily when tomorrow's past. Till then I dare not, my prize isn't certain. This is you, who've been as slippery as an eel this past month, as thorny as a briar rose. I couldn't lay a finger on you without being pricked, and now I seem to have gathered a stray lamb in my arms. Did you wander out of the fold to seek your shepherd, Jane?" "I wanted you, but don't boast. Here we are at Thornfield. Let me down." He helped me onto the pavement. As John took his horse, Mr. Rochester followed me inside and told me to change into something dry and meet him in the library. He stopped me at the staircase, making me promise not to be long. I wasn't. In 5 minutes, I rejoined him. He was at supper. "Sit with me, Jane," he said. "Please God, this is the last meal but one you'll eat at Thornfield Hall for a long time." I sat near him but said I couldn't eat. "Is it the journey ahead? Thoughts of London?" "I can't see my prospects clearly tonight. Everything feels unreal, except me. I'm substantial enough. Touch me. You, sir, are the most phantom-like of all. You're a dream." He held out his hand, laughing. "Is this a dream?" He placed it close to my eyes. A strong, muscular hand, a long, vigorous arm. "Yes, even touching it, it's a dream." I put it down. "Have you finished, sir?" "Yes, Jane." I rang for the tray to be taken away. When we were alone again, I stirred the fire and took a low seat at his knee. "It's nearly midnight." "Yes, but remember, you promised to stay awake with me the night before our wedding." "I did, and I'll keep my promise, for an hour or two at least." "I've no wish to sleep. Are all your arrangements complete?" "All, sir, and mine as well," he said. "Everything's settled. We leave Thornfield tomorrow, half an hour after returning from church." "Very well." "Very well," he echoed, studying me. "What an extraordinary smile, and such color in your cheeks. Your eyes are glittering strangely." "Are you well?" "I believe so." "Believe? What's the matter? Tell me what you feel." "I can't, sir." No words could explain. "I wish this hour would never end. Who knows what the next may bring?" "This is nerves, Jane. You're overexcited or tired. Do you feel calm and happy, sir?" "Calm? No, but happy, to the core." I looked up at his face, ardent and flushed. "Give me your confidence, Jane," he urged. "Relieve your mind. What do you fear? That I won't be a good husband?" "That thought is farthest from my mind." "Are you apprehensive of the new life? The world you're entering?" "No. You puzzle me. Your sorrowful, audacious look perplexes and pains me. I want an explanation." "Then listen, sir. You were away last night?" "I was. You hinted earlier at something that happened in my absence. Nothing important, I hope, but it's clearly disturbed you." "Let me hear." "Did Mrs. Fairfax say something? Overhear the servants? Has your pride been hurt?" "No, sir." The clock struck 12. I waited until the chimes faded. All day yesterday, I was busy and happy. I'm not troubled by fears of a new life. I think it glorious to hope for a life with you, because I love you. I held up a hand as he moved to caress me. "No, let me talk. Yesterday, I trusted in Providence, believed events were working for our good. It was a fine day, you remember? Calm air and sky. After tea, I walked a little, thinking of you. I imagined you so near, I scarcely missed you. I thought of the life ahead. Your life, sir, more expansive and stirring than mine, as the sea is deeper than a brook. I wondered why moralists call this world a dreary wilderness. For me, it blossomed like a rose. I took a breath. At sunset, the air turned cold, the sky cloudy. I went in. Sophie called me upstairs to see my wedding dress. Under it in the box, I found your present, the veil you sent for from London. I smiled, unfolding it, thinking how I'd tease you about your aristocratic tastes, trying to mask your plebeian bride as a peeress. I imagined bringing down the plain veil I'd prepared myself, and asking if it wasn't good enough for a woman who brought no fortune, beauty, or connections. I could see your proud, Republican reply. Your haughty refusal to marry for wealth or status. How well you read me, you witch, he interjected. But what did you find in the veil besides embroidery? Poison? A dagger? You look so mournful. Nothing but Fairfax Rochester's pride. And that doesn't scare me. I'm used to the demon. But as it grew dark, the wind rose. Not wild like now, but with a sullen moaning sound. Far more eerie. I wished you were home. I came into this room. The empty chair and cold hearth chilled me. I couldn't sleep. A sense of anxious excitement distressed me. The gale seemed to muffle a mournful sound. At first, I couldn't tell if it was inside or out, but it came with every lull. A distant dog howling. I was glad when it stopped. I met his gaze. When I slept, I dreamed of a dark, gusty night. I still wished to be with you, but felt a strange, regretful consciousness of a barrier between us. In my first sleep, I followed windings of an unknown road in total darkness. Rain pelted me. I was burdened with a little child, too young and feeble to walk, shivering in my arms, wailing in my ear. You were far ahead on the road. I strained to overtake you, tried to call your name, but my movements were fettered, my voice died away, and you withdrew further every moment. And these dreams weigh on you now, with me here? Little nervous creature, forget visionary woe, think of real happiness. You say you love me, Janet. You can't deny it. I heard you clearly. I think it is a glorious thing to have the hope of living with you, Edward, because I love you. Do you love me, Jane? Repeat it. I do, sir, with my whole heart. He was silent a moment. It's strange, that sentence pierced me painfully. Why? Because you said it with such earnest, religious energy? Because the way you look at me now is the very sublime of faith and devotion. It's too much, as if some spirit is near me. Look wicked, Jane, as you know how. Smile one of your wild, provoking smiles. Tell me you hate me. Tease me, vex me. Do anything but move me. I'd rather be angered than saddened. I'll vex you soon enough. But hear me to the end. I thought you'd told me all. I thought the dream was the source. I shook my head. What? More? I warn you, I'll be skeptical. Go on. His disquiet surprised me, but I continued. I dreamed again. Thornfield Hall was a dreary ruin, a retreat for bats and owls. Of all the stately front, only a shell-like wall remained, high and fragile. On a moonlight night, I wandered through the grass-grown enclosure. I stumbled over a marble hearth, a fallen cornice. Wrapped in a shawl, I still carried the unknown child. I couldn't put it down, however tired my arms, however it impeded me. I heard a horse galloping in the distance. You, departing for many years, a distant country. With frantic haste, I climbed the thin wall, eager to catch a glimpse of you from the top. Stones rolled under my feet. Ivy gave way. The child clung to my neck in terror, almost strangling me. At last I reached the summit. I saw you like a speck on a white track, growing smaller. The wind blew so strong I couldn't stand. I sat on the narrow ledge, hushing the scared infant. You turned a bend in the road. I bent for a last look. The wall crumbled. I was shaken. The child rolled from my knee. I lost my balance, fell, and woke. Now, Jane, that's all the preface. The tale is yet to come. On waking, a gleam dazzled my eyes. I thought it was daylight, but I was wrong. It was candlelight. I suppose Sophie had come in. There was a light on the dressing table, and the closet door, where I'd hung my wedding dress and veil, stood open. I heard rustling. Sophie, what are you doing? No answer. A form emerged from the closet, took the light, held it aloft, and surveyed the garments. Sophie, I cried again. Silence. I rose in bed, leaned forward, first surprise, then bewilderment, then cold dread. Mr. Rochester? It wasn't Sophie. It wasn't Leah, or Mrs. Fairfax. It wasn't even Grace Poole. It must have been one of them. No, sir. I swear it. The shape before me had never crossed my eyes within Thornfield before. The height, the contour. Both were new. Describe it. A woman, tall and large, with thick dark hair hanging long down her back. Her dress was white and straight, whether gown, sheet, or shroud. I couldn't tell. Did you see her face? Not at first, but she took my veil, held it up, gazed at it long, then threw it over her own head and turned to the mirror. In the dark oblong glass, I saw the reflection clearly, and fearful and ghastly. Oh, sir, I've never seen a face like it. Discolored savage. I wish I could forget the roll of those red eyes. The blackened, swollen features. Ghosts are usually pale, Jane. This was purple, lips swollen and dark, brow furrowed, black eyebrows raised over bloodshot eyes. Shall I tell you what it reminded me of? Go on. The foul German spectre, the vampire. Ah, what did it do? It removed my veil from its gaunt head, rent it in two, flung both pieces on the floor, and trampled them. And then? It drew aside the curtain and looked out. Perhaps it saw dawn approaching, for it took the candle and retreated to the door. Just at my bedside it stopped. The fiery eyes glared at me. She thrust the candle close to my face and extinguished it under my eyes. I felt her wild visage flaming over mine, and I lost consciousness. Only the second time in my life terror has made me faint. Who was with you when you revived? No one. It was broad day. I rose, bathed my face, drank water. Though weakened, I wasn't ill. I determined to tell no one but you. Now, sir, who and what was that woman? The creature of an overstimulated brain. That's certain. I must be careful with you, my treasure. Nerves like yours weren't made for rough handling. Sir, my nerves weren't at fault. The thing was real. The transaction actually took place, and your previous dreams. Were they real too? Is Thornfield a ruin? Am I severed from you by insuperable obstacles? Leaving you without a tear or a word? Not yet. Am I about to? The day that binds us indissolubly has already dawned. Once united, these mental terrors won't recur. I guarantee it. Mental terrors? I wish I could believe they were only that, especially since even you can't explain that awful visitor. Since I can't, Jane, it must have been unreal. But when I told myself that this morning and looked around the room in full daylight for courage, there, on the carpet, I saw what gave the lie to my hypothesis. The veil, torn from top to bottom in two halves, I felt him start and shudder. He flung his arms around me. Thank God, he breathed. If anything malignant came near you last night, only the veil was harmed. To think what might have happened. He held me so tightly I could scarcely breathe. After a silence, he continued more cheerfully. Now, Janet, I'll explain. It was half dream, half reality. A woman did enter your room, Grace Poole. You call her strange yourself. In a state between sleeping and waking, you noticed her entrance and actions. But feverish as you were, you gave her a goblin appearance. The wild hair, swollen face, exaggerated stature. Fragments of nightmare. The tearing of the veil was real, and like her. I see you'd ask why I keep such a woman here. When we've been married a year and a day, I'll tell you, but not now. Are you satisfied? Do you accept my solution? I reflected. It did seem the only possible one. Satisfied, not truly. But to please him, I forced a contented smile. It was long past one. I rose to leave. Doesn't Sophie sleep with Adele in the nursery? He asked as I lit my candle. Yes, there's room in Adele's bed for you. Share it with her tonight. No wonder the incident made you nervous. I'd rather you didn't sleep alone. Promise me you'll go to the nursery. I will, sir, and lock the door from inside. Wake Sophie when you go up. Ask her to rouse you early. You must be dressed and breakfasted before 8. Now, no more dark thoughts. Chase care away, Janet. Don't you hear how soft the wind has grown? The rain stopped. He lifted the curtain. It's a lovely night. It was. Half the sky was pure and stainless. Clouds, driven by the westerly wind, filed eastward in long, silvered columns. The moon shone peacefully. Well, he said, gazing into my eyes, how is my Janet now? The night is serene, sir. And so am I, and you'll dream not of separation and sorrow, but of happy love and blissful union. His prediction was only half fulfilled. I didn't dream of sorrow, but neither did I dream of joy, because I never slept at all. With little Adele in my arms, I watched the tranquil, passionless, innocent slumber of childhood and waited for the coming day. All my life was awake and astir in me. As soon as the sun rose, I rose too. I remember Adele clung to me as I left her. I remember kissing her, loosening her little hands from my neck, crying over her with strange emotion. I left her because I feared my sobs would break her peaceful rest. She seemed the emblem of my past life, and he, whom I now dressed to meet, was the dreaded, adored symbol of my unknown future. Chapter 26. Sophie arrived at 7 to help me dress, but she took so long that Mr. Rochester, growing impatient, sent someone up to ask why I hadn't come down. She was just pinning my veil, that simple square piece of lace, into my hair with a brooch. As soon as I could, I slipped away from her hands. "Wait," she called out in French. "Look at yourself in the mirror. You haven't even glanced." So I turned at the door. In the glass stood a robed and veiled figure, so unlike myself, it felt like looking at a stranger. "Jane," a voice called from below, and I hurried down. Mr. Rochester was waiting at the foot of the stairs. "You lingerer," he said, his voice low with impatience. "My mind is on fire, and you keep me waiting." He led me into the dining room, his eyes sweeping over me intently. "Lovely as a lily," he murmured. "Not just the pride of my life, but everything my eyes could ever want." Then, telling me I had only 10 minutes to eat, he rang the bell. A footman, one of the newer servants, appeared. "Is the carriage ready, John?" "Yes, sir. And the luggage?" "They're bringing it down now, sir. Go to the church, see if Mr. Wood and the clerk are there, then come back and tell me. The church was just beyond the gates." The footman returned quickly. "Mr. Wood is in the vestry, sir, putting on his robe. And the carriage? The horses are being harnessed. We won't need it to get there, but I want it ready the moment we return. All the luggage strapped on, the coachman in his seat." "Yes, sir. And Jane, are you ready?" I stood. There were no bridesmaids, no groomsmen, no family to arrange, only Mr. Rochester and me. As we passed through the hall, Mrs. Fairfax stood there. I wanted to speak to her, but his hand closed around mine like iron, his stride so swift I could barely keep up. One look at his face told me he would tolerate no delay. I wondered if any groom had ever looked like that, so fiercely intent, so grimly resolved. Beneath that stern brow, his eyes burned. I didn't notice whether the day was bright or gloomy. Walking down the drive, I saw neither sky nor earth. My heart was in my eyes, and both seemed fixed on him. I tried to see what invisible thing held his gaze as we walked, something he faced with a fierce, almost savage, focus. I wanted to know the thoughts he seemed to be wrestling with, breasting like a tide. At the churchyard gate, he stopped, noticing I was breathless. "Am I cruel in my love?" he asked softly. "Rest a moment. Lean on me, Jane." And now I remember it clearly, the gray old church rising calmly before us, a rook circling the steeple, a ruddy morning sky beyond. I recall the green grave mounds and two strangers wandering among them, reading the inscriptions on mossy headstones. I noticed them because, when they saw us, they slipped around to the back of the church. No doubt they meant to enter through the side aisle and watch the ceremony. Mr. Rochester didn't see them. He was looking intently at my face, from which the blood had surely drained. My forehead felt damp, my cheeks and lips cold. When I steadied myself, he walked gently with me up the path to the porch. We entered the quiet, humble church. The priest stood at the simple altar in his white robe, the clerk beside him. All was still. Only two shadows moved in a distant corner. The strangers had slipped in before us. They stood now by the Rochester vault, their backs to us, looking through the rails at an old time-stained marble tomb. A kneeling angel guarded the remains of Damer de Rochester, killed at Marston Moor during the Civil Wars, and of his wife Elizabeth. We took our place at the communion rail. I heard a careful step behind me and glanced back. One of the strangers, a gentleman, was approaching up the chancel. The service began. The opening words on the intent of marriage were spoken, and then the clergyman stepped forward, leaning slightly toward Mr. Rochester. "I require and charge you both," he said, "as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment when the secrets of all hearts shall be revealed, that if either of you knows any impediment why you may not lawfully be joined in marriage, you confess it now. For be assured, those joined otherwise than God's word allows are not joined by God, nor is their marriage lawful." He paused, as was customary. When is that pause ever broken? Perhaps once in 100 years. The clergyman, who hadn't lifted his eyes from his book, took a breath and continued. He stretched his hand toward Mr. Rochester, his lips parting to ask, "Wilt thou have this woman for thy wedded wife?" When a clear, close voice spoke, "The marriage cannot go on." I declare the existence of an impediment. The clergyman looked up at the speaker and stood silent. The clerk did the same. Mr. Rochester shifted slightly, as if an earthquake had rolled beneath his feet. He steadied himself but didn't turn his head. "Proceed," he said. A deep silence followed the word, spoken low but firm. Finally, Mr. Wood said, "I cannot proceed without investigating what has been claimed, without evidence of its truth or falsehood." "The ceremony is broken off," the voice behind us added. "I can prove my allegation. An insuperable impediment exists." Mr. Rochester heard but didn't react. He stood stubborn, rigid, motionless except for the hand that gripped mine. How hot and strong his grasp was, and how like carved marble his pale, firm face appeared just then. His eyes shone, watchful and wild. Mr. Wood seemed uncertain. What is the nature of this impediment? Perhaps it can be overcome, explained? Hardly, replied the voice. I called it insuperable, and I meant it. The speaker came forward and leaned on the rail. He spoke each word clearly, calmly, steadily. It consists simply in the existence of a prior marriage. Mr. Rochester has a wife now living. My nerves trembled to those quietly spoken words as they never had to thunder. I felt a subtle violence in my blood, unlike anything frost or fire had ever stirred. But I stayed calm, steady. I looked at Mr. Rochester. I made him look at me. His face was like colorless stone. His eye was both spark and flint. He denied nothing. He seemed ready to defy the world. Without speaking, smiling, or even seeming to recognize me as human, he wrapped his arm around my waist and held me fast against his side. Who are you? He demanded of the intruder. My name is Briggs, a solicitor from London, and you mean to force a wife on me? I mean to remind you of your wife's existence, sir. The law recognizes her, even if you do not, then give me an account of her name, her parentage, where she lives. Certainly. Mr. Briggs calmly drew a paper from his pocket and read in an official, nasal tone. I affirm and can prove that on the 20th of October, 15 years ago, Edward Fairfax Rochester of Thornfield Hall and Ferndean Manor was married to my sister, Bertha Antoinetta Mason, daughter of Jonas Mason, merchant, and Antoinetta his wife, a Creole, at the church in Spanish Town, Jamaica. The marriage record exists in that church's register. A copy is in my possession. Signed Richard Mason, that, if genuine, may prove I was married, Mr. Rochester said coldly. It does not prove the woman mentioned is still living. She was living 3 months ago, the lawyer replied. How do you know? I have a witness to the fact. Even you, sir, will not easily disprove his testimony. Produce him, or go to hell. I will produce him first. He is here. Mr. Mason, step forward. At that name, Mr. Rochester clenched his teeth. A convulsive shiver passed through him. Standing so close, I felt the tremor of fury or despair in his frame. The second stranger, who had lingered in the background, now approached. A pale face appeared over the lawyer's shoulder. Yes, it was Mason himself. Mr. Rochester turned and glared. His eyes, usually so dark, now held a tawny, almost bloody light. His face flushed, the olive cheek and colorless forehead glowing as if from some inner fire. He stirred, lifted his strong arm. He could have struck Mason down, dashed him against the floor. But Mason shrank back and cried faintly. Good God! Contempt cooled Mr. Rochester's passion like a blight. What do you have to say? He asked. Mason's lips moved soundlessly. Speak clearly, man. I demand an answer. Sir, the clergyman interrupted gently. Remember, you are in a sacred place. Then to Mason, are you aware, sir, whether this gentleman's wife is still living? Courage, urged the lawyer. Speak out. She lives at Thornfield Hall, Mason said more clearly now. I saw her there last April. I am her brother. At Thornfield Hall? The clergyman exclaimed. Impossible. I'm an old resident here, and I have never heard of a Mrs. Rochester at Thornfield. A grim smile touched Mr. Rochester's lips. No, by God. I made sure no one heard of her, or of that name. He was silent for a long moment, thinking. Then he announced, Enough. It all comes out now, like a bullet from a barrel. Wood, close your book and remove your robe. John Green, leave the church. There will be no wedding today. The man obeyed. Mr. Rochester went on, hard and reckless. Bigamy is an ugly word. I intended to be a bigamist, but fate outmaneuvered me. Or Providence stopped me. Right now, I am little better than a devil, and, as my pastor would tell me, I deserve the sternest judgment of God. Gentlemen, my plan is shattered. What this lawyer and his client say is true. I have been married, and the woman I married still lives. You say you've never heard of a Mrs. Rochester? Up at the house. Would. But I dare say you've listened to gossip about the mysterious lunatic kept there under guard. Some whispered she was my bastard half-sister, some a cast-off mistress. I tell you now, she is my wife, married 15 years ago, Bertha Mason. Sister to this trembling man here, who shows you how bravely some men bear their fear. Cheer up, Dick. I won't strike you. I'd sooner hit a woman. Bertha Mason is mad. She comes from a mad family, idiots and maniacs for 3 generations. Her mother, the Creole, was both mad and a drunkard, as I discovered after I married the daughter. They kept their family secrets well. Bertha, dutiful child, followed her mother in both. So I had a charming partner, pure, wise, modest. You can imagine my happiness. I have lived through rich scenes. Oh, my experience has been heavenly, if only you knew. But I owe you no more explanation. Briggs, Wood, Mason, I invite you all to come up to the house and see Mrs. Poole's patient, my wife. You will see what I was tricked into marrying, and judge whether I had the right to break that bond and seek something human. This girl, he said, looking at me, knew nothing of this disgusting secret. She believed everything was fair and legal. She never dreamed she was being drawn into a false marriage with a man already bound to a mad, brutish partner. Come, all of you. Follow. Still holding me tight, he left the church. The 3 men followed. At the front door of Thornfield, the carriage stood waiting. Take it back to the coach, House John, Mr. Rochester said coolly. It won't be needed today. Inside, Mrs. Fairfax, Adele, Sophie, and Leah came forward to greet us. Turn around, all of you, Mr. Rochester called. Away with your congratulations? Who wants them? Not I. They're 15 years too late. He passed through, still holding my hand, still signaling the others to follow. We climbed the stairs to the 3rd story. He unlocked the low black door with his master key, and we entered the tapestried room with its great bed and carved cabinet. You know this place, Mason, he said. She bit and stabbed you here. He drew back the wall hangings, revealing a 2nd door. This, too, he opened. Inside was a windowless room, lit by a fire behind a high fender and a lamp hanging from the ceiling. Grace Poole bent over the fire, stirring something in a saucepan. In the deep shadows at the far end, a figure paced back and forth. At first glance, you couldn't tell if it was beast or human. It crawled on all 4s, snatched and growled like a wild animal, but it was dressed in clothing, and a wild mane of dark, grizzled hair hid its face. Good morning, Mrs. Poole, Mr. Rochester said. How are you? And how is your charge today? We're tolerable, sir, thank you, Grace replied, moving the pot carefully onto the hob. A bit snappish, but not raging. A fierce cry seemed to contradict her. The clothed hyena rose up, standing tall on its hind feet. Ah, sir, she sees you, Grace exclaimed. You'd better not stay. Only a moment, Grace. Just a moment, then take care, sir. For God's sake, take care, the maniac bellowed. She pushed the shaggy hair from her face and stared wildly at her visitors. I recognized that purple face, those bloated features. Mrs. Poole stepped forward. Stay back, Mr. Rochester said, pushing her aside. She has no knife now, I assume, and I'm on guard. One never knows what she has, sir. She's cunning. No one can fathom her craft. We should leave, Mason whispered. Go to the devil, was his brother-in-law's reply. Watch out, cried Grace. The 3 men stepped back at once. Mr. Rochester threw me behind him. The lunatic sprang forward and grabbed his throat viciously, sinking her teeth into his cheek. They struggled. She was a large woman, almost as tall as he was, and stout besides. She showed brutal strength. More than once she almost choked him, athletic as he was. He could have ended it with a blow, but he wouldn't strike her. He only wrestled. Finally, he pinned her arms. Grace Poole handed him a cord, and he bound them behind her back. With more rope at hand, he tied her to a chair. The whole scene was filled with fierce yells and convulsive thrashing. Then Mr. Rochester turned to the spectators. He looked at them with a smile that was both bitter and desolate. This is my wife, he said. This is the only conjugal embrace I will ever know. These are the endearments meant to comfort my hours. And this, he added, laying his hand on my shoulder, is what I wanted. This young girl, standing so grave and quiet at the mouth of hell, calmly watching a demon's gambols. I wanted her as a change after that fierce creature. Wood and Briggs, look at the difference. Compare these clear eyes with the red ones there, this face with that mask, this form with that bulk. Then judge me, priest and man of law, and remember, with what judgment you judge, you will be judged. Now go. I must shut up my prize. We all withdrew. Mr. Rochester stayed a moment to give Grace further instructions. As we descended the stairs, the lawyer spoke to me. You, madam, are free from all blame. Your uncle will be glad to hear it, if he is still living. When Mr. Mason returns to Madeira? My uncle? You know him? Mr. Mason does. Mr. Eyre has been the financial correspondent of his firm for years. When your uncle received your letter about your intended marriage to Mr. Rochester, Mr. Mason, who was staying in Madeira for his health, was with him. Your uncle shared the news, knowing Mason was acquainted with a gentleman named Rochester. Mason, shocked and distressed, revealed the truth. I'm sorry to say your uncle is now on a sickbed. Given his decline, it's unlikely he will recover. He couldn't come to England himself to save you from this trap, but he begged Mason to act quickly. Mason came to me. I moved as fast as I could. Thank God I was not too late. You must be thankful as well. If I weren't certain your uncle will have passed before you could reach him, I'd urge you to go with Mason to Madeira. As it is, I advise you to remain in England until you hear further. Is there anything else? He asked Mason. No, let us go, Mason replied anxiously. Without waiting to say goodbye to Mr. Rochester, they left through the hall door. The clergyman lingered a moment to speak a few words of admonition to his proud parishioner. Then he too departed. I heard him go as I stood at the half-open door of my room, where I had withdrawn. Once the house was quiet, I shut myself in, fastened the bolt, and began, not to weep, not to mourn. I was too calm for that, but mechanically to remove my wedding dress and put on the plain gown I'd worn yesterday, thinking then it would be for the last time. I sat down, weak and tired, leaning my arms on a table, my head resting on them. And now, I thought. Until that moment, I had only heard, seen, moved, followed where I was led or dragged, watched event crash upon event, disclosure after disclosure. But now, I thought, the morning had been quiet enough, except for that brief, violent scene with the lunatic. The transaction in the church wasn't noisy. There had been no explosion of passion, no loud argument, no tears. A few words were spoken, a calm objection raised, stern questions asked, answers given, evidence shown. My master had openly admitted the truth. Then we saw the living proof. The intruders left. And it was over. I was in my room, unchanged on the outside. Nothing had struck me, scarred me, or broken me. And yet, where was the Jane Eyre of yesterday? Where was her life? Her future? Jane Eyre, who had been an ardent, hopeful woman, almost a bride, was once again a cold, solitary girl. Her life felt pale. Her future, desolate. A Christmas frost had come at midsummer. A white December storm had whirled through June. Ice glazed the ripe apples. Drifts crushed the blooming roses. The hayfield lay under a frozen shroud. Lanes that last night were full of flowers were now pathless with snow. Woods that 12 hours before had been leafy and fragrant now spread wild and white like pine forests in a Norwegian winter. My hopes were dead, struck by a subtle doom, like that which fell on Egypt's firstborn in a single night. I looked at my cherished wishes, so blooming yesterday. Now they lay stark, chill, lifeless. I looked at my love, that feeling my master had created in me. It shivered in my heart like a suffering child in a cold cradle. Sickness and anguish had seized it. It could not seek Mr. Rochester's arms. It could not draw warmth from his breast. Oh, it could never turn to him again. Faith was blighted, confidence destroyed. Mr. Rochester was not to me what he had been, because he was not what I had believed. I wouldn't call him vicious. I wouldn't say he betrayed me. But the quality of stainless truth was gone from my idea of him, and I knew I must leave him. When, how, to where, I didn't yet know, but I didn't doubt he would hurry me away from Thornfield. Real affection, it seemed, he could not have for me. It had been only a fitful passion, now thwarted. He would want me no more. I would fear even to cross his path now. The sight of me must be hateful to him. Oh, how blind I had been, how weak. My eyes closed. Darkness seemed to swim around me, thoughts flowing black and confused. I felt abandoned, relaxed, effortless, as if lying down in the dried-up bed of a great river. I heard a flood loosened in distant mountains. I felt the torrent coming. I had no will to rise, no strength to flee. I lay faint, longing for death. Only one idea still pulsed within me, a memory of God. It gave birth to an unspoken prayer, words wandering in my rayless mind. Be not far from me, for trouble is near. There is none to help, it was near. And because I had lifted no plea to heaven to avert it, because I hadn't folded my hands or bent my knees or moved my lips, it came. In full, heavy swing, the torrent poured over me. The whole consciousness of my life forsaken, my love lost, my hope quenched, my faith struck dead, swayed above me in one sullen mass. That bitter hour cannot be described. Truly, the waters came into my soul. I sank into deep mire. I felt no footing. I came into deep waters. The floods overflowed me. Chapter 27. Sometime in the afternoon, I lifted my head. The setting sun was painting golden signs of its decline across the wall. What am I to do? I whispered into the quiet. The answer came swift and terrible. Leave Thornfield at once. I covered my ears, as if I could block the thought. I cannot bear it, I said aloud. That I am not Edward's bride is the smallest part of this pain. Waking from glorious dreams to find them empty, that I could endure. But leaving him, decisively, instantly, completely, that is intolerable. I cannot do it, yet something inside me insisted that I could, and foretold that I would. I wrestled with my own resolve. I wanted to be weak, to avoid the awful path of suffering laid out before me. But my conscience turned tyrant, seizing my passion by the throat, taunting. You've only dipped your dainty foot in the mire. I will thrust you down to depths of agony you've never sounded. Then let me be torn away, I cried. Let someone else help me. No, the inner voice replied, cold and clear. You will tear yourself away. No one will help you. You must pluck out your own eye, cut off your own hand. Your heart will be the victim, and you the priest to pierce it. I rose suddenly, terrified by the solitude, haunted by so ruthless a judge, the silence filled by so awful a voice. My head swam as I stood. I realized I was sick from excitement and hunger. I'd eaten nothing all day. With a strange pang, I reflected that though I'd been shut in my room for hours, no one had come to ask after me, not even Adele, not even Mrs. Fairfax. Friends forget those whom fortune forsakes, I murmured. I undrew the bolt and stepped out, and stumbled. My head was dizzy, my sight dim. I couldn't catch myself, but I didn't fall to the floor. An outstretched arm caught me. I looked up. Mr. Rochester sat in a chair across my threshold, holding me steady. You come out at last, he said. His voice was low, strained. I've been waiting, listening. I heard not one movement, not one sob. 5 minutes more of that deathly silence, and I would have broken the lock like a burglar. So, you shun me? You shut yourself away to grieve alone? I would rather you had come to upbraid me with vehemence. You are passionate, I expected a scene. I was prepared for a hot rain of tears, only I wanted them shed on my breast, not on the senseless floor. But I see I was wrong. You haven't wept at all. Your cheek is white, your eyes faded, but there are no tears. Has your heart been weeping blood? I said nothing. Well, Jane, not a word of reproach? Nothing bitter, nothing poignant? You sit quietly and regard me with that weary, passive look. He leaned closer. Jane, I never meant to wound you like this. If a man had one little ewe lamb dear to him as a daughter, that ate from his hand and slept in his arms, and by some error he led it to slaughter, he could not rue his bloody blunder more than I rue mine. Will you ever forgive me? Reader, I forgave him then and there. There was such deep remorse in his eyes, such true pity in his tone, such manly energy in his bearing, and beneath it all, such unchanged love in his whole look and manner. I forgave him completely, not in words, not outwardly, but at the very core of my heart. After a moment, he asked wistfully, You know I am a scoundrel, Jane? He seemed to wonder at my continued silence. Yes, sir. Then tell me so roundly. Don't spare me, I cannot. I am tired and sick. I want some water. He shuddered, a sigh escaping him. Then he lifted me in his arms and carried me downstairs. My vision was blurred. I didn't know where he was taking me. Soon, I felt the reviving warmth of a fire. Summer though it was, I had grown icy in my room. He put wine to my lips, I tasted it and revived. He offered me food, and soon I felt more myself. I was in the library, sitting in his chair, with him close by. If I could slip out of life now, I thought, without too sharp a pang, it would be for the best. Then I wouldn't have to tear my heart from his. But I must leave him. I don't want to, I cannot, yet I must. How are you now, Jane? Much better, sir. I shall be well soon. Taste the wine again. I obeyed. He set the glass down, stood before me, and looked at me with such intensity that he suddenly turned away with a choked exclamation. He walked fast across the room and back, then stooped as if to kiss me. I remembered. Caresses were now forbidden. I turned my face away. How is this? He exclaimed hastily. Oh, I see. You won't kiss the husband of Bertha Mason? You think my arms are filled, my embraces appropriated? At any rate, there is neither room nor claim for me, sir. Why, Jane? I'll spare you the trouble of speaking, because I have a wife already. Is that your reply? Yes. Then you must have a strange opinion of me. You must think me a plotting profligate, a base rake who simulated disinterested love to draw you into a snare, to strip you of honor and self-respect. What do you say to that? He watched me closely. You can say nothing. First, you are still faint. Second, you cannot yet accustom yourself to revile me. And third, the floodgates of tears are open. They would rush out if you spoke. You have no desire to argue or make a scene. You are thinking how to act. Talking, you believe, is useless. I know you, Jane. I am on my guard. Sir, I do not wish to act against you, I said, my unsteady voice warning me to keep it short. Not in your sense of the word, but in mine. You are scheming to destroy me. You have as good as said I am a married man, and as a married man you will shun me, keep out of my way. Just now you refuse my kiss. You intend to make yourself a stranger to me, to live here only as Adele's governess. If ever I speak a friendly word, if ever you feel inclined toward me again, you will say, that man nearly made me his mistress. I must be ice and rock to him. And ice and rock you will become. I steadied my voice. All is changed about me, sir. I must change too, there is no doubt. And to avoid fluctuations of feeling, continual combat with memories. There is only one way. Adele must have a new governess. Adele will go to school. I've settled that. Nor do I mean to torment you with the hideous associations of Thornfield Hall. This accursed place, this tent of Akan, this insolent vault offering living death to the open sky. This narrow stone hell with its one real fiend. Jane, you shall not stay here, nor will I. I was wrong ever to bring you here, knowing it was haunted. I charged them to conceal the curse of this place from you before I ever saw you, because I feared no governess would stay if they knew what inmate was housed here. My plans wouldn't permit me to move her elsewhere, though I have Ferndean Manor, more retired and hidden than this. I could have lodged her there, but the place is unhealthy, deep in a damp wood. My conscience recoiled from that arrangement. Those damp walls might soon have eased me of her charge, but each villain has his own vice. Mine is not a tendency to indirect assassination, even of what I most hate. Hiding the madwoman's presence from you was like covering a child with a cloak and laying it near a poison tree. Her vicinity is poisoned, and always was. But I'll shut up Thornfield. I'll nail the front door, board the lower windows. I'll give Mrs. Poole 200 a year to live here with my wife, as you call that fearful hag. Grace will do much for money. She'll have her son, the keeper at Grimsby Retreat, for company, to aid when my wife is prompted by her familiar to burn people in their beds, to stab them, to bite flesh from bones. Sir, I interrupted, you are inexorable toward that unfortunate lady. You speak with hate, vindictive antipathy. It is cruel. She cannot help being mad. Jane, my little darling, for so you are, you don't know what you're talking about. You misjudge me again. It is not because she is mad that I hate her. If you were mad, do you think I should hate you? I do, indeed, sir. Then you are mistaken. You know nothing about me, nor the sort of love I am capable of. Every atom of your flesh is as dear to me as my own. In pain and sickness, it would still be dear. Your mind is my treasure, and if it were broken, it would still be my treasure. If you raved, my arms would confine you, not a straitjacket. Your grasp, even in fury, would have a charm for me. If you flew at me as wildly as that woman did this morning, I would receive you in an embrace at least as fond as it was restrictive. I would not shrink from you with disgust as I did from her. In your quiet moments, you would have no watcher but me. I could hang over you with untiring tenderness, even if you gave me no smile in return, never weary of gazing into your eyes even if they no longer recognized me. He paused, then said more quietly, but why follow that train of thought? I was talking of removing you from Thornfield. All is prepared for prompt departure. Tomorrow you shall go. I only ask you to endure one more night under this roof, Jane, and then farewell to its miseries forever. I have a place to repair to, a secure sanctuary from hateful memories, unwelcome intrusion, falsehood, and slander. And take Adele with you, sir, I said. She will be a companion. What do you mean, Jane? I told you I would send Adele to school. What do I want with a child for a companion, and not my own child, a French dancer's bastard? Why do you importune me about her? You spoke of retirement, sir. Retirement and solitude are dull. Too dull for you. Solitude. Solitude, he reiterated with irritation. I see I must explain. I don't know what sphinx-like expression is forming on your face. You are to share my solitude. Do you understand? I shook my head, a small act of courage, given his rising agitation. He had been pacing. Now he stopped as if rooted. He looked at me long and hard. I turned my eyes to the fire, trying to appear calm. Now for the hitch in Jane's character, he said at last, more calmly than I expected. The reel of silk has run smoothly so far, but I always knew there would come a knot. Here it is. Now for vexation, exasperation, endless trouble. By God, I long to exert a fraction of Samson's strength and break this entanglement like tow. He walked again, then stopped before me. Jane, will you hear reason? He stooped, his lips near my ear. Because if you won't, I'll try violence. His voice was hoarse. He looked like a man about to burst bonds and plunge into wild license. I saw that in another moment of frenzy. I would be powerless. The present second was all I had to control him. A movement of fear would seal both our dooms. But I was not afraid. I felt an inward power, a sense of influence. The crisis was perilous, but not without its charm, like an Indian slipping over rapids in a canoe. I took his clenched hand, loosened his fingers, and said soothingly, "Sit down. I'll talk as long as you like, and hear all you have to say, whether reasonable or unreasonable." He sat, but I did not let him speak at once. I had been struggling with tears. Now I let them flow freely. If the flood annoyed him, so much the better. Soon I heard him entreating me to be composed. "I cannot while you are in such a passion," I said. "But I am not angry, Jane. I only love you too well. You had steeled your little pale face with such a resolute, frozen look. I could not endure it. Hush now, and wipe your eyes." His softened voice told me he was subdued. I, in turn, became calm. He tried to rest his head on my shoulder, but I would not permit it. He tried to draw me close. I resisted. "Jane, Jane," he said with bitter sadness that thrilled along every nerve. "You don't love me, then?" "It was only my station, my wife's rank, that you valued. Now that you think me disqualified to be your husband, you recoil as if I were a toad or an ape." The words cut me. What could I say? I was tortured by remorse at hurting him. "I do love you," I said quietly, "more than ever, but I must not show or indulge the feeling. This is the last time I will express it. The last time, Jane? Do you think you can live with me, see me daily, and if you still love me, be always cold and distant?" "No, sir." "I am certain I could not. Therefore, I see only one way. But you will be furious if I mention it. Mention it. If I storm, you have the art of weeping. Mr. Rochester, I must leave you. For how long? A few minutes, while you smooth your hair and bathe your face?" "I must leave Adele and Thornfield. I must part with you for my whole life. I must begin a new existence among strange faces and scenes." "Of course. I told you you should. I pass over the madness about parting from me. You mean you must become a part of me. As for the new existence, it is all right. You shall yet be my wife. I am not married. You shall be Mrs. Rochester in every sense. I shall keep only to you. As long as we live, you shall go to a place I have in the south of France, a white-walled villa on the Mediterranean. There you will live a happy, guarded, innocent life. Never fear I wish to lure you into error, to make you my mistress. Why do you shake your head? Jane, you must be reasonable, or I shall become frantic again." His voice and hand quivered. His nostrils flared, his eyes blazed. Still, I dared to speak. "Sir, your wife is living. You acknowledged it this morning. If I lived with you as you desire, I would be your mistress. To say otherwise is sophistry. False. Jane, I am not a gentle-tempered man. I am not long-enduring, not cool or dispassionate. Out of pity to us both, put your finger on my pulse. Feel how it throbs, and beware." He bared his wrist. The blood was leaving his cheeks and lips. They grew livid. To agitate him so deeply was cruel. To yield was impossible. Driven to extremity, I did what humans do instinctively. I looked for aid higher than man. "God help me," burst from my lips. "I am a fool," Mr. Rochester cried suddenly. "I keep telling her I am not married, and do not explain why. I forget she knows nothing of that woman's character, or the circumstances of my infernal union with her. Oh, I am certain Jane will agree with me when she knows all. Just put your hand in mine, Janet. Let me have the evidence of touch as well as sight that you are near, and I will show you the real state of the case. Can you listen?" "Yes, sir." "For hours, if you will. I ask only minutes. Jane, did you ever hear that I was not the eldest son of my house? That I once had an older brother? I remember Mrs. Fairfax told me so. And did you hear that my father was an avaricious, grasping man? I have understood something to that effect. Well, Jane, being so, he resolved to keep the property together. He could not bear dividing his estate. All must go to my brother, Roland. Yet he could not endure that a son of his should be poor. I must be provided for by a wealthy marriage. He sought me a partner early. Mr. Mason, a West India planter, was his acquaintance. He was certain Mason's possessions were vast. He learned Mason had a son and daughter, and that he would give his daughter a fortune of £30,000. That sufficed. When I left college, I was sent to Jamaica to marry a bride already courted for me. My father said nothing of her money, only that Miss Mason was the boast of Spanish Town for her beauty, which was no lie. I found her a fine woman, tall, dark, majestic, in the style of Blanche Ingram. Her family wished to secure me because I was of good race, and so did she. They showed her to me at parties, splendidly dressed. I seldom saw her alone. She flattered me, lavishly displayed her charms. All the men seemed to admire her and envy me. I was dazzled, stimulated, ignorant, raw, inexperienced. I thought I loved her. There is no folly so besotted that the rivalries of society, the rashness and blindness of youth, will not hurry a man into it. Her relatives encouraged me. Competitors piqued me. She allured me. A marriage was achieved almost before I knew where I was. Oh, I have no respect for myself when I think of that act. An agony of inward contempt masters me. I never loved, never esteemed her. I did not even know her. I had marked no modesty, benevolence, candor, or refinement in her mind or manners, and I married her. Gross, groveling blockhead that I was. My bride's mother I had never seen. I understood she was dead. After the honeymoon, I learned my mistake. She was only mad, shut in an asylum. There was a younger brother, a complete dumb idiot. The elder, whom you have seen, and whom I cannot hate, because he has some grains of affection in his feeble mind, will probably be in the same state one day. My father and brother knew all this, but thought only of the 30,000 pounds and joined in the plot against me. These were vile discoveries, but except for the treachery of concealment, I made them no reproach to my wife. Even when I found her nature wholly alien to mine, her tastes obnoxious, her mind common, low, narrow, incapable of being led higher. When I found I could not pass a single evening in comfort with her, that kindly conversation could not be sustained, because whatever topic I started received from her, a turn coarse, trite, perverse, or imbecile. When I perceived I would never have a quiet household, because no servant would bear her violent temper or absurd orders, even then I restrained myself. I tried to devour my repentance and disgust in secret. Jane, I will not trouble you with abominable details. I lived with that woman upstairs for 4 years, and her character ripened with frightful rapidity. Her vices sprang up rank, only cruelty could check them, and I would not use cruelty. Bertha Mason, true daughter of an infamous mother, dragged me through all the hideous agonies of being bound to a wife at once intemperate and unchaste. My brother died, then my father. I was rich now, yet poor to hideous indigence. A nature the most gross, impure, and depraved was associated with mine, called by law and society a part of me. I could not rid myself of it legally, for the doctors now discovered my wife was mad. Her excesses had developed insanity. Jane, you look pale. Shall I defer the rest? No, sir. Finish now. I pity you. I do earnestly pity you. Pity from some people is a noxious, insulting tribute. But your pity, Jane, is the suffering mother of love. Its anguish is the very natal pang of divine passion. I accept it. Let the daughter have free advent. My arms wait to receive her. What did you do when you found she was mad? I approached the verge of despair. A remnant of self-respect was all that kept me from the gulf. In the world's eyes, I was dishonored, but I resolved to be clean in my own sight. I repudiated the contamination of her crimes, wrenched myself from connection with her defects. Yet society associated my name with hers. I saw and heard her daily. Something of her breath mixed with the air I breathed. I remembered I had been her husband. That recollection was odious. I knew that while she lived, I could never be husband to another. Though 5 years my senior, she was robust in frame and likely to live as long as I. At 26, I was hopeless. One night I was awakened by her yells, a fiery West Indian night before a hurricane. Unable to sleep, I opened the window. The air was like sulfur streams. Mosquitoes buzzed. The sea rumbled like an earthquake. The moon set broad and red like a hot cannonball. I was influenced by the atmosphere. My ears filled with her curses. My name mingled with demon hate. No professed harlot had a fouler vocabulary. Though 2 rooms off, I heard every word. This life is hell, I said at last. This is the air of the bottomless pit. I have a right to deliver myself if I can. I knelt and unlocked a trunk containing loaded pistols. I meant to shoot myself, but only for a moment. The crisis passed. A wind fresh from Europe blew over the ocean and rushed through the casement. The storm broke, thundered, blazed, and the air grew pure. I framed a resolution. Walking under dripping orange trees, I reasoned thus. The sweet wind from Europe still whispered. The Atlantic thundered in glorious liberty. My heart, dried up and scorched, swelled and filled with living blood. My being longed for renewal. I saw hope revive. Go, said hope, live again in Europe. There, no one knows your sullied name or filthy burden. Take the maniac to England, confine her at Thornfield with due precautions. Then travel where you will, form what new tie you like. That woman is not your wife. You are not her husband. Care for her as her condition demands, and you have done all God and humanity require. Bury her identity in oblivion. Place her in safety and comfort, shelter her degradation with secrecy, and leave her. I acted on this suggestion. My father and brother had not made my marriage known. I had urged secrecy. Her conduct soon made my father blush to own her. He became as anxious to conceal it as I. To England, then, I conveyed her. A fearful voyage with such a monster. I was glad when I got her to Thornfield, safely lodged in that 3rd story room, where she has made a wild beast's den for 10 years. I hired Grace Poole for her fidelity. She and the Surgeon Carter are the only two I've admitted to my confidence. Mrs. Fairfax may have suspected, but knew no facts. Grace has been a good keeper, though her vigilance has lapsed at times. The lunatic is cunning and malignant. She has taken advantage, once to secrete a knife and stab her brother, twice to steal her key and issue forth at night. Once she tried to burn me in my bed the second time she visited you. I thank Providence she spent her fury on your wedding apparel. What might have happened I cannot bear to think. When I remember the thing that flew at my throat this morning, hanging its visage over my dove's nest, my blood curdles. He paused. I asked, "What did you do when you settled her here? Where did you go? What did I do, Jane?" I transformed into a will-o'-the-wisp. I wandered wild as the March spirit. I sought the continent, devious through all its lands. My fixed desire was to find a good, intelligent woman I could love. A contrast to the fury at Thornfield. But you could not marry, sir. I had determined I could and ought. It was not my intention to deceive you. I meant to tell my tale plainly and make my proposals openly. I believed myself free to love and be loved. I never doubted some woman would understand my case and accept me, despite my burden. Well, sir? When you are inquisitive, Jane, you always make me smile. You open your eyes like an eager bird. But before I go on, what do you mean by your well, sir? I mean, what next? How did you proceed, precisely? I can tell you whether I found anyone I liked and whether I asked her to marry me, but what she said is yet recorded in fate's book. For 10 long years I roved, St. Petersburg, Paris, Rome, Naples, Florence. With money and an old name, I could choose my society. I sought my ideal among English ladies, French countesses, Italian signoras, German Gräfinnen. I could not find her. Sometimes I thought I caught a glance, a tone, a form that realized my dream, but I was soon undeceived. I longed only for what suited me, the antipodes of the Creole. I found not one whom, warned as I was of the risks of incongruous unions, I would have asked to marry me. Disappointment made me reckless. I tried dissipation, never debauchery, that I hated. That was my Indian Messalina's attribute. Disgust at it restrained me. Yet I could not live alone. So I tried the companionship of mistresses. The first was Celine Varens. You know how that ended. She had 2 successors, an Italian Giacinta and a German Clara. Giacinta was unprincipled and violent. I tired of her in 3 months. Clara was honest and quiet, but heavy, mindless, not to my taste. I gave her a sum to set up in business and was rid of her. Jane, I see by your face you are forming an unfavorable opinion of me. I don't like you as well as I have sometimes, sir. Did it not seem wrong to live that way? First with one mistress, then another? You talk of it as matter of course. It was with me, and I did not like it. It was a groveling existence. I should never wish to return to it. Hiring a mistress is next worst to buying a slave. Both are inferior by position, and to live familiarly with inferiors is degrading. I now hate the recollection of that time. I felt the truth of his words, and drew a certain inference. If I ever became the successor of those poor girls, he would one day regard me with the same feeling that now desecrated their memory. I did not say it, but I impressed it on my heart. Now, Jane, why don't you say well, sir? Last January, rid of all mistresses, in a harsh, bitter frame from a useless, roving life, I returned to England. On a frosty winter afternoon, I rode in sight of Thornfield. Abhorred spot! I expected no peace there. On a stile in Hay Lane, I saw a quiet little figure sitting alone. I passed it negligently, with no presentiment of what it would be to me. No warning that the arbitress of my life waited there in humble guise. I did not know it even when, after Mazero's accident, it came and gravely offered help. Childish and slender creature, it seemed a linnet had hopped to my foot, proposing to bear me on its tiny wing. I was surly, but it would not go. It stood by me with strange perseverance, spoke with authority. I must be aided by that hand, and aided I was. When I pressed that frail shoulder, something new stole into my frame. I learned this elf belonged to my house below. That night, I heard you come home. The next day I observed you unseen. You played with Adele in the gallery. It was snowy, you could not go out. I watched from my ajar door. Adele claimed your attention, but I fancied your thoughts were elsewhere. You were patient with her, talked and amused her a long time. When she left, you lapsed into reverie, pacing the gallery. Now and then you glanced at the falling snow, listened to the sobbing wind, and dreamed. Your day visions were not dark. There was pleasurable illumination in your eye, soft excitement in your aspect, sweet musings of youth following hope's flight to an ideal heaven. Mrs. Fairfax's voice wakened you, and you smiled curiously at yourself, a shrewd smile, as if lightening your own abstraction. It seemed to say, My fine visions are unreal. I have a rosy sky in my brain, but without lies a rough track to travel, black tempest to encounter. You ran downstairs, demanded occupation. The weekly accounts, I think. I was vexed you got out of my sight. Impatiently, I waited for evening to summon you. An unusual, perfectly new character I suspected was yours. I desired to search it deeper. You entered with a look shy and independent, quaintly dressed. I made you talk. I found you full of strange contrasts. Your garb was restricted by rule, your air diffident. Yet when addressed, you lifted a keen, daring, glowing eye. There was penetration and power in each glance. Very soon you seemed used to me. You felt sympathy between us. Snarl as I would, you showed no fear or displeasure. You watched me, now and then smiled with simple yet sagacious grace. I was content and stimulated. I liked what I saw, wished to see more. Yet for a long time, I treated you distantly, sought your company rarely. I was an intellectual epicure, wishing to prolong the gratification of this novel acquaintance. Besides, I feared if I handled the flower freely, its bloom would fade. I did not then know it was no transitory blossom, but cut in an indestructible gem. I wished to see if you would seek me if I shunned you, but you did not. You kept to the schoolroom as still as your desk. If we met, you passed with little recognition. Your habitual expression was thoughtful, not despondent, but not buoyant. I wondered what you thought of me. I permitted myself the delight of being kind to you. Kindness stirred emotion soon. Your face softened, your tones gentle. I liked my name pronounced by your lips in a grateful, happy accent. I enjoyed chance meetings with you then. There was a curious hesitation in your manner, a slight trouble in your glance. You did not know my caprice, whether I would play the master or the friend. I was too fond of you to simulate the first. When I stretched my hand cordially, such bloom and bliss rose to your young features, I had much ado to avoid straining you to my heart. Don't talk of those days, sir, I interrupted, dashing away tears. His language was torture. I knew what I must do soon, and these reminiscences only made it harder. No, Jane. What necessity to dwell on the past when the present is sure, the future brighter? I shuddered at his infatuated assertion. You see how the case stands, do you not? After a youth and manhood passed half in misery, half in dreary solitude, I have for the first time found what I can truly love. I have found you. You are my sympathy, my better self, my good angel. I think you good, gifted, lovely. A fervent, solemn passion is conceived in my heart. It leans to you, draws you to my center, wraps my existence about you, fuses you and me in one. Because I felt this, I resolved to marry you. To say I have a wife is empty mockery. You know I have but a hideous demon. I was wrong to deceive you, but I feared stubbornness in your character, early instilled prejudice. I wanted you safe before hazarding confidences. That was cowardly. I should have appealed to your nobleness at first. Opened plainly my life of agony, described my hunger for a higher existence, shown my resistless bent to love faithfully where I am faithfully loved in return. Then I should have asked you to accept my pledge and give me yours. Jane, give it me now. A pause. Why are you silent, Jane? I was experiencing an ordeal. A hand of fiery iron grasped my vitals. Not a human being ever lived could wish to be loved better than I was loved, and him who thus loved me, I absolutely worshipped. Yet I must renounce love and idol. One drear word comprised my duty depart. Jane, you understand what I want? Just this promise, I will be yours, Mr. Rochester. Mr. Rochester, I will not be yours. Another long silence. Jane, he recommenced, with gentleness that broke me with grief. Do you mean to go one way in the world and let me go another?
I do, Jane.
He bent, embracing me. Do you mean it now? I do, and now? He softly kissed my forehead and cheek.
I do. I extricated myself rapidly.
Oh, Jane, this is bitter, wicked. It would not be wicked to love me. It would to obey you. A wild look crossed his features. He rose, but forbore. I laid my hand on a chair for support. I shook. I feared, but I resolved. One instant, Jane. Consider my horrible life when you are gone. All happiness torn away. What is left? For a wife I have but the maniac upstairs. You might as well refer me to a corpse in the churchyard. What shall I do? Or turn for companionship, for hope? Do as I do. Trust in God and yourself. Believe in heaven. Hope to meet again there. Then you will not yield? No. Then you condemn me to live wretched and die accursed? His voice rose. I advise you to live sinless and wish you to die tranquil. You snatch love and innocence from me. You fling me back on lust for a passion. Vice for an occupation? Mr. Rochester, I no more assign this fate to you than I grasp it for myself. We were born to strive and endure. You as well as I. Do so. You will forget me before I forget you. You make me a liar. I declared I could not change. You tell me I shall. What distortion in your judgment! Is it better to drive a fellow creature to despair than to transgress a mere human law? No one injured by the breach? You have no relatives to offend by living with me. This was true. My conscience and reason turned traitors, charging me with crime in resisting him. Oh, comply, they clamored. Think of his misery, his danger, his headlong nature. Soothe him, save him, love him. Tell him you love him and will be his. Who in the world cares for you? Who will be injured? Still, my reply was indomitable. I care for myself. The more solitary, friendless, unsustained I am, the more I will respect myself. I will keep the law given by God, sanctioned by man. I will hold the principles received when I was sane. Laws are for moments like this, when body and soul rise in mutiny. If I break them for convenience, what is their worth? They have worth, so I have always believed. If I cannot believe it now, it is because I am insane. Veins running fire, heart beating too fast, preconceived opinions, foregone determinations are all I have to stand by. There I plant my foot. I did. Mr. Rochester saw it. His fury was wrought to the highest. He crossed the floor, seized my arm, grasped my waist. He seemed to devour me with flaming glance. Physically, I felt powerless as stubble before a furnace. Mentally, I possessed my soul and certainty of ultimate safety. My eye rose to his. I gave an involuntary sigh. His grip was painful, my strength almost exhausted. Never. He ground his teeth. Never was anything so frail and indomitable. A mere reed in my hand. He shook me gently. I could bend you with finger and thumb. But what good? Consider that eye, the resolute, wild, free thing looking out, defying me with stern triumph. Whatever I do to its cage, I cannot get at it. The savage, beautiful creature. If I tear the prison, my outrage will only let the captive loose. Conqueror of the house, the inmate would escape to heaven before I could possess its clay dwelling. It is you, spirit, with will, energy, virtue, purity, that I want, not your brittle frame. You could come with soft flight, nestle against my heart if you would. Seized against your will, you will elude like an essence, vanish before I inhale your fragrance. Oh, come, Jane, come. He released me, only looked. The look was worse to resist than frantic strain. Only an idiot would succumb now. I had dared and baffled his fury. I must elude his sorrow. I moved to the door. You are going, Jane. I am going, sir. You are leaving me, yes. You will not come, not be my comforter, my rescuer. My deep love, my wild woe, my frantic prayer, are all nothing to you? What unutterable pathos in his voice. How hard to say firmly, I am going, Jane. Mr. Rochester, withdraw then. I consent. But remember, you leave me in anguish. Go to your room, think over all I have said, cast a glance on my sufferings. Think of me. He turned away, threw himself face down on the sofa. Oh, Jane, my hope, my love, my life, broke from his lips in anguish, followed by a deep, strong sob. I had reached the door, reader, but I walked back. I knelt by him, turned his face from the cushion, kissed his cheek, smoothed his hair. God bless you, my dear master, I said. God keep you from harm, direct you, solace you, reward you well for your past kindness. Little Jane's love would have been my best reward, he answered. Without it, my heart is broken. But Jane will give me her love. Yes, nobly, generously. Up rushed blood to his face, fire flashed from his eyes. He sprang up, held out his arms, but I evaded the embrace and quitted the room. Farewell, cried my heart. Despair added, farewell forever. That night I never thought to sleep, but slumber fell as soon as I lay down. I dreamed I was in the Red Room at Gateshead, the night dark, my mind impressed with strange fears. The light that once struck me into syncope seemed to glide up the wall, pause trembling on the ceiling. I looked up. The roof resolved to clouds, high and dim. A gleam like moonlight on vapors. I watched the moon come, with strangest anticipation, as though doom were written on her disk. She broke forth as never moon burst from cloud. A hand penetrated the sable folds, waved them away. Then not a moon, but a white human form shone in the azure, inclining a glorious brow earthward. It gazed on me, spoke to my spirit, immeasurably distant, yet near, whispering in my heart, my daughter, flee temptation. Mother, I answered upon waking. It was still night, but July nights are short. Dawn comes soon after midnight. It cannot be too early to begin, I thought. I rose, already dressed. I had removed only my shoes. I found linen, a locket, a ring in my drawers. I encountered the pearl necklace Mr. Rochester had forced me to accept days before. I left it. It was not mine. It belonged to the visionary bride who melted in air. I made a parcel of the other items. My purse, containing 20 shillings, all I had, I put in my pocket. I tied on my straw bonnet, pinned my shawl, took the parcel and slippers, and stole from my room. "Farewell, kind Mrs. Fairfax," I whispered past her door. "Farewell, my darling Adele." I glanced toward the nursery. I could not enter to embrace her. I had to deceive a fine ear that might be listening. I would have passed Mr. Rochester's chamber without pause, but my heart stopped at that threshold, my foot forced to stop. No sleep there. The inmate walked restlessly wall to wall, sighing again and again. There was a heaven, a temporary heaven, in that room for me if I chose. I had but to go in and say, "Mr. Rochester, I will love you and live with you through life till death," and a fount of rapture would spring to my lips. I thought of this. That kind master, unable to sleep, waited impatiently for day. He would send for me in the morning. I would be gone. He would seek me vainly. He would feel forsaken, his love rejected. He would suffer, perhaps grow desperate. I thought of this too. My hand moved toward the lock. I caught it back and glided on. Drearily, I wound my way downstairs. I knew what to do, and did it mechanically. I found the key to the side door in the kitchen, a phial of oil, a feather. I oiled the key and lock. I took some water, some bread. I might have to walk far, and my strength, sorely shaken, must not break down. All this I did soundlessly. I opened the door, passed out, shut it softly. Dim dawn glimmered in the yard. The great gates were locked, but a wicket in one was only latched. Through that, I departed. I shut it, and now I was out of Thornfield. A mile off, beyond fields, lay a road stretching away from Millcote. A road I had never traveled, but often wondered where it led. Thither I bent my steps. No reflection allowed now, not one glance back, not even forward. Not one thought to past or future. The first was a page, so heavenly sweet, so deadly sad, that one line would dissolve my courage. The last was an awful blank, like the world after the deluge. I skirted fields, hedges, lanes till after sunrise. I believe it was a lovely summer morning. My shoes were soon wet with dew. But I looked neither at rising sun, nor smiling sky, nor wakening nature. He who is taken to the scaffold thinks not of flowers, but of the block and axe, of disseverment, of the grave gaping at the end. I thought of drear flight and homeless wandering, and, oh, with agony, I thought of what I left. I could not help it. I thought of him in his room, watching the sun rise, hoping I would soon come to say I would stay. I longed to be his. I panted to return. It was not too late. I could spare him the bitter pang of bereavement. My flight was undiscovered. I could go back and be his comforter, his pride, his redeemer from misery, perhaps ruin. Oh, that fear of his self-abandonment, far worse than mine. How it goaded me. It was a barbed arrow in my breast. It tore me when I tried to extract it. Birds began to sing and break in copse. Birds faithful to their mates. Birds emblems of love. What was I? In midst of heart pain and frantic effort of principle, I abhorred myself. I had no solace from self-approbation, none from self-respect. I had injured, wounded, left my master. I was hateful in my own eyes. Still, I could not turn, nor retrace one step. God must have led me on. Grief had trampled will and stifled conscience. I wept wildly as I walked my solitary way, fast, like one delirious. A weakness seized me. I fell, pressing my face to wet turf. I had some fear, or hope, that I would die there. But soon I was up, crawling, then on my feet, eager and determined to reach the road. When I got there, I sat to rest under the hedge. Wheels sounded. A coach came. I stood, lifted my hand, it stopped. I asked where it went. The driver named a place far off, where Mr. Rochester had no connections. I asked his price. He said 30 shillings. I had but 20. He agreed to try. He let me inside. The vehicle was empty. I entered, was shut in, and it rolled on. Gentle reader, may you never feel what I felt then. May your eyes never shed such stormy, scalding, heart-wrung tears. May you never appeal to heaven in prayers so hopeless and agonized. For never may you, like me, dread to be the instrument of evil to what you wholly love. Chapter 28. 2 days had passed. It was a summer evening, and the coachman had set me down at a place called Witteros. The fare I'd given wasn't enough to take me further, and I didn't have another shilling to my name. The coach was already a mile away. I was alone, and then I realized I'd left my parcel in the pocket of the coach, where I'd placed it for safety. It was gone. It had to stay gone. Now I was absolutely destitute. Witteros wasn't a town, not even a hamlet. It was just a stone pillar where 4 roads met, whitewashed, I supposed, to be seen from a distance. 4 arms sprang from its top, pointing to the nearest towns, one 10 miles off, the other more than 20. From the names carved there, I learned what county I'd landed in. A North Midland shire, dusky with moorland, ridged with mountains. Great moors stretched behind me, and on either side, waves of mountains rose beyond the deep valley at my feet. The population here had to be thin. I saw no one on the roads. They stretched east, west, north, and south, white, broad, and lonely, cut right through the moor with heather growing wild and deep to their very edges. Still, a traveler might pass by. I didn't want to be seen. Strangers would wonder what I was doing lingering at the signpost, clearly lost and without purpose. They might question me, and what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? I had no ties to human society now, no charm or hope calling me toward other people. No one who saw me would think kindly of me. I had no relative but nature, the universal mother. I would seek her breast and ask for rest. I struck straight into the heath, following a deep hollow furrowing the brown moor. I waded knee-deep through dark growth, turning with its winding, until I found a moss-blackened granite crag hidden in an angle of the land. I sat down beneath it. High banks of moor rose around me. The crag sheltered my head. The sky arched above. It took time to feel calm, even here. A vague dread haunted me. Wild cattle might be near, or a hunter or poacher might stumble upon me. If wind swept the waste, I looked up, fearing the rush of a bull. If a plover whistled, I imagined it a man. But my fears proved unfounded. As evening deepened into night, a deep silence settled and I grew calm. Until now, I hadn't thought, only listened, watched, dreaded. Now, reflection returned. What was I to do? Where to go? Oh, intolerable questions, when I could do nothing and go nowhere. My weary, trembling limbs would have to carry me miles before I reached human habitation. I'd have to plead for cold charity before I could find a lodging, beg for reluctant sympathy, face almost certain rejection before anyone would listen to my tale or relieve my wants. I touched the heath. It was dry, still warm from the summer day. I looked up at the sky, clear, with a kindly star twinkling just above the chasm ridge. Dew fell softly, no breeze whispered. Nature seemed benign and good. I thought she loved me, outcast as I was. And I, who could expect only mistrust and insult from people, clung to her with a child's fondness. Tonight, at least, I would be her guest. My mother would lodge me without money. I still had one morsel of bread, the remnant of a roll I'd bought with my last penny earlier that day. I saw ripe bilberries gleaming like jet beads in the heath. I gathered a handful and ate them with the bread. My hunger, sharp before, was appeased, if not satisfied, by this hermit's meal. I said my evening prayers, then chose my couch. Beside the crag, the heath grew deep. When I lay down, my feet sank into it, rising high on each side. It left only a narrow space for the night air. I folded my shawl double and spread it over me as a cover. A low, mossy swell was my pillow. Thus lodged, I was not cold. At least not at first. My rest might have been blissful, if not for my sad heart. It ached with gaping wounds, inward bleeding, broken chords. It trembled for Mr. Rochester and his doom. It bemoaned him with bitter pity. It demanded him with ceaseless longing. Like a bird with both wings broken, it still quivered its shattered pinions in vain attempts to seek him. Worn out by this torture of thought, I rose to my knees. Night had come, and her planets risen. A safe, still night, too serene for fear. We know God is everywhere, but we feel his presence most when his works are spread before us on the grandest scale. In the unclouded night sky, where his worlds wheel their silent course, we read clearest his infinitude, his omnipotence. I had risen to pray for Mr. Rochester. Looking up, my eyes dim with tears, I saw the mighty Milky Way. Remembering what it was, countless systems sweeping space like a soft trace of light, I felt God's might and strength. I was sure of his power to save what he had made. Neither earth nor one of the souls it treasured would perish. I turned my prayer to thanksgiving. The source of life was also the savior of spirits. Mr. Rochester was safe. He was God's, and by God would he be guarded. I nestled back against the breast of the hill, and before long, sleep carried me away from sorrow. But the next day, want returned to me, pale and bare. Long after the little birds had left their nests, long after bees had come to gather heath honey in the sweet prime of day, when the long morning shadows shortened and the sun filled earth and sky, I got up and looked around. What a still, hot, perfect day. What a golden desert the spreading moor. Everywhere sunshine. I wished I could live in it and on it. I saw a lizard dart over the crag, a bee busy among sweet bilberries. In that moment, I would have gladly become a bee or lizard, to find fitting nourishment and permanent shelter here. But I was human, with human wants. I could not linger where nothing could supply them. I rose and looked back at the bed I'd left. Hopeless of the future, I wished only that my Maker had seen fit to take my soul in my sleep, that this weary frame, absolved by death, might decay quietly and mingle with the soil of this wilderness. But life was still mine, with all its requirements, pains, and responsibilities. The burden must be carried, the want provided for, the suffering endured. I set out. Regaining Waideros, I followed a road leading away from the sun, now fervent and high. I had no other way to choose. I walked a long time, and when I thought I'd done enough, when I felt I might conscientiously yield to the fatigue overwhelming me, might relax this forced action and sit on a nearby stone, surrendering to the apathy clogging heart and limb, I heard a bell chime. A church bell. I turned toward the sound. There, among romantic hills whose changes I'd ceased to note an hour before, I saw a hamlet and a spire. The valley to my right was full of pasture fields, cornfields, and woods. A glittering stream ran zigzag through shades of green, mellowing grain, somber woodland, and clear, sunny meadow. The rumble of wheels recalled me to the road. A heavily laden wagon labored up the hill, not far beyond were 2 cows and their drover. Human life and labor were near. I must struggle on, strive to live, and bend to toil like the rest. Around 2 in the afternoon, I entered the village. At the bottom of its single street was a little shop with cakes of bread in the window. I coveted one. With that, I might regain some energy. Without it, it would be hard to proceed. The wish for strength returned as soon as I was among people. It would be degrading to faint from hunger on a village causeway. Did I have anything to offer in exchange? I thought. I had a small silk handkerchief around my throat. I had my gloves. I hardly knew how destitute people proceeded. I didn't know if these would be accepted. Probably not. But I had to try. I entered the shop. A woman was there. Seeing someone respectably dressed, a lady, she supposed, she came forward politely. How could she serve me? Shame seized me. My tongue wouldn't utter the request I'd prepared. I couldn't offer her my half-worn gloves, my creased handkerchief. It felt absurd. I only begged permission to sit down, as I was tired. Disappointed in a customer, she coolly agreed. She pointed to a seat. I sank into it. I sorely wanted to weep, but restrained myself. Soon I asked, "Are there any dressmakers or seamstresses in the village?" "Yes, 2 or 3. Quite as many as there's work for," I reflected. I was driven to the point now, face to face with necessity. I stood without resource, friend, or coin. I must do something. What? I must apply somewhere. Where? Do you know of any place nearby where a servant is wanted? No, I couldn't say, "What's the chief trade here?" What do most people do? Some are farm laborers. A good many work at Mr. Oliver's needle factory and the foundry. Does Mr. Oliver employ women? No, it's men's work. And what do the women do? I don't know, she answered. Some do one thing, some another. Poor folk must get on as they can. She seemed tired of my questions. And what claim did I have to importune her? A neighbor or 2 came in, my chair was needed. I took my leave. I passed up the street, looking at all the houses to right and left, but I found no pretext to enter any. I wandered around the hamlet for an hour or more, sometimes going a little distance and returning. Exhausted and suffering greatly from hunger, I turned into a lane and sat under a hedge. Within minutes, I was on my feet again, searching for something, a resource, or at least an informant. A pretty little house stood at the top of the lane, with a garden exquisitely neat and blooming. I stopped. What business had I to approach that white door, or touch the glittering knocker? How could serving me possibly interest the inhabitants? Yet I drew near and knocked. A mild-looking, cleanly dressed young woman opened. In a voice wretchedly low and faltering, the voice of a hopeless heart and fainting frame, I asked if a servant was wanted here. "No," she said. "We don't keep a servant. Can you tell me where I could get employment of any kind?" I continued. "I'm a stranger here without acquaintance. I want work, no matter what, but it wasn't her business to think for me or seek me a place. Besides, how doubtful my character and story must seem." She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The white door closed gently, civilly, but it shut me out. If she'd held it open a little longer, I believe I would have begged for bread. I was brought low. I couldn't bear to return to the sordid village, where no aid was visible. I longed to deviate to a wood not far off, whose thick shade offered inviting shelter. But I was so sick, so weak, so gnawed by hunger that instinct kept me roaming near houses where there might be food. Solitude would be no solitude, rest no rest, while the vulture of hunger sank its beak and talons in my side. I drew near houses, left them, came back, wandered away. always repelled by the consciousness that I had no right to ask, no right to expect interest in my isolated lot. Meanwhile, the afternoon advanced as I wandered like a lost and starving dog. Crossing a field, I saw the church spire ahead and hastened toward it. Near the churchyard, in the middle of a garden, stood a well-built though small house. The parsonage, no doubt. I remembered that strangers without friends sometimes applied to the clergyman for aid. It was his function to help, at least with advice. I seemed to have some right to seek counsel here. Renewing my courage and gathering my feeble strength, I pushed on. I reached the house and knocked at the kitchen door. An old woman opened. "Is this the parsonage?" "Yes." "Is the clergyman in?" "No." "Will he be in soon?" "No, he's gone from home. Far?" "Not so far, maybe 3 miles. He was called away by his father's sudden death. He's at Marcia now, and likely to stay a fortnight more." "Is there any lady of the house?" "No, there's only me. I'm the housekeeper. I couldn't bear to beg from her." Again, I crawled away. Once more I took off my handkerchief. Once more I thought of the bread in the little shop. Oh, for a crust. For one mouthful to allay the pang of famine. Instinctively, I turned back to the village, found the shop, and went in. Though others were there, I ventured, "Would you give me a roll for this handkerchief?" She looked at me with suspicion. "No, I never sell things that way." Almost desperate, I asked for half a cake. She refused again. "How do I know where you got the handkerchief?" "Would you take my gloves?" "No, what could I do with them?" Reader, it's not pleasant to dwell on these details. Some say there's enjoyment in looking back on painful experience, but I can scarcely bear to recall those times. The moral degradation, blended with physical suffering, is too distressing. I blamed none who repulsed me. It was to be expected. An ordinary beggar is often an object of suspicion. A well-dressed beggar inevitably so. What I begged was employment, but whose business was it to provide it? Not that of strangers who knew nothing of me. And the woman who wouldn't take my handkerchief was right. If the offer seemed sinister or unprofitable, let me condense. I am sick of the subject. A little before dark, I passed a farmhouse. The farmer sat in the open door, eating bread and cheese. I stopped. "Will you give me a piece of bread?" "I am very hungry." He glanced at me in surprise, but without a word, cut a thick slice and gave it to me. He must have thought me an eccentric lady, not a beggar. As soon as I was out of sight, I sat and ate it. I couldn't hope for a roof over my head, so I sought shelter in the wood I'd seen earlier. But the night was wretched, my rest broken. The ground was damp, the air cold. Intruders passed near me more than once. I had to change quarters again and again. No sense of safety or tranquility befriended me. Toward morning, it rained. The whole next day was wet. Don't ask me to give a minute account of that day. As before, I sought work. As before, I was repulsed. As before, I starved. Only once did food pass my lips. At the door of a cottage, I saw a little girl about to throw cold porridge into a pig trough. "Will you give me that?" I asked. She stared. "Mother, there's a woman wants me to give her this porridge." "Well, lass," replied a voice inside. "Give it to her if she's a beggar. The pig doesn't want it." The girl emptied the stiffened mold into my hand, and I devoured it ravenously. As wet twilight deepened, I stopped on a solitary bridle path I'd been following for an hour or more. "My strength is failing," I said aloud. "I can't go much further. Will I be an outcast again tonight? Must I lay my head on the cold, drenched ground while the rain pours down? I fear I must. Who will receive me? But it will be dreadful. With this hunger, faintness, chill, this desolation, this total prostration of hope, I'll likely die before morning. And why can't I reconcile myself to death? Why struggle to retain a valueless life? Because I know, I believe, Mr. Rochester is still living. And to die of want and cold is a fate nature cannot submit to passively. Oh, Providence, sustain me a little longer. Aid me, direct me. My glazed eye wandered over the dim, misty landscape. I'd strayed far from the village. It was out of sight. Even the cultivated land around it had disappeared. By crossways and bypaths, I'd drawn near the moorland again. Now, only a few fields lay between me and the dusky hill. Fields almost as wild as the heath they'd been reclaimed from. I would rather die there than in a street or on a busy road, I reflected. Better that crows and ravens, if there are any here, pick my flesh from my bones than be imprisoned in a workhouse coffin and molder in a pauper's grave. I turned toward the hill. I reached it. Now I only needed a hollow where I could lie down, at least hidden, if not secure, but the waste looked level, showing only variations of tint, green where rush and moss overgrew the marshes, black where dry soil bore only heath. Dark as it was getting, I could still see these changes, though now only as light and shadow. My eye roved over the sullen swell and along the moor edge, vanishing into wild scenery, when at one dim point far among the marshes and ridges, a light sprang up. An ignis fatuus, I thought, a will-o'-the-wisp. I expected it to vanish, but it burned steadily, neither receding nor advancing. A bonfire just kindled. I watched to see if it would spread, but it didn't enlarge or diminish. Maybe a candle in a house, but if so, I could never reach it. It was too far. And even if it were close, what good? I'd only knock and have the door shut in my face. I sank down where I stood and hid my face against the ground. I lay still a while. The night wind swept over the hill and over me, dying away moaning in the distance. Rain fell fast, wetting me anew. If only I could stiffen into the still frost, the friendly numbness of death, but my living flesh shuddered at the chill. I rose after a time. The light was still there, shining dim but constant through the rain. I tried to walk again, dragging my exhausted limbs slowly toward it. It led me aslant over the hill, through a wide bog, impassable in winter, and now splashy and shaking even in high summer. I fell twice but rose each time and rallied. This light was my forlorn hope. I must gain it. Having crossed the marsh, I saw a trace of white over the moor, a road or track. It led straight up to the light, which now beamed from a sort of knoll amid a clump of trees. Firs, apparently. As I drew near, my star vanished. Some obstacle intervened. I put out my hand and felt rough stones, a low wall. Above it, something like palisades. Within, a high prickly hedge. I groped on. A whitish object gleamed. A gate, a wicket. It moved on its hinges as I touched it. On each side stood a dark bush. Holly or yew. Entering the gate and passing the shrubs, the silhouette of a house rose into view, black, low, rather long. But the guiding light shone nowhere. All was obscurity. Were the inmates retired to rest? I feared so. Seeking the door, I turned an angle, and there the friendly gleam shot out again, from the small diamond-paned lattice of a window not a foot from the ground, made smaller still by ivy clustering thick over the wall. The aperture was so screened and narrow that no curtain or shutter was needed. I stooped, pushed aside the foliage, and peered in. I saw clearly a room with a sanded floor, clean scoured, a dresser of walnut with pewter plates reflecting the glow of a peat fire, a clock, a white deal table, some chairs. The candle whose ray had been my beacon burned on the table. By its light, an elderly woman, somewhat rough-looking but scrupulously clean, knitted a stocking. I noticed these only cursorily, nothing extraordinary. But near the hearth, sitting still amid rosy peace and warmth, was a group of more interest. 2 young, graceful women, ladies in every point, sat, one in a low rocking chair, the other on a lower stool. Both wore deep mourning of crepe and bombazine, which set off their fair necks and faces. A large old pointer dog rested its head on one girl's knee. In the lap of the other was cushioned a black cat. A strange place, this humble kitchen for such occupants. Who were they? Not the daughters of the woman at the table. She looked rustic. They were all delicacy and cultivation. I'd never seen such faces, yet as I gazed, I felt strangely familiar with every lineament. I couldn't call them handsome. They were too pale and grave for that. Each bent over a book, looking thoughtful almost to severity. A stand between them held a second candle and 2 great volumes, which they frequently referenced, comparing them with smaller books like people using a dictionary for translation. The scene was silent, as if all were shadows and the room a picture. So hushed, I could hear cinders fall from the grate, the clock tick in its corner. I even fancied I heard the click of the woman's knitting needles. When a voice broke the stillness at last, it was clear to me. "Listen, Diana," said one of the absorbed students. "Franz and old Daniel are together at night, and Franz is telling a dream that woke him in terror. Listen." In a low voice, she read something not one word of which I understood. It was in an unknown tongue, neither French nor Latin, Greek or German, I couldn't tell. "That is strong," she said when finished. "I relish it." The other girl, who'd lifted her head to listen, repeated a line while gazing into the fire. Later, I would know the language and the book. The line was, "Da trat herver einer, onsen we die stern and noscht." "Good, good," she exclaimed, her dark, deep eyes sparkling. "There you have a dim and mighty archangel set before you. That line is worth 100 pages of Fustian. Ich wage die Gedanken in der Schale meines Zornes und die Werke mit dem Gewichte meines Grimms." "I like it." Both fell silent again. "Is there any country where they talk that way?" "Yes, Hannah. A far larger country than England, where they talk in no other way. Well, I don't know how they understand each other. If either of you went there, I guess you could tell what they said." "We could probably tell something, but not all. We're not as clever as you think. We don't speak German. We read it only with a dictionary. And what good does it do you? We mean to teach it someday, or at least the elements. Then we'll earn more than we do now. Very like. But give over studying. You've done enough for tonight. I think we have. At least I'm tired. Mary, are you? Mortally. It's tough work fagging away at a language with no master but a lexicon. Especially such a language as this crabbed, but glorious Deutsch. I wonder when St. John will come home. Surely soon. It's just 10. She drew a little gold watch from her girdle. It rains fast. Hannah, will you see to the fire in the parlor? Hannah rose, opened a door into a dim passage, stirred a fire in an inner room, and returned. Ah, children, she said. It troubles me to go into that room now. It looks so lonesome with the chair empty, and set back in a corner. She wiped her eyes with her apron. The two girls, grave before, looked sad now. But he is in a better place, Hannah continued. We shouldn't wish him here again, and nobody had a quieter death than he did. He never mentioned us, one lady asked. He hadn't time, child. He was gone in a minute. Your father, he'd been a bit poorly the day before, but nothing to signify. When Mr. St. John asked if he wanted either of you sent for, he laughed. Next day, a fortnight ago, he felt a heaviness in his head, went to sleep, and never woke. He was almost gone when your brother found him. Ah, children, that's the last of the old stock. You and Mr. St. John are different from those gone. Your mother was much like you, Mary, almost as Book learned. She was the picture of you. Diana is more like your father. I thought them so similar, I couldn't tell where Hannah saw the difference. Both were fair-complexioned and slender, with faces full of distinction and intelligence. One had hair a shade darker. Their styles differed. Mary's pale brown locks parted and braided smooth, Diana's duskier curls covering her neck. The clock struck 10. You'll want supper, I'm sure, Hannah said, and so will Mr. St. John when he comes. She began preparing the meal. The ladies rose, about to withdraw to the parlor. Until that moment, I'd been so intent on watching them. Their appearance and conversation had excited such keen interest, I'd half forgotten my own wretchedness. Now it returned, more desolate and desperate than ever by contrast. How impossible it seemed to touch these people with concern for me, to make them believe my wants and woes, to induce them to offer rest for my wanderings. As I groped my way to the door and knocked hesitatingly, I felt that last idea was a mere fantasy. Hannah opened. What do you want? She asked in surprise, surveying me by candlelight. May I speak to your mistresses? You'd better tell me what you have to say. Where do you come from? I am a stranger. What's your business here at this hour? I want a night's shelter in an outhouse, or anywhere. And a morsel of bread, distrust. The very feeling I dreaded appeared in Hannah's face. I'll give you a piece of bread, she said after a pause. But we can't take in a vagrant. It isn't likely. Please, let me speak to your mistresses. No, what can they do for you? You shouldn't be roving about. It looks ill. But where shall I go if you drive me away? What shall I do? Oh, I warrant you know where to go and what to do. Mind you don't do wrong. Here's a penny. Now go. A penny can't feed me, and I have no strength to go further. Don't shut the door. Oh, don't, for God's sake. I must. The rain's driving in. Tell the young ladies. Let me see them. Indeed, I will not. You're not what you ought to be, or you wouldn't make such noise. Move off, but I'll die if I'm turned away. Not you. I fear you've some ill plans coming about folks' houses at this hour. If you've any followers, housebreakers or such, you may tell them we're not alone. We have a gentleman, dogs, and guns. With that, the honest but inflexible servant shut the door and bolted it. This was the climax. A pang of exquisite suffering, a throe of true despair, rent my heart. Worn out, I couldn't stir another step. I sank on the wet doorstep, groaned, wrung my hands, wept in utter anguish. Oh, this specter of death, this last hour approaching in horror, this isolation, this banishment from my kind. Not only the anchor of hope, but the footing of fortitude was gone, at least for a moment, but I soon endeavored to regain it. I can but die, I said, and I believe in God. Let me try to wait his will in silence. I not only thought but uttered these words, thrusting all misery back into my heart, compelling it to remain there, dumb and still. All men must die, said a voice quite close at hand, but not all are condemned to a lingering, premature doom like yours would be if you perished here of want. Who speaks? I asked, terrified, incapable of hoping for aid. A form was near. What form? The dark night, and my enfeebled vision prevented me from seeing. With a loud, long knock, the newcomer appealed to the door. Is that you, Mr. St. John? Cried Hannah. Yes, yes. Open quickly. Well, how wet and cold you must be on such a wild night. Come in. Your sisters are uneasy. I believe there are bad folks about. There's been a beggar woman, I declare. She's not gone yet. Laid down there. Get up, for shame. Move off, I say. Hush, Hannah. I have a word to say to her. You've done your duty in excluding. Let me do mine in admitting her. I was near and listened. I think this is a peculiar case. I must at least examine it. Young woman, rise and pass before me into the house. With difficulty, I obeyed. Presently, I stood within that clean, bright kitchen, on the very hearth, trembling, sickening, conscious of looking ghastly, wild, and weather-beaten. The two ladies, their brother Mr. St. John, and Hannah all gazed at me. St. John, who is it? One asked. I cannot tell. I found her at the door. She looks white, said Hannah. As white as clay or death, replied the other. She'll fall. Let her sit. Indeed, my head swam. I dropped, but a chair received me. I still had my senses, though I couldn't speak. Perhaps a little water would restore her. Hannah, fetch some. But she's worn to nothing. How very thin, how bloodless. A mere spectre. Is she ill, or only famished? Famished, I think. Hannah, is that milk? Give it to me, and a piece of bread. Diana, I knew her by the long curls drooping between me and the fire as she bent over me, broke some bread, dipped it in milk, and put it to my lips. Her face was near mine. I saw pity there and felt sympathy in her hurried breathing. Her simple words held balm. Try to eat. Yes, try, Mary repeated gently. Mary's hand removed my sodden bonnet and lifted my head. I tasted what they offered, feebly at first, eagerly soon. Not too much at first. Restrain her, said the brother. She's had enough. He withdrew the cup and plate. A little more, St. John. Look at the avidity in her eyes. No more now, sister. Try if she can speak. Ask her name. I felt I could speak. My name is Jane Elliot. Anxious to avoid discovery, I'd resolved to use an alias. Where do you live? Where are your friends? I was silent. Can we send for anyone you know? I shook my head. What account can you give of yourself, now that I'd crossed this threshold and stood face to face with its owners? I no longer felt an outcast, vagrant, disowned by the world. I dared to put off the mendicant, to resume my natural manner. I began to know myself again. When Mr. St. John demanded an account, which I was too weak to give, I said after a pause, Sir, I can give no details tonight. Then what do you expect me to do for you? Nothing, I replied. My strength sufficed only for short answers. Diana spoke. Do you mean we've given you the aid you require, and we may dismiss you to the moor and rainy night? I looked at her. She had a remarkable countenance, instinct with power and goodness. I took sudden courage, answering her compassionate gaze with a smile. I said, I will trust you. If I were a masterless stray dog, I know you wouldn't turn me from your hearth tonight. As it is, I have no fear. Do with me and for me as you like. But excuse me from much discourse. My breath is short. I feel a spasm when I speak. All three surveyed me, all three silent. Hannah, said Mr. St. John at last, let her sit there for now. Ask no questions. In 10 minutes, give her the rest of the milk and bread. Mary and Diana, let's go into the parlor and talk this over. They withdrew. Soon one of the ladies returned. I couldn't tell which. A pleasant stupor stole over me as I sat by the genial fire. She gave directions to Hannah in an undertone. Ere long, with the servant's aid, I managed to mount a staircase. My dripping clothes were removed. Soon a warm, dry bed received me. I thanked God. Amid unutterable exhaustion, I felt a glow of grateful joy. And I slept. Chapter 29. The next 3 days and nights are hazy in my memory. I recall sensations, but few thoughts, and no actions. I knew I was in a small room, in a narrow bed, a bed I seemed to have grown into. I lay there motionless as stone. Tearing me from it would have nearly killed me. I didn't notice the passage of time. Morning to noon, noon to evening. I observed when someone entered or left. I could tell who they were. I understood what was said if they stood near, but I couldn't answer. Opening my lips or moving my limbs felt equally impossible. Hannah, the servant, visited most often. Her coming disturbed me. I felt she wished me gone, that she didn't understand me or my circumstances, that she was prejudiced. Diana and Mary appeared once or twice a day. They'd whisper at my bedside, "It's a good thing we took her in." Yes, she'd certainly have been found dead at the door if we'd left her out all night. I wonder what she's been through. Strange hardships, I imagine. Poor, emaciated, pale wanderer. She's not uneducated, I think. Her accent is pure. And the clothes she took off, though wet and dirty, were hardly worn and quite fine. She has a peculiar face. Fleshless and haggard as it is, I rather like it. In good health, animated, I fancy her look would be agreeable. Never once did I hear a syllable of regret for their hospitality, or suspicion or aversion toward me. I was comforted. Mr. St. John came only once. He looked at me and said my lethargy resulted from prolonged and excessive fatigue. He saw no need for a doctor. Nature would manage best left to herself. Every nerve had been overstrained. My whole system needed to sleep torpid a while. There was no disease. He imagined my recovery would be rapid once begun. He delivered these opinions quietly, in few words. After a pause, he added in a tone unused to expansive comment, rather an unusual face. Certainly not indicative of vulgarity. Far otherwise, Diana responded. To tell the truth, St. John, my heart warms to the poor little soul. I hope we can help her permanently. That's hardly likely, he replied. You'll find she's some young lady who's had a misunderstanding with her family and left them unwisely. We may restore her to them if she's not obstinate, but I see lines of force in her face that make me skeptical of her tractability. He considered me a moment longer. She looks sensible, but not at all handsome. She's ill, St. John. Ill or well, she'd always be plain. The grace and harmony of beauty are quite lacking in those features. On the third day, I was better. On the fourth, I could speak, move, rise, and turn. Hannah brought me gruel and dry toast around dinner time. I ate with relish. The food was good, free of the feverish flavor that had poisoned what I'd swallowed before. When she left, I felt stronger, revived. Soon, restlessness stirred me. I wanted to rise. But what could I wear? Only my damp, soiled clothes, the ones I'd slept in on the ground and fallen in the marsh with. I'd be ashamed to appear before my benefactors like that. I was spared the humiliation. On a chair by the bed lay all my things, clean and dry. My black silk dress hung against the wall, traces of the bog removed, creases smoothed. It was decent. My shoes and stockings were purified, presentable. There were washing things in the room, a comb and brush. After a weary process, resting every few minutes, I dressed myself. My clothes hung loose. I'd wasted away, but I covered deficiencies with a shawl. Clean, respectable, free of the dirt and disorder I hated. I crept down a stone staircase with the aid of the banister, along a narrow passage, and found the kitchen. It was full of the fragrance of new bread and the warmth of a generous fire. Hannah was baking. Prejudices are hard to eradicate from a heart never loosened by education. They grow firm as weeds among stones. Hannah had been cold and stiff at first, but lately she'd begun to relent. When she saw me come in tidy and well-dressed, she even smiled. So, you've got up? She said. You're better then. You may sit in my chair by the hearth if you like. She pointed to the rocking chair. I took it. She bustled about, eyeing me now and then. Turning as she took loaves from the oven, she asked bluntly, Did you ever go begging before you came here? Indignation rose, but I remembered anger was pointless. I'd appeared a beggar to her. I answered quietly with marked firmness. You're mistaken in thinking me a beggar. I am no beggar any more than you or your young ladies. After a pause, she said, I don't understand that. You've no house, nor brass, I guess? Lacking a house or brass, by which you mean money, doesn't make one a beggar in your sense. Are you book-learned? She asked presently. Yes, very. But you've never been to boarding school. I was at a boarding school 8 years. Her eyes widened. Then why can't you keep yourself? I have kept myself, and I trust I shall again. What are you doing with those gooseberries? I asked as she brought out a basket. Making them into pies. Give them to me, I'll pick them. No, I don't want you doing nothing. But I must do something. Let me have them. She consented, even bringing a clean towel to spread over my dress lest. She said, You mucky it. You've not been used to servants' work, I see by your hands. Maybe you've been a dressmaker? No, you're wrong. Never mind what I've been. Don't trouble yourself. But tell me the name of this house. Some call it Marsh End, some call it Morehouse. And the gentleman who lives here is Mr. St. John? No, he doesn't live here. He's only staying a while. When he's home, he's in his own parish at Morton, that village a few miles off. Aye, and what is he? A parson. I remembered the housekeeper's answer when I'd asked for the clergyman. So this was his father's residence. Aye. Old Mr. Rivers lived here, and his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather before him. Then that gentleman's name is Mr. St. John Rivers? Aye. St. John is his Christian name, and his sisters are Diana and Mary Rivers. Yes, their father is dead. Dead 3 weeks since. Of a stroke. They have no mother. The mistress has been dead many years. Have you lived with the family long? 30 years. I nursed all 3. That proves you've been honest and faithful. I'll say that much, though you were uncivil to call me a beggar. She stared, surprised. I believe I was mistaken in my thoughts of you, but there's so many cheats about. You must forgive me. And though, I continued more severely, you wished to turn me from the door on a night when you shouldn't have shut out a dog. Well, it was hard. But what can a body do? I thought more of the children than myself. Poor things. They've nobody but me to care for them. I have to look sharp. I remained grave and silent. You mustn't think too hard of me, she said again. But I do, I said, and I'll tell you why. Not so much because you refused me shelter or thought me an impostor, but because just now you reproached me for having no brass and no house. Some of the best people have been as destitute as I am. If you're a Christian, you shouldn't consider poverty a crime. No more I ought, she said. Mr. St. John tells me so too. I see I was wrong. I've a different notion of you now. You look a right decent little creature. That'll do. I forgive you now. Shake hands. She put her flowery, rough hand into mine. A heartier smile lit her face. From that moment, we were friends. Hannah loved to talk. While I picked fruit, and she made pastry, she gave details about the deceased master and mistress and the children, as she called them. Old Mr. Rivers, she said, was plain enough, but a gentleman of ancient family. Marsh End had belonged to the Riverses since it was built. Over 200 years, though it looked humble next to Mr. Oliver's grand hall in Morton Vale. She remembered Bill Oliver's father, a journeyman needlemaker. The Riverses were gentry in the old days. Still, the old master was like other folk, mad for shooting and farming. The mistress was different, a great reader, studious. The children took after her. Nothing like them here, nor ever had been. They loved learning almost from the time they could speak, always of a make of their own. St. John would go to college and be a parson. The girls, once out of school, would seek posts as governesses. Their father had lost money years ago through a bankrupt debtor, not rich enough to give them fortunes. They must provide for themselves. They'd lived little at home lately, only returned for a few weeks after their father's death. But they loved Marsh End, Morton, the moors and hills. They'd been to London and other grand towns, but always said there was no place like home. And they were so agreeable with each other, never quarreled. She didn't know where there was such a united family. Having finished picking gooseberries, I asked where the ladies and their brother were. Gone to Morton for a walk. They'll be back in half an hour for tea. They returned within Hannah's time. They entered through the kitchen. Mr. St. John, seeing me, merely bowed and passed through. The 2 ladies stopped. Mary kindly expressed pleasure at seeing me well enough to come down. Diana took my hand and shook her head. You should have waited for my leave to descend, she said. You still look pale, and so thin. Poor child! Diana's voice was like the cooing of a dove to my ear. Her eyes held a gaze I delighted to meet. Her whole face seemed full of charm. Mary's face was equally intelligent, her features pretty, but her expression more reserved, her manners gentle, yet distant. Diana spoke with a certain authority. She had a will. It was my nature to yield to such authority where conscience and self-respect allowed. And what business have you here? She continued. This isn't your place. Mary and I sit in the kitchen because at home we like to be free. But you're a visitor and must go into the parlor. I'm very well here. Not at all. With Hannah bustling and covering you with flour. Besides, the fire's too hot for you, Mary added. To be sure, Diana said. Come, you must be obedient. Still holding my hand, she made me rise and led me into the inner room. Sit there, she said, placing me on the sofa. We'll take our things off and get tea ready. Another privilege we exercise here, preparing our own meals when we like, or when Hannah's baking, brewing, washing, or ironing. She closed the door, leaving me alone with Mr. St. John, who sat opposite, a book in hand. I examined the parlor, then its occupant. The parlor was small, plainly furnished, yet comfortable, clean, and neat. Old-fashioned chairs shone. The walnut table gleamed like a mirror. A few antique portraits decorated the stained walls. A glass-doored cupboard held books and an ancient china set. There was no superfluous ornament. Nothing modern except a pair of workboxes and a rosewood lady's desk on a side table. Everything, including the carpet and curtains, looked well-worn yet well cared for. Mr. St. John sat as still as one of the dusky pictures, eyes fixed on his page, lips sealed. He was easy to examine. Had he been a statue, he couldn't have been stiller. He was young, perhaps 28 to 30, tall, slender. His face riveted the eye, like a Greek face pure in outline, a straight classic nose, an Athenian mouth and chin. Seldom did an English face approach the antique so closely. He might well be shocked at the irregularity of my features, his being so harmonious. His eyes were large and blue with brown lashes. His high forehead, colorless as ivory, was streaked with careless locks of fair hair. A gentle description, reader, yet the man it described scarcely gave an impression of gentleness, yielding, or placidity. Quiescent as he sat, something about his nostril, mouth, and brow indicated restlessness, hardness, or eagerness within. He didn't speak to me or glance my way until his sisters returned. Diana, passing in and out preparing tea, brought me a little cake baked atop the oven. "Eat that now," she said. "You must be hungry. Hannah says you've had nothing but gruel since breakfast." I didn't refuse. My appetite was keen. Mr. Rivers closed his book, approached the table, and as he sat, fixed his blue pictorial eyes fully on me. There was an unceremonious directness, a searching steadfastness in his gaze now. Intention, not diffidence, had kept it averted before. "You are very hungry," he said. "I am, sir. It's my way. Instinct, to meet brevity with brevity, directness with plainness. A low fever forced you to abstain 3 days. That was well. Yielding to appetite at first would have been dangerous. Now you may eat. Though not immoderately, I trust I shall not eat long at your expense, sir," I answered clumsily. "No," he said coolly. "When you tell us where your friends live, we can write to them, and you may be restored. I must plainly say that's impossible. I am absolutely without home or friends." The three looked at me, not distrustfully, but with curiosity, especially the young ladies. St. John's eyes, clear literally, were figuratively difficult to fathom. He used them as instruments to search others' thoughts, not reveal his own. The combination of keenness and reserve was more embarrassing than encouraging. "Do you mean," he asked, "you are completely isolated?" "I do. Not a tie links me to any living thing, not a claim to admittance under any roof in England. A most singular position at your age." Here his glance went to my hands, folded on the table. I wondered what he sought. His words soon explained. "You have never been married? You are a spinster?" Diana laughed. "Why? She can't be above 17 or 18, St. John." "I am near 19, but I am not married." "No," a burning glow mounted to my face. Bitter, agitating recollections stirred by the illusion. They all saw my embarrassment. Diana and Mary looked away, but St. John continued to gaze till his scrutiny forced out tears as well as color. "Where did you last reside?" he asked. "You are too inquisitive, St. John," Mary murmured. But he leaned forward, requiring an answer with a firm, piercing look. "The name of the place and person with whom I lived is my secret," I replied. "Which, if you like, you have a right to keep from St. John and every other questioner," Diana said. "Yet if I know nothing about you, I cannot help you," he said. "And you need help, do you not?" "I need it and seek it. I wish some true philanthropist would put me in the way of work I can do, with remuneration enough for life's barest necessities. I know not if I am a true philanthropist, but I'm willing to aid you honestly. First, tell me what you've been accustomed to do, and what you can do." I had swallowed my tea. The beverage refreshed me like wine to a giant, giving new tone to my nerves, enabling me to address this penetrating judge steadily. "Mr. Rivers," I said, turning to him, looking openly as he looked at me, "you and your sisters have done me a great service. The greatest one person can do another. You rescued me from death by your noble hospitality. That gives you an unlimited claim on my gratitude, and to some extent, on my confidence. I'll tell you as much of the wanderer you've harbored as I can, without compromising my own peace, security, or that of others. I am an orphan, a clergyman's daughter. My parents died before I knew them. I was brought up a dependent, educated at a charitable school, Lowood Orphan Asylum in Shire. You may have heard of it, Mr. Rivers? The Reverend Robert Brocklehurst is treasurer. I have heard of Mr. Brocklehurst, and I have seen the school. I left Lowood nearly a year ago to become a private governess. I obtained a good situation and was happy. I was obliged to leave that place 4 days before I came here. The reason I cannot and ought not to explain. It would be useless, dangerous, incredible. No blame attaches to me. I am as free from culpability as any of you. I am miserable, and must be for a time. For the catastrophe that drove me from a house I'd found a paradise was strange and dire. In planning my departure, I observed only 2 points, speed and secrecy. To secure these, I left behind everything except a small parcel I forgot in the coach that brought me to Whiteross. I came here destitute. I slept 2 nights outdoors. wandered 2 days without crossing a threshold. Only twice did I taste food. When hunger, exhaustion, and despair brought me nearly to my last gasp, you, Mr. Rivers, forbade me to perish at your door and took me under your roof. I know all your sisters have done since. I was not insensible in my torpor. I owe to their spontaneous, genuine compassion as large a debt as to your evangelical charity. Don't make her talk more now, St. John, Diana said as I paused. She's not fit for excitement. Come to the sofa and sit, Miss Elliot. I half started at the alias. I'd forgotten my new name. Mr. Rivers, whom nothing escaped, noticed. You said your name was Jane Elliot? I did. It's the name I find expedient now, but it's not my real name. Hearing it sounds strange. You will not give your real name? No, I fear discovery above all things. I avoid whatever might lead to it. You are quite right, I'm sure, Diana said. Now, brother, let her be at peace. But after a moment's thought, St. John recommenced, imperturbable, with acumen. You would not like to be long dependent on our hospitality. You wish to dispense with my sister's compassion and, above all, with my charity. I sense the distinction. I don't resent it. It's just. You desire independence? I do. I've said so. Show me how to work or seek work. That's all I ask. Then let me go, even to the meanest cottage. But till then, let me stay. I dread another essay of homeless destitution. Indeed, you shall stay, Diana said, placing her white hand on my head. You shall, Mary repeated with undemonstrative sincerity. My sisters have pleasure in keeping you, Mr. St. John said, as they would in keeping a half-frozen bird, driven through their window on a wintry wind. I feel more inclined to put you in the way of keeping yourself, but my sphere is narrow. I'm but the incumbent of a poor country parish. My aid must be humble. If you despise small things, seek more efficient succor. She has said she's willing to do any honest work, Diana answered for me, and she has no choice of helpers. She's forced to put up with crusty people like you. I will be a dressmaker, a seamstress, a servant, a nurse girl. If I can be no better, I said. Right, Mr. St. John said coolly. If such is your spirit, I promise to aid you, in my own time and way. He resumed the book he'd been reading before tea. I soon withdrew. I had talked and sat up as long as my strength permitted. Chapter 30. The longer I stayed at Moor House, the more I grew to love Diana and Mary Rivers. In a few short days, my strength had returned enough that I could sit up all day and even take short walks outside. I joined them in their daily routines, talked with them as much as they liked, and helped wherever I could. Being with them was like waking up after a long, cold sleep. For the first time in my life, I felt what it meant to be perfectly understood, to share the same tastes, the same values, the same quiet way of seeing the world. We liked the same books. What moved them moved me. What they cherished, I learned to cherish too. They loved this isolated home of theirs, and I came to love it just as deeply. The old gray stone house with its low roof and diamond pane windows, the worn walls, the long lane of ancient firs bent sideways by years of mountain wind. The garden was shadowed with yew and holly, blooming only with the toughest of flowers, and yet to me it was utterly enchanting. They adored the wild moors that stretched behind the house, and the steep little valley that began just past the gate, a rocky path winding down between banks of fern, opening at last into a few rough pastures that edged the heath. Those fields fed a flock of gray sheep and their moss-faced lambs. I understood their devotion. I felt it myself. There was a sacred loneliness here, a raw beauty in the curves of the land colored by heather, moss, wildflowers, and sun-warmed granite. To me, as to them, this place was a pure and steady source of joy. The wind, both fierce and gentle, the harsh days and the peaceful ones, sunrise and sunset, moonlit nights and clouded skies, all of it wrapped around my heart just as it did theirs. Indoors, we were just as in sync. They were better educated and more widely read than I was, but I followed eagerly in their footsteps. I devoured the books they lent me, and in the evenings we would talk for hours about what I'd read. Our thoughts matched. Our opinions aligned. In short, we fit. If anyone in our little trio was the leader, it was Diana. She was stronger than me, with a vibrant handsomeness and a radiant energy that left me in awe. I could hold my own in conversation at the start of the evening, but once my own words ran dry, I was content to sit at Diana's feet, my head resting against her knee, listening as she and Mary explored topics I had only scratched the surface of. Diana offered to teach me German. I loved learning from her. She was a natural teacher, and I was a willing student. Our personalities dovetailed perfectly, and a powerful affection grew between us. When they discovered I could draw, they immediately brought out their pencils and paints. My skill, greater than theirs in this one area, delighted them. Mary would watch me draw for hours, then take lessons herself, proving to be a diligent and gifted pupil. Days spent like this slipped by like hours, and weeks felt like days. But with St. John Rivers, things were different. The easy closeness I shared with his sisters didn't extend to him. For one, he was rarely home. Much of his time was spent visiting the sick and poor in his scattered parish. No weather kept him from these duties. Rain or shine, once his morning studies were done, he would take his hat and walk out, followed by his father's old dog Carlo, on what seemed a mission of duty, or maybe love. Sometimes, when the weather was particularly grim, his sisters would try to persuade him to stay indoors. He would only smile, a solemn, joyless smile, and say, "If I let a bit of wind or rain keep me from these simple tasks, what kind of preparation would that be for the life I intend to lead?" Diana and Mary usually answered with a sigh and a long, sorrowful silence. But it wasn't just his absences that kept us distant. St. John was reserved, introspective, almost brooding. He was devoted to his work and blameless in his habits, yet he seemed to lack the inner peace that should have been his reward. Often, in the evenings, he would sit at the window with his papers, then stop writing, rest his chin on his hand, and lose himself in some troubled train of thought. You could see it in his eyes, a restless, flashing light. I also sensed that nature didn't speak to him the way it did to his sisters. Once, and only once, I heard him express a strong feeling for the harsh beauty of the hills and an attachment to this dark-roofed house he called home. But his tone held more gloom than pleasure. He never wandered the moors for solace. He never seemed to notice the quiet joys they offered. It took time to understand him. My first real glimpse into his mind came when I heard him preach at Morton. I wish I could describe that sermon, but words fail me. I can't even fully explain how it made me feel. It began calmly, and his delivery stayed calm throughout. But beneath the steady voice was a tightly controlled, burning intensity. His words gathered force, compressed, powerful, restrained. They thrilled and astonished, but they did not comfort. There was a strange bitterness in his message, frequent stern references to Calvinist doctrines, election, predestination, reprobation, each one sounding like a sentence of doom. When he finished, I didn't feel uplifted or enlightened. I felt an inexpressible sadness. It seemed to me, I don't know if others felt it, that his eloquence sprang from a deep well of disappointment, from restless yearnings and unquiet ambitions. I was sure St. John Rivers, pure, conscientious, and zealous as he was, had not yet found the peace that passes understanding. Nor, I thought, had I. My own hidden regrets still haunted me, though I tried not to dwell on them. A month had passed. Diana and Mary would soon leave Moor House to return to their positions as governesses in a large, fashionable city in the south of England. There, in the houses of the wealthy, they would be treated as humble dependents, their true worth unseen, their talents valued only as one might value a cook's skill or a maid's taste. St. John had still not mentioned the employment he'd promised me, but the need for work was becoming urgent. One morning, finding myself alone with him in the parlor for a few minutes, I gathered my courage and approached the window alcove he used as a study. I was struggling to find the right words. How do you break through the ice of a nature like his? When? He looked up and spoke first. "You have something to ask me?" he said. "Yes. I wanted to know if you found any work I might do. I found something for you 3 weeks ago," he replied, "but you seemed happy and useful here. My sisters had grown attached to you, and your company gave them joy. I didn't want to disrupt that before it was necessary." "They leave in 3 days, don't they?" I asked. "Yes. And when they go, I will return to the parsonage at Morton. Hannah will come with me. This house will be closed." I waited, expecting him to continue, but he seemed to drift into his own thoughts again. I had to bring him back. "What is the employment you had in mind, Mr. Rivers?" "I hope the delay hasn't made it harder to secure." "Oh, no. It is entirely in my power to give and in yours to accept." He paused, reluctance in his manner. I grew impatient, a slight shift in posture, a direct look, and he felt it. "You needn't hurry to hear it," he said. "Let me be frank. I have nothing grand or profitable to offer. Recall what I told you before. If I help you, it will be as the blind helping the lame. I am poor. After paying my father's debts, all that remains to me is this crumbling house, a row of storm-scarred firs, and a patch of moorland. I am obscure. Rivers is an old name, but of the last 3 of our line, 2 earn their bread as dependents in strangers' houses, and the 3rd considers himself a stranger in his own land, not only in life, but in death. And he believes that is an honor. He waits only for the day when the cross of sacrifice is laid upon his shoulders, and the great captain of his faith says, 'Rise, follow me.'" He spoke quietly with the same deep intensity he brought to the pulpit, his gaze clear and piercing. Since I am poor and obscure, he went on, I can only offer you work that is poor and obscure. You may find it degrading. Your habits have been refined. Your tastes lean toward the ideal. You have moved among the educated. But I believe no work is degrading if it serves humankind. I believe the harder the field, the scantier the reward, the greater the honor. Such a worker shares the destiny of a pioneer. And the first pioneers of the gospel were the apostles, led by Christ himself. Go on, I said softly. He studied my face as if reading a book. I believe you will accept the post I offer, he said, and hold it for a time, though not forever, any more than I could remain forever, in the quiet, confined life of a country parson. There is a restlessness in your nature, as there is in mine. Though of a different kind. Please explain, I urged. I will, and you will hear how small it is. I will not stay long in Morton, now that my father is gone and I am my own master. Within a year, I expect to leave. But while I am here, I mean to improve the place. When I arrived 2 years ago, there was no school. The poor children had no hope of learning. I started one for boys. Now I mean to open one for girls. I've hired a building with a 2-room cottage attached for the teacher. The salary is £30 a year. The cottage is simply furnished, thanks to a lady in the parish, Miss Oliver, the daughter of the wealthy Mr. Oliver. She also supports an orphan from the workhouse, who will help the teacher with domestic tasks. Will you be that teacher? He asked quickly, as if bracing for me to refuse with disdain. He didn't know all my heart, but he guessed some of it. The position was humble, but it was safe. It was tedious, but it was independent. The thought of servitude in a stranger's house chilled me. This was honest work. It was not degrading. I thank you for the proposal, Mr. Rivers, I said, and I accept it with all my heart. But you understand? He pressed. It is a village school. Your pupils will be poor girls, cottagers' children, farmers' daughters. You will teach them to knit, sew, read, write, and do sums. What will you do with your own accomplishments, your sentiments, your tastes? I will save them for when they are needed. They will keep. You know what you are undertaking. I do. He smiled then, not a bitter or sad smile, but one of deep satisfaction. And when will you begin? I will go to the cottage tomorrow. I can open the school next week, if you wish. Very well. He stood and walked across the room, then turned and looked at me. He shook his head. What is it? I asked. You will not stay at Morton long. No? Why do you say that? I see it in your eyes. They are not the eyes of someone who will live a life of even unchanging routine. I am not ambitious. He seemed startled by the word. Ambitious? No. What made you think of ambition? Who is ambitious? I know I am, but how did you see it? I was speaking of myself. Well, if you are not ambitious, you are... He hesitated. I am what... I was going to say impassioned, but you might misunderstand. I mean that human affections and sympathies have a powerful hold on you. You will not long be content to spend your leisure alone, or to devote your working hours to a monotonous labor without stimulus. Just as I, he added with emphasis, cannot be content to bury myself here in the mud and mountains, to let the nature God gave me be stifled, my heaven-sent faculties paralyzed and made useless. You see, I contradict myself. I, who preach contentment with a humble lot, chafe against my own. Well, instinct and principle must find a way to reconcile. He left the room. In that brief conversation, I had learned more about him than in the entire month before. And yet he still puzzled me. As the day of their departure drew near, Diana and Mary grew quieter and sadder. They tried to act as usual, but their sorrow was too deep to fully hide. Diana told me this goodbye would be different from any they had known before. With St. John, it might be a separation of years, or for life. He will sacrifice everything to his long-made plans, she said. Natural affection, and even deeper feelings. St. John seems quiet, Jane, but he burns inside. You might think him gentle, but in some things he is as hard as stone. And the worst part is, my conscience won't let me try to change his mind. What he intends is right, noble, Christian. And yet it breaks my heart. Tears filled her fine eyes. Mary bent her head low over her sewing. We have lost our father, Mary murmured. Soon we will have no home, and no brother. Just then, a small accident occurred, as if fate wanted to prove that misfortunes never come singly. St. John passed the window, reading a letter. He entered. Our Uncle John is dead, he said. Both sisters looked struck, not shocked, but sobered. The news seemed momentous rather than grieving. Dead? Diana repeated. Yes. She searched her brother's face. And so? She asked softly. And so? He he replied, his expression like marble, and so nothing read. He tossed the letter into her lap. She read it, handed it to Mary, who read in silence and passed it back. All three looked at one another, and all three smiled, a weary, thoughtful smile. "Well," Diana said finally, "we can still live. We are no worse off than before," Mary added. "It only makes one think rather sharply of what might have been," St. John said, "and contrast it rather vividly with what is." He folded the letter, locked it in his desk, and left. For a while, no one spoke. Then Diana turned to me. "You must think us strange, Jane," she said, "or hard-hearted, not to be more moved by the death of an uncle. But we never knew him. He was my mother's brother. He and my father quarreled long ago. My father lost most of his fortune on my uncle's advice. They parted in anger and never reconciled. My uncle later prospered. He accumulated £20,000. He never married, and had no close family except us and one other distant relation. My father always hoped he would leave his wealth to us, to make amends. This letter tells us he has left every penny to that other relation, except for 30 guineas to be divided among the three of us for mourning rings. He had every right, of course. Still, the news is dampening. Mary and I would have felt rich with £1,000 each. And for St. John, such a sum would have meant the chance to do so much good. With that, the subject was closed. The next day, I left for Morton. The day after, Diana and Mary set out for the distant city of B. Within a week, St. John and Hannah moved to the parsonage, and the old house at Marsh End stood empty. Chapter 31. My new home, the first real home I could claim, was a cottage, a single room with whitewashed walls and a floor sprinkled with clean sand, furnished with 4 painted chairs, a table, a clock, and a cupboard holding a few plates and a set of simple dishes. Upstairs, a bedroom just as small, with a plain bedstead and a chest of drawers. It was too large for the little I owned, though the kindness of Diana and Mary had given me a few necessary additions to my wardrobe. Evening had fallen. I'd sent home the little orphan girl who helped me, paying her with an orange, and now I sat alone by the hearth. Today, the village school had opened. I had 20 students. Only 3 could read. None could write or do sums. A few could knit or sew a little. They spoke in the broad local accent, and for now, we struggled to understand each other. Some were unruly, rough, and ignorant, but others were docile, eager to learn, with a brightness in their eyes that gave me hope. I reminded myself that these children in coarse clothing were just as human, just as worthy, as the children of the gentry. Seeds of goodness, intelligence, and kindness lived in them too. My task was to help those seeds grow. Surely there would be happiness in that. I didn't expect great joy from the life ahead of me, but if I kept my mind steady and worked as I should, it would be enough to live on. But had I been happy today? Settled? Content? To be honest, no. I'd felt deeply lonely. I'd even felt, fool that I am, degraded. I'd wondered if I'd taken a step down in the world, not up. The ignorance and poverty around me had left me dismayed. But I wouldn't hate myself for these feelings. I knew they were wrong. That was progress. I would overcome them. Tomorrow would be better. In a few weeks, perhaps they'd be gone. In a few months, the joy of seeing my students improve might replace this heaviness. Still, I asked myself, what would have been better? To have given in to temptation? To have followed passion without a struggle? To sink into the silken trap, lie among its flowers, and wake in the south of France as Mr. Rochester's mistress? To live in luxury, half mad with his love? For he would have loved me. Oh yes, he would have loved me fiercely for a time. No one will ever love me like that again. I'll never again know the sweet admiration given to youth and beauty. I'll never seem to possess those charms for anyone else. He was proud of me. No other man ever will be. But where was my mind wandering? What was I truly feeling? What was better? To be a slave in a fool's paradise in Marseille. 1 hour feverish with false bliss, the next choking on tears of shame. Or to be a village schoolteacher, free and honest, in this windy mountain corner of England. Yes, I had been right to cling to principle. God had guided me to the better choice. I thanked him for that. Having reached this point in my evening thoughts, I rose and went to the door. The harvest day sunset was softening over the quiet fields around my cottage, which stood with the school half a mile from the village. Birds sang their last songs. The air was mild, the dew was gentle. As I looked out, I told myself I was happy, and then to my surprise, I found myself crying. Why? For the fate that had torn me from the man I still called my master. For him, whom I would never see again. For the desperate grief and rage my leaving might have caused him. Feelings that could now be dragging him off the path of goodness, perhaps beyond return. At that thought, I turned my face from the lovely evening sky and the lonely valley of Morton. Lonely, because from where I stood I could see only the church and the parsonage, half hidden in trees and far off, the roof of Vale Hall where Mr. Oliver and his daughter lived. I closed my eyes and leaned my forehead against the doorframe. Then a faint sound came from the little gate that separated my garden from the meadow. I looked up. A dog, old Carlo, Mr. Rivers' pointer, was nosing the latch, and St. John himself stood beside it, arms folded, brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on me with a gravity that bordered on displeasure. I asked him to come in. "No, I can't stay. I only brought you a small parcel my sisters left for you. I believe it contains a paint box, pencils, and paper." I stepped forward to take it. A truly welcome gift. As I approached, I felt his eyes on my face, stern and assessing. My tear-streaked cheeks must have been obvious. "Was your first day harder than you expected?" he asked. "Oh, no. On the contrary, I think in time I'll manage very well with the children. But perhaps your cottage, your furnishings, have disappointed you? They are sparse, I know," I interrupted gently. "My cottage is clean and dry. My furniture is enough. Everything I see makes me grateful, not sad. I'm not so foolish as to long for carpets or silver. 5 weeks ago, I had nothing. I was an outcast, a beggar. Now I have friends, a home, and work. I'm astonished by God's goodness, my friends' generosity, my own good fortune. I'm not complaining, but do you feel the solitude, the emptiness? I've hardly had time to feel tranquil, let alone lonely. Good. I hope you mean what you say. At any rate, your sense will tell you it's too soon to look back, like Lot's wife. What you left behind before we met, I don't know. But I advise you, resist every temptation to turn around. Follow your present path steadily, for a few months at least. That is what I intend," I said. St. John continued, his voice low and intense. "It's hard work to control our inclinations, to bend nature, but I know it can be done. God gives us the power to shape our own fate. When our energy craves a food it cannot have, when our will strains toward a forbidden path, we need not starve or stand still in despair. We find another nourishment for the mind, stronger, perhaps purer. And we carve a new road for our restless feet, a rougher road, but our own. A year ago," he went on, "I was miserable. I thought I'd made a mistake becoming a clergyman. The routine duties wearied me. I burned for a more active life, for literature, art, speaking, anything but the pulpit. The heart of a soldier, a politician, a lover of glory, beat under this cassock. I believed my life had to change or I would die. Then, after a season of struggle, light broke through. My confined existence suddenly opened into a boundless plain. I felt a call from heaven to rise, gather my strength, and soar. God had a task for me, one that demanded the skill of a soldier, the courage of a statesman, the eloquence of an orator. All these are found in a missionary I resolved to be. From that moment, the chains fell from my mind. Only the soreness of their marks remained, and time would heal those. My father opposed me, but since his death, no one stands in my way. Once my affairs here are settled, once I've broken the last entanglements of feeling, one final conflict with human weakness, which I've vowed to win, I will leave Europe for the East." He spoke in his measured, forceful way, and when he finished, he was looking not at me but at the setting sun. I looked too. Both of us had our backs to the path through the field. We hadn't heard footsteps on the grassy track. The only sound was the stream in the valley, so we both startled when a light, musical voice called out, "Good evening, Mr. Rivers, and good evening, old Carlo. Your dog knows his friends better than you do, sir." He perked up and wagged his tail when I was at the bottom of the field, "and you still have your back to me." It was true. Though St. John had flinched at the first sound of that voice as if struck by lightning, he hadn't moved. His arm still rested on the gate, his face toward the west. Only now did he turn, slowly and deliberately. A vision seemed to have appeared beside him. Not 3 feet away stood a form dressed all in white, youthful, graceful, full yet delicate. She bent to pet Carlo, then straightened and drew back a long veil. Beneath St. John's gaze bloomed a face of perfect beauty. I don't use the phrase lightly. Hers were the sweetest features England's gentle climate could mold, with the fresh rose and lily coloring its mists nurture and preserve. Every charm was present, every flaw absent. Her features were regular and fine, her eyes large, dark, and luminous, fringed with long lashes. Her brows were finely arched, her forehead smooth and pale, her cheeks oval and glowing, her lips rosy and perfectly shaped. Her smile revealed even, gleaming teeth, her chin was small and dimpled, her hair was abundant and rich. She was, in short, ideal. I stared in wonder. My whole heart admired her. Nature had been in a generous mood when she made this girl, forgetting her usual measured gifts and lavishing a grandmother's bounty on her favorite. What did St. John Rivers think of this angel? I watched him as he turned to her. His eyes had already moved from her face to a cluster of daisies by the gate. "A lovely evening," he said, his voice calm. "But late for you to be out alone." He crushed the closed flower heads gently under his boot. "Oh, I only returned from this afternoon," she said, naming a town some 20 miles away. "Papa told me you'd opened your school and the new teacher had arrived. So after tea, I put on my bonnet and walked up the valley to see her." "Is this she?" She pointed to me. "It is," said St. John. "Do you think you'll like Morton?" She asked me directly, with a childlike simplicity I found charming. "I hope so. I have many reasons to." "Were the children attentive?" "Quite. Do you like the house?" "Very much." "Did I furnish it nicely?" she asked brightly. "Very nicely indeed." "And did I choose well for you with Alice Wood?" "You did. She's willing and capable." So this was Miss Oliver, the heiress, blessed by fortune as much as by nature. What lucky stars had presided over her birth? "I'll come up sometimes and help you teach," she added. "It will be a change for me. And I do love a change." She turned back to St. John, her manner light and effortless. "Mr. Rivers, I had such fun in last night, or rather early this morning. I was dancing until 2. The regiment stationed there since the riots has the most agreeable officers. They put all our local young men to shame." I saw St. John's lower lip tighten, his mouth compress. The lower half of his face grew stern as she spoke. He lifted his gaze from the daisies and fixed it on her, a searching, unsmiling, intense look. She laughed again, and laughter suited her completely. Her youth, her roses, her dimples, her bright eyes. When he remained silent, she bent gracefully to stroke Carlo again. "Poor Carlo loves me," she said. "He isn't stern or distant with his friends. If he could speak, he wouldn't be silent." As she patted the dog's head, leaning with unconscious grace before her austere young master, I saw a flush rise to St. John's face. His solemn eyes kindled with a sudden fire, flickering with unrestrained emotion. In that moment, flushed and stirred, he looked nearly as beautiful as she was. His chest swelled once, as if his heart, tired of its tight constraint, had made a fierce leap toward freedom, but he mastered it, like a rider calming a spirited horse. He made no movement, no reply to her gentle overture. "Papa says you never visit us now," Miss Oliver went on, looking up. "You've become a stranger at Vale Hall. He's alone tonight, and not feeling well. Will you come back with me to see him?" "This isn't a suitable time to intrude on Mr. Oliver," St. John replied. "Not suitable, but it is. It's exactly when he wants company after the works have closed and he has nothing to do. Please, Mr. Rivers. Why are you so shy? So somber?" She filled his silence with her own chatter, then suddenly shook her lovely curled head. "Oh, I forgot. How thoughtless of me. You've every reason not to want my chatter. Diana and Mary are gone, more houses closed, you're all alone. I do pity you. Please, come see Papa." "Not tonight, Miss Rosamond. Not tonight." His voice was almost mechanical, only he knew the effort it cost him to refuse. "Well, if you're going to be stubborn, I'll leave. I dare not stay longer. The dew is falling." "Good evening," she offered her hand. He barely touched it. "Good evening," he echoed, his voice low and hollow. She turned to go, then glanced back. "Are you well?" she asked softly. No wonder she asked. His face had gone as pale as her dress. "Quite well," he said stiffly. With a slight bow, he left the gate. She went one way, he another. Twice, she looked back at him as she danced lightly down the field. He never turned at all. Witnessing his quiet suffering pulled my thoughts away from my own. Diana had called her brother inexorable as death. She had not exaggerated. Chapter 32. I threw myself into the work of the village school with all the energy and faithfulness I could muster. At first, it was truly difficult. It took time for me to understand my students, their natures, their rhythms. Wholly untaught, their minds seemed dormant, almost dull. At first glance, they all appeared the same. But I soon learned I was wrong. They were as different from one another as any group of educated children. As we grew familiar, those differences blossomed. Once their awe of me, my speech, my rules, faded, some of those heavy-lidded, open-mouthed girls woke into sharp and lively young minds. Many were kind and willing. I discovered among them a natural politeness, an innate self-respect, and capacities that won my admiration. They began to take pride in their work, keeping themselves neat, learning regularly, adopting quiet and orderly manners. Their progress, in some cases, was startling, and I felt an honest, happy pride in it. I grew fond of the best among them, and they, in turn, grew fond of me. Several of my students were farmers' daughters, nearly grown women. They could already read, write, and sew. To them, I taught grammar, geography, history, and finer needlework. I found estimable characters among them, young women hungry for knowledge, eager to improve. I spent many pleasant evening hours in their homes. Their parents welcomed me warmly. There was a quiet joy in accepting their simple kindness and repaying it with a genuine respect they weren't always accustomed to, a respect that, in lifting them in their own eyes, made them strive to be worthy of it. I became a favorite in the neighborhood. Wherever I went, I was met with cordial greetings and friendly smiles. To live surrounded by goodwill, even if it was only the goodwill of working people, was like sitting in calm, sweet sunshine. Inner feelings of peace began to bud and bloom under its warmth. During this time, my heart swelled with thankfulness more often than it sank with dejection. And yet, reader, I must tell you everything. In the midst of this calm, useful life, after a day spent in honest work among my students, an evening passed in drawing or reading alone, I would plunge at night into vivid, turbulent dreams. Dreams full of color and motion, of the ideal and the stormy. In them, I would find myself in unusual, adventurous scenes, and again, I would meet Mr. Rochester. Always at some thrilling, urgent moment. The feeling of being in his arms, hearing his voice, meeting his eyes, touching his hand and cheek, loving him and being loved by him, the hope of a lifetime at his side, would return with all its original force and fire. Then I'd wake. Remember where I was, how I was situated. I'd sit up on my curtainless bed, trembling. In the still, dark night, despair would shake me, and passion would burst forth in silent tears. But by 9 the next morning, I was punctually opening the school, calm, settled, ready for the steady duties of the day. Rosamond Oliver kept her promise to visit me. She usually came during her morning ride, cantering up to the schoolhouse door on her pony, followed by a liveried servant on horseback. It's hard to imagine anything more exquisite than her appearance. Her purple riding habit, her black velvet cap set gracefully over long curls that brushed her cheeks and floated over her shoulders. She would glide into the rustic building like a vision, moving through the dazzled rows of village children. She often came just as Mr. Rivers was giving his daily catechism lesson. I fear her bright eyes pierced the young pastor's heart keenly. A kind of instinct seemed to warn him of her arrival, even when he hadn't seen her. If she appeared in the doorway while he was looking away, his cheek would flush, and his marble-like features, though they refused to soften, would change in some indescribable way. In their very stillness, they spoke of a repressed fervor stronger than any movement or glance could convey. Of course, she knew her power. He could not hide it from her. Despite his Christian stoicism, when she approached him, smiling gaily, encouragingly, even fondly, his hand would tremble and his eyes would burn. He seemed to say with his sad, resolute look, if not with words, I love you, and I know you prefer me. It's not fear of rejection that keeps me silent. If I offered my heart, I believe you'd accept it. But that heart is already laid on a sacred altar. The fire is lit. It will soon be nothing but ash. Then she would pout like a disappointed child, a wistful shadow softening her radiance. She'd withdraw her hand hastily from his and turn away in a flash of petulance from his heroic, martyr-like demeanor. No doubt St. John would have given the world to follow, call her back, keep her when she left him like that, but he would not trade one chance of heaven, nor relinquish his hope of eternal paradise for the earthly bliss of her love. Nor could he confine everything he was, the rover, the aspirant, the poet, the priest, within the limits of a single passion. He would not give up his missionary calling for the parlors and peace of Vale Hall. I learned this much from him one day, when I dared, despite his reserve, to broach his confidence. Miss Oliver also honored me with frequent visits to my cottage. I came to know her whole character, which held no mystery or disguise. She was coquettish but not heartless, demanding but not selfish. She'd been indulged from birth but wasn't truly spoiled. She was impulsive but good-humored, vain but not affected. Generous, free from the pride of wealth, ingenuous, sufficiently clever, gay, lively, and unreflective. She was utterly charming, even to a cool observer like me. But she wasn't deeply interesting. Hers was a very different mind from, say, the minds of St. John's sisters. Still, I liked her almost as I'd liked my pupil Adele. though for a child you've watched over and taught, a closer affection grows than for an equally charming adult. She took a capricious liking to me. She said I was like Mr. Rivers, only not 1/10 as handsome, though you're a nice, neat little soul. He is an angel. Still, I was good, clever, composed, and firm like him. I was a curiosity, she declared. As a village schoolmistress, she was sure my past, if known, would make a delightful romance. One evening, with her usual childlike curiosity, she rummaged through my little kitchen cupboard and table drawer. She discovered 2 French books, a volume of Schiller, a German grammar and dictionary, then my drawing materials and sketches, including a pencil portrait of a cherubic little scholar, and several landscapes of Morton Vale and the surrounding moors. She was first stunned, then electrified with delight. You did these? You know French and German? What a darling. What a miracle you are. You draw better than my master in S. Will you sketch a portrait of me to show Papa? With pleasure, I said, feeling a thrill of artistic delight at the thought of copying so perfect a model. She was wearing a dark blue silk dress, her arms and neck bare, her only ornament the rich chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders with wild, natural grace. I took a sheet of fine cardboard and began a careful outline, promising myself the joy of coloring it later. As it grew late, I told her she'd have to sit for me another day. She spoke of me so glowingly to her father that Mr. Oliver himself accompanied her the next evening, a tall, sturdy, middle-aged man with gray hair, beside whom his lovely daughter looked like a bright flower at the foot of a weathered tower. He seemed taciturn, perhaps proud, but was very kind to me. The sketch of Rosamond pleased him greatly. He insisted I make a finished painting and invited me to spend the following evening at Vale Hall. I went. It was a large, handsome house, every detail speaking of wealth. Rosamond was all glee and delight while I was there. Her father was affable, and after tea he expressed strong approval of my work at the Morton School, though he feared I was too good for the place, and would soon leave for something more suitable. Indeed, cried Rosamond. She's clever enough to be a governess in a high family, Papa, I thought to myself. I would far rather be here than in any high family in the land. Mr. Oliver spoke of Mr. Rivers and the Rivers family with great respect. He said it was an old name here, that the ancestors had been wealthy, that all Morton had once belonged to them. Even now, he considered the current representative might, if he wished, marry very well. He thought it a pity such a fine young man planned to go abroad as a missionary. It was throwing a valuable life away. Clearly, her father would raise no objection to a union between Rosamond and St. John. Mr. Oliver evidently saw the young clergyman's good birth, old name, and sacred profession as compensation enough for his lack of fortune. It was the 5th of November, a holiday. After my little servant helped me clean the cottage, she left, satisfied with a penny for her work. Everything around me was spotless, scoured floor, polished grate, well-rubbed chairs. I had made myself neat too, and had the whole afternoon before me to spend, as I wished. I spent an hour translating a few pages of German, then took up my palette and pencils, losing myself in the soothing task of finishing Rosamond Oliver's miniature. The head was done, only the background needed tinting, the drapery shading, a touch of carmine on the lips, a soft emphasis to a curl here and there, a deeper shadow under the azure eyelid. I was absorbed in these delicate details when, after a quick tap, my door opened and St. John Rivers walked in. "I've come to see how you're spending your holiday," he said. "Not brooding, I hope." "Good. While you draw, you won't feel lonely. You see, I still mistrust you, though you've borne up wonderfully so far." He laid a new book on the table, a poem, a genuine work from what he called the golden age of modern literature. "For your evening solace," he said. I eagerly glanced at the bright pages, Marmion, while St. John leaned to examine my drawing. He straightened abruptly, said nothing. I looked up. He avoided my eyes. I knew his thoughts perfectly in that moment. I could read his heart. I felt calmer and cooler than he was. I had a temporary advantage, and I felt a sudden urge to do him some good, if I could. With all his firmness and self-control, I thought, he burdens himself too much. He locks every feeling inside, expresses, confesses, shares nothing. It would help him to talk about Rosamond, whom he thinks he shouldn't marry. I'll make him talk. "Take a chair, Mr. Rivers," I said. He replied as usual that he couldn't stay. "Very well," I thought. "Stand if you like, but you're not leaving yet. I'll try to find the secret spring of your confidence, an opening in that marble chest where I can let in one drop of sympathy." "Does this portrait look like her?" I asked bluntly. Like whom?" "I haven't looked closely." "You have, Mr. Rivers." He almost started at my sudden bluntness, looking at me in astonishment. Good, I thought. I won't be put off by a little stiffness. I'm prepared to push. You observed it closely and clearly, I said aloud. But I don't mind you looking again. I rose and placed it in his hands. A well-executed picture, he said, his voice strained. Soft, clear coloring. Graceful and correct drawing. Yes, yes. But what of the resemblance? Who does it look like? He mastered a hesitation. Miss Oliver, I presume. Of course. And now, to reward you for guessing correctly, I'll promise to paint you a careful duplicate, provided you admit such a gift would be acceptable. I don't want to waste my time on something you deem worthless. He continued to gaze at the picture. The longer he looked, the tighter he held it, the more he seemed to covet it. It's like her, he murmured. The eye is well done, the color, light, expression, perfect. It smiles. Would it comfort you to have such a painting? Or would it wound you when you're in Madagascar, or the Cape, or India? Would it be a consolation, or would it bring memories that weaken and distress you? He glanced up at me, uneasy, conflicted, then back at the portrait. That I should like to have it is certain. Whether it would be wise is another question. Having seen that Rosamond truly preferred him, and that her father wouldn't oppose the match, I, less lofty in my views than St. John, had come to strongly advocate their union. It seemed to me that if he possessed Mr. Oliver's fortune, he could do as much good with it as he could wasting his strength under a tropical sun. With that persuasion, I answered, as far as I can see, it would be wiser and more judicious if you took the original for yourself. By now he had sat down, laying the picture on the table, resting his brow in his hands as he gazed at it fondly. I could see he wasn't angry or shocked by my audacity. To be addressed so frankly on a subject he deemed unapproachable was beginning to feel like a new pleasure, an unexpected relief. Reserved people often need the frank discussion of their feelings more than expressive ones do. The sternest stoic is human. To sail boldly into the silent sea of their soul is often to do them a great kindness. She likes you, I'm sure, I said, standing behind his chair. And her father respects you. She's a thoughtless girl, but you would have enough thought for both. You ought to marry her. Does she like me? He asked, his voice low. Certainly. Better than anyone else. She talks of you constantly. No subject pleases her more. It's pleasant to hear that, he said. Very pleasant. Go on for another quarter of an hour. To my astonishment, he took out his watch and laid it on the table to measure the time. But what's the use, I asked, when you're probably preparing some iron refusal or forging a new chain for your heart? Don't imagine such hard things. Imagine me yielding, melting, as I am, human love rising like a fresh spring in my mind, flooding all the careful fields I've so laboriously prepared and sown with seeds of good intentions and self-denial. Now it's deluged with nectar. The young sprouts are drowning, delicious poison is corrupting them. Now I see myself stretched on an ottoman in the drawing room at Vale Hall, at my bride Rosamond Oliver's feet. She's talking to me in her sweet voice, gazing down at me with those eyes your skilled hand has copied so well, smiling with these coral lips. She is mine, I am hers. This life, this world would be enough for me. Hush, say nothing. My heart is full of delight, my senses are entranced. Let the time I marked pass in peace. I humored him. The watch ticked. He breathed fast and shallow. I stood silent. In that quiet, the quarter hour passed. He replaced the watch, laid the picture down, rose, and stood by the hearth. Now, he said, that little space was given to delirium and delusion. I rested my head on the breast of temptation. I put my neck under her yoke of flowers. I tasted her cup. But the pillow is burning. There's a sneak in the garland. The wine is bitter. Her promises are hollow. Her offers false. I see and know all this. I gazed at him in wonder. It's strange, he went on, that while I love Rosamond Oliver so wildly, with all the intensity of a first passion for someone exquisitely beautiful and fascinating, I also experience a calm, unwavering certainty that she would not make me a good wife. She is not the partner suited to me. I would discover it within a year of marriage, and 12 months' rapture would be followed by a lifetime of regret. This I know. Strange indeed, I murmured. While one part of me is acutely sensible to her charms, he said, another is deeply impressed with her flaws. She could sympathize with nothing I aspire to, cooperate in nothing I undertake. Rosamond? A sufferer? A laborer? A missionary's wife? No. But you need not be a missionary. You could give up that plan. Give up my vocation, my great work, my foundation laid on earth for a mansion in heaven, my hope of joining those who've merged all ambition into the glorious aim of bettering our race, carrying knowledge into ignorance, peace for war, freedom for bondage, religion for superstition, the hope of heaven for the fear of hell. Give that up. It is dearer to me than the blood in my veins. It is what I look forward to, what I live for. After a long pause, I said, "And Miss Oliver? Are her disappointment and sorrow nothing to you?" "Miss Oliver is surrounded by suitors and flatterers. In less than a month, my image will be erased from her heart. She'll forget me and marry someone who will make her far happier than I ever could. You speak coolly, but you suffer in this conflict. You're wasting away. No. If I've grown thin, it's from anxiety about my unsettled prospects, my continually delayed departure. Just this morning I received word that my successor, whom I've long awaited, won't be ready to replace me for 3 months. Perhaps 6. You tremble and flush whenever Miss Oliver enters the schoolroom." Surprise flickered across his face. He hadn't imagined a woman would dare speak so plainly to a man. But I felt at home in such discourse. I could never rest with strong, discreet minds, male or female, until I'd passed the outer walls of reserve and crossed into confidence, winning a place by their heart's hearth. "You are original," he said, "and not timid. There's something brave in your spirit and penetrating in your eye. But allow me to assure you, you partly misinterpret my emotions. You think them deeper and more potent than they are. You give me more sympathy than I deserve. When I color and shake before Miss Oliver, I don't pity myself. I scorn the weakness. I know it's ignoble, a mere fever of the flesh, not a convulsion of the soul. My soul is fixed as a rock in a restless sea. Know me for what I am, a cold, hard man." I smiled skeptically. "You've taken my confidence by storm," he continued, "and now it is yours. Stripped of the robe with which Christianity covers human frailty, I am, in my original state, a cold, hard, ambitious man. Of all sentiments, only natural affection has any lasting power over me. Reason, not feeling, is my guide. My ambition is unlimited, my desire to rise, to do more than others, insatiable. I honor endurance, perseverance, industry, talent, because these are how men achieve great ends and rise to eminence. I watch your career with interest, because I see you as a diligent, orderly, energetic woman, not because I deeply pity what you've endured. You describe yourself as a mere pagan philosopher," I said. "No. There's a difference between me and deistic philosophers, I believe. I believe the gospel. You miss your epithet. I am not a pagan, but a Christian philosopher, a follower of Jesus. As his disciple, I adopt his pure, merciful, benevolent doctrines. I am sworn to spread them. Won to religion in youth, it has cultivated my original qualities. From the tiny germ of natural affection, it has grown the overshadowing tree of philanthropy. From the wild root of human uprightness, it has reared a sense of divine justice. Out of ambition for my own power and renown, it has formed the ambition to spread my master's kingdom, to win victories for the cross. Religion has done this much for me, pruning and training nature, but it could not eradicate nature, nor will it be eradicated until this mortal puts on immortality." Having said this, he took his hat from the table beside my pallet. Once more he looked at the portrait. "She's lovely," he murmured. "She is well named the Rose of the World. May I paint one like it for you? Cui bono? No." He drew over the picture the sheet of thin paper I used to keep the cardboard clean while painting. What he suddenly saw on that blank paper, I couldn't tell, but something caught his eye. He snatched it up, examined the edge, then shot me a glance so peculiar and intense it seemed to note every detail of my shape, face, and dress in one lightning-fast sweep. His lips parted as if to speak, but he stopped himself. "What is it?" I asked. "Nothing," he replied. Replacing the paper, I saw him deftly tear a narrow strip from the margin. It disappeared into his glove. With a hurried nod and a good afternoon, he was gone. "Well," I exclaimed, using a local phrase, "that beats everything." I, in turn, examined the paper but saw only a few smudges of paint where I'd tested colors. I pondered the mystery a minute or two, but finding it unsolvable and sure it couldn't be important, I dismissed it and soon forgot. Chapter 33. When St. John left that evening, snow had already begun to fall, a whirling storm that lasted all night. By the next day, a sharp wind drove fresh, blinding flurries into every hollow and lane. By twilight, the valley was drifted over and nearly impassable. I'd closed my shutters, laid a mat against the door to keep the snow from blowing in, trimmed the fire, and sat for nearly an hour on the hearth, listening to the muffled fury of the wind. Finally, I lit a candle, took down Marmion, and began to read. The rhythm of the verse soon made me forget the storm outside. Then I heard a noise. The wind, I thought, rattling the door. But no. The latch lifted, and in from the frozen hurricane and howling darkness came St. John Rivers, his tall figure shrouded in a cloak white as a glacier. I was startled, I hadn't expected any visitor on a night like this. Is something wrong? I asked quickly. Has something happened? No. How easily alarmed you are, he replied calmly, removing his cloak and hanging it by the door. He straightened the mat, stamped the snow from his boots, and added, I'll soil your clean floor, but you'll have to forgive me just this once. He moved toward the fire. It was hard work getting here, I assure you. One drift came up to my waist. Luckily, the snow is still soft. But why have you come? I couldn't help asking. Rather inhospitable of you, he said with a faint smile. But since you ask, simply to talk. I grew tired of my silent books and empty rooms. And since yesterday, I felt like someone who's been told half a story and is impatient to hear the rest. He sat down. I remembered his strange behavior the day before and began to wonder if his mind was affected. But if he was unsettled, it was a cool, collected kind of unrest. I'd never seen his handsome face look more like chiseled marble than it did now, as he pushed his snow-damp hair back from his forehead. The firelight fell on his pale brow and cheeks, and my heart sank to see the hollow traces of care or sorrow etched there so plainly. I waited, expecting him to say something I could understand, but he rested his chin on his hand, a finger against his lips, deep in thought. His hand looked as thin and worn as his face. An unexpected wave of pity washed over me. I wish Diana or Mary lived with you, I said impulsively. It's wrong for you to be so alone, and you're reckless with your own health. Not at all, he replied, his tone careless and distant. I look after myself when necessary. I'm well. What do you see wrong in me? His indifference showed my concern was, in his eyes, unnecessary. I fell silent. He still moved his fingers slowly over his lip, his gaze fixed dreamily on the fire. Feeling I must say something, I asked if he felt a draft from the door behind him. No, he answered shortly, almost testily. Well, I thought, if you won't talk, you can be quiet. I'll leave you alone and go back to my book. I trimmed the candle and returned to Marmion. Soon, he stirred. My eyes were drawn to him. He took out a leather pocketbook, removed a letter, read it silently, folded it, put it back, and sank again into meditation. It was useless trying to read with such an inscrutable presence before me. Impatience won out. He could rebuff me if he liked, but I would speak. Have you heard from Diana and Mary lately? Not since the letter I showed you a week ago. No change in your plans. You won't be called away from England sooner than expected? I'm afraid not. Such luck wouldn't come to me. Baffled, I changed the subject to the school and my pupils. Mary Garrett's mother is better. Mary returned this morning, and I'll have 4 new girls next week from Foundry Close. They would have come today, but for the snow? Indeed. Mr. Oliver is paying for 2, is he? He plans to give the whole school a treat at Christmas. I know, was it your suggestion? No. Whose then? His daughter's, I believe. That sounds like her. She's so good-natured. Yes. Silence fell again. The clock struck 8. The sound seemed to rouse him. He uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and turned to me. Put your book aside for a moment, he said. Come closer to the fire. Wondering, I obeyed. Half an hour ago, he began. I mentioned my impatience to hear the end of a story. On reflection, I think it's better if I tell it, and you listen. I should warn you, it may sound familiar, but even a well-known tale can feel fresh when told by new lips. At any rate, it's short. 20 years ago, a poor curate, never mind his name for now, fell in love with a rich man's daughter. She loved him in return and married him against her family's advice. They disowned her. Within 2 years, the rash couple were both dead, buried side by side under a single slab. They left a daughter. Charity took the newborn in. Charity as cold as the snowdrift I nearly drowned in tonight. The child was taken to her mother's wealthy relatives and raised by an aunt-in-law, a Mrs. Reed of Gateshead. I started. Did you hear something? He asked. Probably just a rat in the rafters next door. This was a barn before I repaired it. Barns often have rats, he went on. Mrs. Reed kept the orphan 10 years. Whether the child was happy with her, I don't know. But after that, she sent her to a place you know well, Lowood School, where you yourself lived for so long. The girl did well there. She became a teacher, like you. Interesting parallels, don't you think? She left to become a governess. Again, like you. She undertook the education of the ward of a certain Mr. Rochester. Mr. Rivers, I interrupted. I can guess your feelings, he said, but restrain them for a moment. Let me finish. Of Mr. Rochester's character I know little, except that he offered this young woman honorable marriage, and at the altar she discovered he already had a wife, alive, though insane, What happened afterward is conjecture, but when circumstances made it necessary to find the governess, she was gone. No one knew when, where, or how. She left Thornfield Hall in the night. Every search failed. The countryside was scoured. No trace of her was found. Yet finding her has become urgent. Advertisements have been placed in all the papers. I myself received a letter from a solicitor named Briggs, telling me these details. An odd tale, isn't it? Just tell me this, I said, my voice tight. Since you know so much, you can surely tell me. What of Mr. Rochester? Where is he? What is he doing? Is he well? I know nothing about Mr. Rochester. The letter mentions him only in connection with that fraudulent attempt. You should be asking the governess's name, the reason she's needed. Did no one go to Thornfield? Did no one see him? I suppose not, but they wrote to him? Of course. What did he say? Who has his letters? Mr. Briggs indicates the reply came not from Mr. Rochester, but from a lady, signed Alice Fairfax. I felt cold. My worst fears were probably true. He had likely left England, rushing in reckless despair to some former haunt on the continent, and what solace had he sought there for his suffering? What object for his passions? I dared not imagine. He must have been a bad man, observed Mr. Rivers. You don't know him, I said heatedly. Don't judge him. Very well, he replied quietly. My mind is occupied with other things. I must finish my story. Since you won't ask the governess's name, I'll tell you myself. He paused. Wait, I have it here. It's always better to see important things in writing. He produced the pocketbook again, opened it, and drew out a shabby slip of paper, hastily torn. I recognized the texture and the stains of ultramarine, lake, and vermilion. It was a torn margin from the portrait cover. He held it close to my eyes. In my own handwriting, in Indian ink, I read, Jane Eyre. Briggs wrote to me about a Jane Eyre, he said. The advertisements asked for a Jane Eyre. I knew a Jane Elliot. I confess I had suspicions, but only yesterday afternoon they became certainty. You own that name and give up the alias? Yes, but where is Mr. Briggs? He might know more about Mr. Rochester than you do. Briggs is in London. I doubt he knows anything about Mr. Rochester. He isn't interested in him. You're missing the essential point. You haven't asked why Briggs was looking for you. What he wanted, well, what did he want? Simply to tell you that your uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, is dead. He left you all his property. You are now rich. That's all. Rich? Yes. You. Quite an heiress. Silence filled the room. You'll need to prove your identity, of course, St. John continued after a moment. That shouldn't be difficult. Then you can take possession. Your fortune is in English funds. Briggs has the will and the necessary papers. A new card, indeed. Reader, it's a fine thing to be lifted from poverty to wealth in a moment. Very fine, but not something one can comprehend or enjoy all at once. Other chances in life feel more thrilling. This was solid, real, nothing ideal about it. Its associations were sober, its manifestations grave. One doesn't jump and shout upon hearing such news. One thinks of responsibilities, of business. On a foundation of steady satisfaction rises a weight of care, and we contain ourselves, brooding over our blessing with a solemn brow. Besides, the words legacy and bequest walk hand in hand with death and funeral. My uncle, my only relative, was dead. Since learning of his existence, I'd cherished the hope of meeting him one day. Now I never would. And this money came to me alone. Not to a rejoicing family, but to my isolated self. It was a great gift, yes. Independence would be glorious. I felt that the thought swelled my heart. You've unknit your brow at last, said Mr. Rivers. I thought Medusa had looked at you. Perhaps now you'll ask how much you're worth. How much? Oh, a trifle. Nothing to speak of. 20,000 pounds, I believe they say. But what is that? 20,000 pounds? I had imagined 4,000 or 5,000. This stole my breath. St. John, whom I had never heard laugh before, laughed softly. Well, he said, if you'd committed murder, and I told you were discovered, you could hardly look more shocked. It's so much. Could there be a mistake? No mistake. Maybe you read it wrong. 2,000. It's written in words, not figures. 20,000. I felt like someone with an ordinary appetite sitting down to a feast laid for 100. Mr. Rivers rose and put on his cloak. If it weren't such a wild night, he said, I'd send Hannah to keep you company. You look too miserable to be left alone. But Hannah couldn't stride through the drifts like I can. Her legs aren't as long, so I must leave you to your thoughts. Good night. He lifted the latch. A sudden thought struck me. Wait, I cried. Yes. Why did Mr. Briggs write to you about me? How did he know you? How could he think you? Living in such an out-of-the-way place could help find me. "Oh, I'm a clergyman," he said. "Clergymen are often consulted about odd matters." Again, the latch rattled. "No, that doesn't satisfy me," I exclaimed. His hasty, unexplained reply only sharpened my curiosity. "This is a very strange business. I must know more. Another time? No, tonight. Now." As he turned from the door, I stepped between it and him. He looked embarrassed. "You're not leaving until you tell me everything," I said. "I'd rather not. Not now. You shall. You must. I'd rather Diana or Mary told you." Of course, this only heightened my eagerness. It had to be satisfied now. "But I warned you I'm a hard man," he said. "Difficult to persuade. And I'm a hard woman, impossible to put off. And I am cold. No fervor moves me, whereas I am hot, and fire melts ice. That blaze has already thawed the snow from your cloak. See, it's made a puddle on my floor. If you ever hope to be forgiven for ruining a sanded kitchen, tell me what I want to know." "Well, then," he said, "I yield, if not to your earnestness, to your perseverance. Stone is worn by continual dripping. Besides, you must learn someday. Your name is Jane Eyre, of course." That was settled. "You may not be aware that I am your namesake. I was christened St. John Eyre Rivers. No. I remember seeing the initial E in books you lent me, but I never asked what it stood for." "What then?" "Surely—" I stopped. A thought rushed at me, took shape, solidified into a stunning probability. Circumstances clicked into place. The chain that had lain in a tangled lump was pulled straight, every link perfect, the connection complete. I knew instinctively before he said another word, but I must let him explain. "My mother's maiden name was Eyre," he said. "She had 2 brothers. One was a clergyman who married Miss Jane Reed of Gateshead. The other was John Eyre, Esquire, a merchant of Madeira. Mr. Briggs, our uncle's solicitor, wrote to us last August to inform us of our uncle's death and to say he had left his property to his brother's orphan daughter, overlooking us because of a quarrel with our father that was never forgiven. He wrote again a few weeks ago to say the heiress was lost and asked if we knew anything of her. A name casually written on a slip of paper enabled me to find her. You know the rest." He moved to leave again, but I stood my ground. "Let me speak," I said. "Let me catch my breath." I paused. He stood before me, hat in hand, perfectly composed. "Your mother was my father's sister?" "Yes." "My aunt, then?" He nodded. "My Uncle John was your Uncle John? You, Diana, and Mary are his sister's children, as I am his brother's child." "Undeniably. Then you 3 are my cousins." "We share the same blood?" "We are cousins, yes." I looked at him. I had found a brother. One I could be proud of, one I could love. And 2 sisters whose qualities, even when I knew them as strangers, had inspired genuine affection and admiration. The girls I had watched through the kitchen window at Moore House, kneeling in the rain with such bitter longing, were my own kin. The young, stately man who had found me dying on his doorstep was my blood relation. To a lonely soul, this was a glorious discovery. This was true wealth, wealth for the heart, a mine of pure, warm affection. A blessing bright and exhilarating, not like the heavy gift of gold, sobering in its weight. I clapped my hands suddenly. My pulse raced, my veins thrilled. "Oh, I'm so glad," I cried. St. John smiled. "Didn't I say you were missing the essential point? You were solemn when I told you you'd inherited a fortune. Now, over something of no consequence, you're excited. What do you mean? It may be of no consequence to you. You have sisters, you don't need a cousin. But I had nobody. Now 3 relations, or 2, if you won't be counted, have entered my world fully formed. I say again, I'm glad." I paced the room, thoughts rising faster than I could grasp them. Thoughts of what might be, could be, would be, and soon. The blank wall seemed a sky thick with rising stars, each lighting a purpose or delight. Those who had saved my life, whom I'd loved without being able to show it, I could now help. They were burdened, I could free them. They were scattered, I could reunite them. The independence and affluence that were mine could be theirs too. Weren't there 4 of us? £20,000 shared equally would be 5,000 each. More than enough. Justice would be done. Mutual happiness secured. Now the wealth didn't feel heavy. It wasn't just money. It was a legacy of life, hope, joy. I don't know how I looked in that moment, but I soon felt St. John's hand guiding me to a chair he'd placed behind me. "Sit down," he said gently. "Try to be calm." I shook off his hand. "Don't treat me as if I'm hysterical." "Write to Diana and Mary tomorrow," I said, my words tumbling out. "Tell them to come home at once." Diana said they'd feel rich with £1,000 each. With 5,000, they'll be more than comfortable. "Let me get you some water," St. John said. "You need to steady yourself." "Nonsense. What effect will this inheritance have on you? Will it keep you in England? Make you marry Miss Oliver and settle down like an ordinary man? You're wandering. Your mind is overwhelmed. I've been too abrupt, Mr. Rivers. You try my patience. I am perfectly rational. It's you who misunderstand. Or pretend to. Perhaps if you explained more clearly. Explain? What is there to explain? Can't you see? £20,000 divided between our uncle's nephew and 3 nieces gives 5,000 to each. I want you to write to your sisters and tell them of their fortune. You mean your fortune. I've made my view clear. I won't change it. I'm not selfish, unjust, or ungrateful. Besides, I want a home and family. I love Moor House, and I'll live there. I love Diana and Mary, and I'll be part of their lives forever. £5,000 would please me, 20,000 would torment me, and it could never be truly mine, not injustice. So I give you what is superfluous to me. Don't oppose me. Don't argue. Let's agree now. This is impulse. You need time to consider. Your word can't be binding yet. If you doubt my sincerity, set your mind at ease. You see the justice in this, don't you? I see a certain justice, but it's against all custom. The fortune is yours by right. Our uncle earned it. He could leave it to whom he wished. He left it to you. Justice permits you to keep it. You may, with clear conscience, consider it your own. For me, I said, it's as much a matter of feeling as conscience. I must indulge my feelings. I've had so few chances. You could argue and object for a year, but I won't give up the joy of repaying a great debt and winning lifelong friends. You think so now because you've never known wealth. You can't imagine what £20,000 means, the place it gives you in society, the prospects it opens. And you, I interrupted, can't imagine how I've craved family, brothers, sisters. I never had a home. I never had siblings. I must have them now. You're not unwilling to accept me, are you? Jane, I will be your brother. My sisters will be your sisters. You don't need to sacrifice your rights for that. Brother, yes, from 1,000 miles away sisters. Yes, laboring among strangers. Me, wealthy, gorged with unearned gold. You penniless. Fine equality, close union, intimate attachment. But Jane, you could have family and happiness another way. You could marry. Nonsense. I don't want to marry. I never shall. That's too strong a statement. It only shows your excitement. It's not too strong. I know my own heart. No one would marry me for love, and I won't be married for money. I don't want a stranger, someone alien, unsympathetic. I want my own kindred, people I understand and who understand me. Say again, you'll be my brother. When you said it before, I was happy. Say it again, if you can mean it, I can. I've always loved my sisters, and I love them for their worth and their gifts. You too have principle in mind. Your tastes resemble Diana's and Mary's. Your company pleases me. In your conversation, I found real solace. I can easily make room in my heart for you as my third and youngest sister. Thank you. That's enough for tonight. Now you should go. If you stay, you might irritate me again with your doubts. And the school, Miss Eyre. I suppose it must be closed now? No. I'll keep my position until you find a replacement. He smiled approval. We shook hands, and he left. I won't detail the further struggles and arguments that followed to settle the legacy as I wished. It was difficult, but I was resolved. My cousins eventually saw that my mind was fixed on a fair division, and in their hearts, they felt the justice of it. They knew, had they been in my place, they'd have done the same. They yielded, agreeing to put the matter to arbitration. The judges chosen were Mr. Oliver and a capable lawyer. Both sided with me. In the end, St. John, Diana, Mary and I each inherited a modest independence. Chapter 34. Everything was finally settled as Christmas drew near. The holiday season was almost upon us. I closed the school in Morton, determined not to let the farewell be empty on my part. Good fortune has a way of opening not only your heart, but your hands. Giving when you've received so much feels like a natural release for overflowing emotion. For a long time, I'd quietly felt that many of my country students had grown fond of me, and when we said goodbye, that feeling was confirmed. They showed their affection openly and warmly. It filled me with a deep, quiet joy to know I truly held a place in their sincere hearts. I promised them that going forward, not a single week would pass without me visiting and teaching them for an hour in their schoolroom. Mr. Rivers approached as I stood with the key in my hand, having just watched the 60 girls file out and lock the door. I'd been exchanging a few personal goodbyes with a half-dozen of my best students. Respectful, modest, intelligent young women, as fine as any you'd find among the English country folk. And that's saying something, because, in my opinion, the English country people are the best educated, best mannered, and most self-respecting in Europe. I've seen peasant women elsewhere since then, and even the best seemed ignorant and rough compared to my Morton girls. Do you feel you've gotten your reward for a term of hard work? Mr. Rivers asked once they'd gone. Doesn't it give you pleasure knowing you've done some real good in your time? Of course it does, I said. And you've only worked a few months, he continued. Wouldn't a whole life devoted to lifting up your fellow human beings be well spent? Yes, I replied. But I couldn't go on like this forever. I want to enjoy my own abilities, not just cultivate others. I need to live for myself now. Please, don't pull my mind or body back to the school. I'm free of it, and I'm ready for a proper holiday. He looked serious. What now? Why this sudden burst of eagerness? What are you planning to do? To be active as I possibly can. First, I need you to release Hannah and find someone else to help you. Do you need her? Yes. To come with me to Morehouse. Diana and Mary will be home in a week, and I want everything perfect for their arrival. I see, he said. I thought you were about to fly off on some adventure. This is better. Hannah can go with you. Tell her to be ready by tomorrow then. And here's the school key. I'll give you the key to my cottage in the morning. He took it. You're giving it up with remarkable cheer, he observed. I don't fully understand this lightness of heart, because I can't imagine what you plan to do instead. What is your aim now, Jane? Your purpose? Your ambition? My first aim, I said, is to clean down Morehouse from top to bottom. And I mean deep clean. Next, I'll polish every surface with beeswax and oil until it shines. Then I'll arrange every chair, table, bed, and carpet with perfect precision. After that, I'll nearly bankrupt you in coal and peat keeping blazing fires in every room. And finally, for the 2 days before your sisters come, Hannah and I will be beating eggs, sorting currants, grating spices, baking Christmas cakes, chopping fillings for mince pies, and performing all sorts of sacred kitchen rituals that words can't properly describe to someone as uninitiated as you. In short, my goal is to have everything in absolutely perfect order for Diana and Mary by next Thursday. And my ambition is to give them the most wonderfully warm welcome imaginable. St. John smiled faintly, but he wasn't satisfied. That's all very well for now, he said. But seriously, I hope once this first rush of excitement fades, you will look a little higher than domestic comforts and household joys. They're the best things in the world, I interrupted. No, Jane, they're not. This world isn't meant for fulfillment. Don't try to make it so. Nor is it meant for rest. Don't grow idle. On the contrary, I intend to be very busy. Jane, I'll excuse you for the present. I'll give you 2 months to fully enjoy your new situation and this newfound joy of family. But then I hope you'll start looking beyond Morehouse and Morton and sisterly companionship, beyond the selfish calm and material comfort of a civilized life. I hope your restless energy will speak to you again. I stared at him in surprise. St. John, I said, it's almost cruel of you to talk like that. I feel perfectly content, and you're trying to stir up restlessness in me. To what end? To the end of using the talents God has given you. Talents he will one day ask you to account for. Jane, I'll be watching you closely. I warn you now. Try to temper this excessive enthusiasm for ordinary home pleasures. Don't cling so tightly to earthly ties. Save your passion for a worthy cause. Don't waste it on trivial, fleeting things. Do you hear me, Jane? Yes, though you might as well be speaking Greek. I feel I have every reason to be happy, and I will be happy. Goodbye. I was happy at Morehouse. I worked hard, and so did Hannah. She was delighted to see how cheerfully I threw myself into the chaos of a house turned upside down, how I could scrub, dust, clean, and cook. And after a day or two of glorious mess, it was deeply satisfying to gradually restore order from the chaos we'd created. I'd already made a trip to S to buy some new furniture. My cousins had given me free rein to make any changes I liked, with a sum set aside for that purpose. I left the main sitting room and bedrooms mostly as they were, knowing Diana and Mary would find more joy in seeing their familiar old tables, chairs, and beds than in any stylish new replacements. Still, a few updates were needed to make their homecoming feel special. New, dark, handsome carpets and curtains, a few carefully chosen antique ornaments in porcelain and bronze, new covers and mirrors and dressing cases. All achieved the effect I wanted. Fresh, but not flashy. A spare parlor and bedroom I furnished entirely anew with old mahogany and crimson upholstery. I laid canvas in the hall and carpets on the stairs. When it was all done, Morehouse felt like a perfect model of cozy, bright comfort inside, while outside, the winter landscape lay bleak and desolate. The important Thursday finally arrived. They were expected around nightfall. Before dusk, fires were lit upstairs and down. The kitchen was spotless. Hannah and I were dressed and ready. St. John arrived first. I'd asked him to stay away until everything was in order, and the very idea of the domestic bustle, so mundane and busy, had been enough to keep him at a distance. He found me in the kitchen, watching over cakes baking for tea. "So, are you finally satisfied with playing housemaid?" he asked, approaching the hearth. I responded by inviting him to inspect the results of my work. With some effort, I got him to walk through the house. He merely glanced into the rooms I opened. After wandering up and down, he acknowledged that I must have gone through a great deal of effort to accomplish so much in so little time. But he didn't say a single word to suggest he took any pleasure in the improved look of his home. His silence deflated me. I wondered if the changes had disturbed some cherished memory. I asked him, my tone a little crestfallen. "Not at all," he said. "On the contrary, I noticed you've been scrupulously respectful. If anything, I'm afraid you've devoted more thought to it than it's worth. How many minutes, for example, did you spend planning the arrangement of this room? By the way, can you tell me where such and such a book is?" I showed him the volume on the shelf. He took it down, retreated to his usual window alcove, and began to read. Reader, I didn't like this. St. John was a good man, but I was beginning to feel the truth of his own words, that he was hard and cold. The simple joys and comforts of life held no attraction for him. Literally, he lived only to strive. For what was good and great, certainly, but he would never rest, nor approve of anyone resting near him. Looking at his lofty, still, pale forehead and his fine features fixed in concentration, I suddenly understood. He would not make a good husband. To be his wife would be a trial. I understood, as if by instinct, the nature of his feelings for Miss Oliver. I agreed it was a love of the senses. I saw how he would despise himself for its power over him, how he would want to crush it. He was made of the stuff from which nature carves her heroes, Christian or pagan, her lawgivers, statesmen, conquerors. A steadfast pillar for great causes to lean on. But at the fireside, too often a cold, heavy column, gloomy and out of place. This parlor is not his sphere, I thought. The Himalayas or the African wilderness, even a plague-ridden swamp, would suit him better. No wonder he avoids domestic calm. It's not his element. Here, his talents stagnate. In scenes of struggle and danger, where courage is tested and fortitude required, that's where he will speak and lead. A happy child would outshine him at this hearth. He's right to choose a missionary's life. I see that now. They're coming! They're coming! Hannah cried, throwing open the parlor door. At the same moment, old Carlo barked joyfully. I ran out. It was dark now, but the rumble of wheels was audible. Hannah hurried out with a lantern. The carriage had stopped at the gate. The driver opened the door. First one familiar form emerged, then another. In an instant, I was under their bonnets, my cheek pressed to Mary's, then lost in Diana's flowing curls. They laughed, kissed me, then Hannah patted Carlo, who was beside himself, eagerly asked if all was well, and, assured that it was, hurried inside. They were stiff from the long, jolting ride from Witteros, and chilled from the frosty night, but their faces softened in the cheerful firelight. As the driver and Hannah brought in the trunks, they asked for St. John. He stepped forward from the parlor. Both sisters threw their arms around his neck at once. He gave each a quiet kiss, murmured a few words of welcome, listened to them for a moment, then withdrew back to the parlor as if to a refuge. I'd lit candles to take upstairs, but Diana first gave kind instructions about the driver. Then they both followed me up. They were delighted with the refreshed look of their rooms, the new fabrics, the fresh carpets, the richly colored vases. They expressed their happiness so generously. I felt a quiet pleasure that my efforts had met their wishes exactly, that I'd added something special to their joyful homecoming. That evening was sweet. My cousins, full of excitement, talked so vividly and freely that their chatter filled the space left by St. John's silence. He was sincerely glad to see his sisters, but he couldn't share in their glowing warmth and flowing joy. Their return pleased him, but the happy noise, the lively welcome, it clearly irked him. I saw he wished for the quieter tomorrow. In the heart of the evening, about an hour after tea, there was a knock at the door. Hannah entered. A poor boy has come, at this unlikely hour, asking for Mr. Rivers to see his mother. She's dying. Where does she live, Hannah? Way up at Whiteross Brow, almost 4 miles off, all moor and marsh. Tell him I'll go, St. John said. Sir, you really shouldn't, Hannah urged. It's the worst road to travel after dark. No proper track over the bog, and it's a bitter night, the wind's cutting. Best send word you'll come in the morning? But he was already in the passage, putting on his cloak. Without a word of objection, he left. It was 9 o'clock. He didn't return until midnight, starved and exhausted, but he looked happier than when he'd set out. He'd done his duty, exerted himself, tested his strength, and made peace with his own resolve. The whole of the following week tested his patience, I'm sure. It was Christmas week. We abandoned routine and gave ourselves to merry domestic relaxation. The more air, the freedom of home, the dawn of our new security acted on Diana and Mary like a life-giving potion. They were lively from morning till night. They talked constantly, witty, thoughtful, original talk that charmed me completely. I'd rather listen and join in than do anything else. St. John didn't scold our high spirits, but he withdrew from them. He was seldom in the house. His parish was large and scattered, and he filled his days visiting the sick and poor. One morning at breakfast, Diana, after a thoughtful silence, asked him, "Are your plans still unchanged?" "Unchanged and unchangeable," he replied. He went on to tell us his departure from England was now definitely set for the coming year. "And Rosamond Oliver?" Mary asked, the words seeming to escape her involuntarily. She immediately looked as if she wished she could take them back. St. John had been reading at the table, his unsocial habit. He closed his book and looked up. "Rosamond Oliver," he said calmly, "is about to marry Mr. Granby, one of the most well-connected and respected residents of S, grandson and heir to Sir Frederick Granby. I heard the news from her father yesterday." His sisters looked at each other, then at me. We all looked at him. He was as serene as glass. "It must have been arranged quickly," Diana said. "They can't have known each other long, only 2 months. They met in October at the county ball. But when there are no obstacles, and the match is desirable in every way, why wait? They'll marry as soon as place is ready for them." The next time I found St. John alone, I was tempted to ask if the news pained him. But he seemed so far from needing sympathy that I felt almost ashamed of my earlier prying. Besides, I was out of practice talking to him. His reserve had frozen over again, and my openness had chilled beneath it. He hadn't kept his promise to treat me like a sister. He maintained a subtle, cold distance between us that did nothing for closeness. Now that I was acknowledged as his kinswoman and living under the same roof, I felt more distant from him than when I'd been just the village school teacher. Remembering how he'd once confided in me, I could hardly comprehend this new frost. So I was very surprised when he suddenly looked up from his desk and said, "You see, Jane, the battle is fought and the victory won." Startled, I hesitated before answering. "But are you sure you're not like those conquerors whose victories cost them too much? Wouldn't another such victory ruin you?" "I think not. And if it did, it wouldn't matter much. I won't be called to fight such a battle again. The conflict is decided. My path is clear now, and I thank God for it." With that, he returned to his papers and his silence. As our shared happiness, Diana's, Mary's, and mine, settled into a calmer rhythm and we returned to our usual habits and studies, St. John stayed home more. He sat with us in the same room for hours at a time. While Mary Drew and Diana pursued an encyclopedic course of study, and I labored at German, he pondered his own mysterious subject. Some Eastern language he believed necessary for his plans. So occupied, he seemed quiet and absorbed in his corner. But his blue eyes had a habit of straying from his foreign-looking grammar to wander over us, his fellow students, sometimes fixing on us with an intense, searching gaze. If caught, he'd look away instantly, but soon that gaze would return to our table. I wondered what it meant. I also wondered at the consistent satisfaction he showed every week when I visited the Morton School, something that seemed a small matter to me. And I was even more puzzled when, if the weather was bad, snow, rain, or high wind, and his sisters urged me not to go, he would dismiss their concern and encourage me to go anyway. "Jane isn't such a weakling," he'd say. "She can bear a mountain blast or a shower as well as any of us. Her constitution is sound and elastic, better suited to endure weather changes than many stronger people." When I returned, sometimes tired and weather-beaten, I never dared complain. I saw that murmuring would irritate him. Fortitude pleased him. Anything less was an annoyance. One afternoon, I got permission to stay home because I truly had a cold. His sisters went to Morton in my place. I sat reading Schiller. He was deciphering his crabbed Oriental scripts. As I exchanged a translation for an exercise, I happened to glance his way. I found myself under the steady gaze of those watchful blue eyes. How long he'd been studying me, I couldn't tell. His look was so sharp, yet so cold, I felt a superstitious chill, as if I were in the room with something uncanny. "Jane, what are you doing?" "Learning German." "I want you to give up German and learn Hindustani." "You're not serious." "I'm completely serious, and I'll tell you why." He explained that Hindustani was the language he was currently studying. As he advanced, he tended to forget the basics. Having a student to review the elements with would help fix them in his mind. He'd hesitated between me and his sisters, but had chosen me because he saw I could stick to a task the longest of the 3. Would I do him this favor? I might not have to sacrifice long. He'd be leaving in barely 3 months. St. John wasn't a man you refused lightly. You felt every impression made on him, for pain or pleasure, was deep and permanent. I consented. When Diana and Mary returned, Diana found her pupil transferred to her brother. She laughed, and both agreed St. John could never have persuaded them to such a step. He answered quietly, "I knew it." I found him a patient, forbearing, yet exacting teacher. He expected a great deal, and when I met his expectations, he showed his approval in his own quiet way. Gradually, he gained a certain influence over me that stole my mental freedom. His praise and attention felt more restrictive than his indifference. I could no longer talk or laugh freely around him. A nagging instinct reminded me that liveliness displeased him. I was acutely aware that only serious moods and occupations were acceptable in his presence. Every effort to be otherwise felt futile. I fell under a freezing spell. When he said go, I went, come, I came, do this, I did it. But I didn't love this servitude. Often, I wished he'd just go back to ignoring me. One evening at bedtime, as his sisters and I stood around him saying goodnight, he kissed each of them, as usual. Equally usual, he only offered me his hand. Diana, in a playful mood, exclaimed, "St. John, you used to call Jane your third sister, but you don't treat her like one. You should kiss her too." She pushed me toward him. I thought Diana terribly provoking and felt uncomfortably flustered. While I stood there confused, St. John bent his head. His Greek profile face came level with mine, his eyes piercing mine, and he kissed me. There's no such thing as a marble kiss or an ice kiss, or else I'd say my clerical cousin's salute belonged to that category. But there are experimental kisses, and his was one. Afterward, he studied me to see the result. It wasn't dramatic. I'm sure I didn't blush. I might have gone a little pale, because I felt as if that kiss were a seal on my chains. He never omitted the ritual afterward. The gravity and stillness with which I endured it seemed to give it a certain charm for him. For my part, I daily wished more to please him, but to do so, I felt I had to disown half my nature, stifle half my faculties, wrench my tastes from their natural course, force myself into pursuits I had no calling for. He wanted to train me to a height I could never reach. It tortured me, hour by hour, to try to meet his standard. It was as impossible as reshaping my irregular features to his classic mold, or turning my changeable green eyes the sea blue of his. Yet it wasn't just his influence that held me captive lately. It had become easy to look sad. A gnawing sorrow sat in my heart, draining my happiness at its source. The agony of suspense. Perhaps you think, reader, that amid these changes of scene and fortune, I'd forgotten Mr. Rochester. Not for a moment. His memory stayed with me, because it wasn't a mist the sun could disperse, or a sand tracing a storm could wash away. It was a name carved in stone, meant to last as long as the marble itself. The need to know what had become of him followed me everywhere. At Morton, I returned to my cottage each evening to think of him. Now at Moor House, I sought my bedroom each night to brood. In my necessary correspondence with Mr. Briggs about the will, I'd asked if he knew anything of Mr. Rochester's whereabouts or health. But, as St. John had guessed, he knew nothing. I then wrote to Mrs. Fairfax begging for news. I felt sure this would bring a quick reply. I was astonished when 2 weeks passed with nothing. When 2 months had gone by, and day after day the post brought nothing for me, I fell into sharp anxiety. I wrote again, thinking my first letter might have been lost. Renewed hope followed renewed effort. It shone for a few weeks, then faded. Not a line, not a word reached me. After half a year of vain waiting, my hope died. I felt truly in the dark. A beautiful spring arrived, but I couldn't enjoy it. Summer approached. Diana tried to cheer me. She said I looked ill and wanted to take me to the seaside. St. John opposed this. He said I didn't need distraction. I needed purpose. My life was too aimless. To fill the lack, he extended my Hindustani lessons and grew more urgent in demanding progress. And I, like a fool, never thought of resisting. I couldn't resist him. One day, I came to my studies in lower spirits than usual, weighed down by a sharp disappointment. Hannah had told me there was a letter for me. Hurrying down, almost certain the long-awaited news had finally come, I found only an unimportant note from Mr. Briggs about business. The bitter letdown wrung tears from me. Now, as I struggled with the tangled script and florid metaphors of an Indian text, my eyes filled again. St. John called me to his side to read. Trying to, my voice failed, words dissolved into sobs. We were alone in the parlor. Diana was practicing music in the drawing room. Mary was gardening. It was a fine, clear, breezy May day. My companion showed no surprise at my emotion, nor did he ask its cause. He only said, "We'll wait a few minutes, Jane, till you're more composed." While I hastily choked back my tears, He sat calm and patient, leaning on his desk like a doctor watching for an expected crisis. Once I'd stifled my sobs, wiped my eyes, and muttered something about not feeling well, I resumed my task and finished it. St. John put away our books, locked his desk, and said, "Now, Jane, you'll take a walk. With me, I'll call Diana and Mary. No, I want only one companion this morning, and that's you. Get your things. Go out through the kitchen door. Take the road toward the head of Marsh Glen. I'll join you in a moment. I don't know moderation in dealing with strong, hard characters so different from my own. I've always either submitted absolutely or revolted with volcanic force. Since neither circumstance nor mood inclined me to mutiny now, I obeyed carefully. In 10 minutes, I was treading the wild path of the glen, side by side with him. The breeze came from the west, sweet with the scent of heath and rush. The sky was pure blue. The stream in the ravine, swollen with spring rains, ran clear and full, catching golden sunlight and sapphire tints from the sky. As we left the main path, we walked on soft, mossy turf, emerald green and dotted with tiny white flowers and star-like yellow blossoms. The hills closed around us. The glen wound deeper into their heart. "Let's rest here," St. John said as we reached the first outcropping of rocks guarding a sort of pass. Beyond it, the stream rushed down as a waterfall. Farther on, the mountain shed turf and flower, wearing only heath and crag, wild, savage, and frowning, a last refuge for solitude and silence. I sat. St. John stood near me, looking up the pass and down the hollow, his gaze following the stream, then lifting to the clear sky. He removed his hat, letting the breeze stir his hair and kiss his brow. He seemed in communion with the spirit of the place, bidding a silent farewell. "And I'll see it again," he said aloud. "In dreams when I sleep by the Ganges, and again later, on the shore of a darker stream, strange words of a strange love, an austere patriot's passion for his homeland." He sat down. For half an hour, neither of us spoke. Then he began again. "Jane, I leave in 6 weeks. I've booked passage on an East Indiaman sailing June 20th. God will protect you. You've undertaken his work," I answered. "Yes," he said. "That's my glory and my joy. I serve an infallible master. I'm not going under human guidance, subject to flawed laws and erring control. My king, my lawgiver, my captain is perfect. It seems strange to me that everyone around me doesn't burn to join the same cause. Not everyone has your strength. It would be folly for the weak to try to march with the strong. I'm not speaking to the weak or thinking of them. I speak only to those worthy and capable of the work. They are few and hard to find, true. But when found, it's right to stir them, to urge and exhort them, to show them their gifts and why they were given, to speak heaven's message in their ear, to offer them a place in the ranks of the chosen. If they are truly qualified, won't their own hearts tell them first?" I felt as if a powerful charm was closing around me. I trembled, fearing some fatal word that would seal the spell. "And what does your heart say?" St. John demanded. "My heart is silent," I answered, struck and thrilled. "Then I must speak for it," came his deep, relentless voice. "Jane, come with me to India. Come as my helpmeet and fellow laborer." The glen and sky seemed to spin, the hills heaved. It was as if I'd heard a summons from heaven, as if a visionary messenger had said, "Come over and help us." But I was no apostle. I couldn't see the herald. I couldn't accept the call. "Oh, St. John," I cried, "have some mercy." I appealed to a man who, in doing what he believed his duty, knew neither mercy nor remorse. He continued, "God and nature intended you for a missionary's wife. They gave you not personal charms, but mental strength. You are made for labor, not for love. You shall be a missionary's wife. You shall be mine. I claim you, not for my pleasure, but for my sovereign's service. I'm not fit for it. I have no calling." He'd expected these objections. He wasn't irritated. Leaning back against the crag, folding his arms, he fixed his expression. I saw he was prepared for long opposition and had stocked patience to see it through, determined that the end would be his victory. "Humility, Jane, is the foundation of Christian virtue. You're right to say you're not fit. Who is? Who ever felt worthy of a true calling? I, for instance, am but dust. With St. Paul, I acknowledge I am the worst of sinners. But I don't let that daunt me. I know my leader is just and mighty, and if he chooses a weak instrument for a great task, he will supply what's lacking. Think like me, Jane. Trust like me. I ask you to lean on the rock of ages. Don't doubt it will bear your weakness. I don't understand missionary life. I've never studied it. There, humble as I am, I can give you the aid you need. I can set your tasks hour by hour, stand by you, help you moment to moment. Soon, I know your strength. You'd be as capable as I, and wouldn't need my help. But my powers, where are they for this? I don't feel them. Nothing stirs in me as you speak. I sense no light, no quickening, no voice advising or cheering. Oh, I wish you could see how my mind feels right now. Like a lightless dungeon, with one shrinking fear chained deep inside, the fear of being persuaded by you to attempt what I cannot do. I have an answer. Hear it. I've watched you since we first met. I've studied you for 10 months. I've tested you in that time. And what have I seen? In the village school, you performed uncongenial labor well, punctually, uprightly, with capacity and tact. You could control and still win affection. In your calm acceptance of sudden wealth, I saw a mind free from greed. In your ready division of that wealth into 4 shares, keeping only one, I saw a soul that reveled in the flame of sacrifice. In the way you abandoned a study you enjoyed for one that interested me, in your untiring perseverance, your unflagging energy meeting difficulties, I see the qualities I seek. Jane, you are docile, diligent, disinterested, faithful, constant, and courageous, very gentle and very heroic. Stop mistrusting yourself. I trust you completely. As a leader of Indian schools and a helper among Indian women, your assistance would be invaluable to me. My iron shroud tightened. Persuasion advanced with slow, sure steps. Even with my eyes closed, his last words made the blocked path seem clearer. My work, which had seemed vague and hopeless, condensed under his shaping hand into definite form. He waited for an answer. Give me a quarter of an hour to think, I said. Very willingly. He rose, strode a little way up the pass, and threw himself down on a swell of heath, lying still. I can do what he wants, I thought, if I live. But I feel my life wouldn't last long under an Indian sun. So what? He doesn't care. When my time came, he'd serenely resign me to God. It's very plain. Leaving England, I'd leave a loved but empty land. Mr. Rochester isn't here, and if he were, what is he to me now? I must live without him. Nothing is so absurd as dragging on day to day as if waiting for an impossible reunion. I must find another interest in life. Isn't the occupation he offers the most glorious a person could adopt? By its noble cares and sublime results, isn't it best suited to fill the void of broken affections and shattered hopes? I believe I must say yes, and yet I shudder. If I join St. John, I abandon half myself. If I go to India, I go to an early death. How would I fill the time between leaving England and reaching the grave? I know. That's clear too. By straining to satisfy St. John till I ache, I'd satisfy him completely. If I go, if I make this sacrifice, I'll make it absolutely. I'll throw everything on the altar, heart, soul, the whole victim. He'll never love me, but he'll approve me. I'll show him energies he hasn't seen, resources he's never suspected. Yes, I can work as hard as he, and with as little complaint. So consent is possible, except for one dreadful condition. He asks me to be his wife, and has no more of a husband's heart for me than that frowning giant of a rock. He values me as a soldier values, a good weapon. Unmarried, this wouldn't grieve me. But can I let him complete his calculations, coolly enact his plans, go through a wedding? Can I accept a bridal ring? Endure all the forms of love, knowing the spirit is absent? Can I bear knowing every affection he shows is a sacrifice on principle? No. Such martyrdom would be monstrous. I won't undergo it. As his sister, I could accompany him, not as his wife. I'll tell him so. I looked toward the knoll. He lay still as a fallen column, his face turned to me, eyes watchful and keen. He stood and approached. I am ready to go to India. If I may go free, your answer needs explanation, he said. It's not clear. You've been my adopted brother, I, your adopted sister. Let us continue so. You and I had better not marry. He shook his head. Adopted kinship won't do. If you were my real sister, it would be different. But as it is, our union must be consecrated by marriage, or it cannot exist. Practical obstacles forbid any other plan. Do you see, Jane? Think? Your strong sense will guide you. I did think. My sense told me we didn't love each other as husband and wife should, and therefore we shouldn't marry. I said so. St. John, I regard you as a brother. So let us continue. We cannot, he answered sharply. It wouldn't do. You've said you'll go with me to India. Remember, you said that conditionally. Well, to the main point. Leaving England with me, cooperating in my future work. You don't object. You've as good as put your hand to the plow. You're too consistent to withdraw it. You have only one end in view, how best to do the work you've undertaken. Simplify your complicated interests, feelings, thoughts, wishes, aims. Merge all considerations into one purpose, fulfilling your master's mission with effect and power. To do so, you need a coadjutor, not a brother, that's a loose tie, but a husband. I don't want a sister. A sister could be taken from me. I want a wife, the one help me I can influence effectively and retain until death. I shuddered as he spoke. I felt his influence in my marrow, his hold on my limbs. Seek someone else, St. John. Someone suited to you. Suited to my purpose, you mean, to my vocation. Again, I tell you, it's not the insignificant private man I wish to marry. It's the missionary. And I will give the missionary my energies. That's all he wants, but not myself. That would be adding only husk and shell. He has no use for those. I'll keep them. You cannot. You ought not. Do you think God will be satisfied with half an offering? Will he accept a mutilated sacrifice? I advocate God's cause. I enlist you under his banner. I cannot accept a divided allegiance on his behalf. It must be entire. Oh, I will give my heart to God, I said. You don't want it. I won't swear, reader, that there wasn't a hint of repressed sarcasm in my tone and feeling. I'd silently feared St. John till now because I hadn't understood him. He'd held me in awe because he'd kept me in doubt. How much of him was saint, how much mortal, I hadn't known. But this conversation was revealing him. I saw his fallibilities. I comprehended them. Sitting there on the heath, with his handsome form before me, I realized I was at the feet of a man as human and erring as I. The veil fell from his hardness and despotism. Feeling these qualities in him, I felt his imperfection and took courage. I was with an equal, someone I could argue with, someone I could resist if I chose. He was silent after my last words. I risked a glance at his face. His eyes, fixed on me, showed stern surprise and keen inquiry. Is she sarcastic? Sarcastic to me? They seemed to say. Do not forget this is a solemn matter, he said after a while. One we can't think or speak of lightly without sin. I trust you're earnest in saying you'll give your heart to God. That's all I want. Once you wrench your heart from man and fix it on your Maker, the advancement of his spiritual kingdom will be your chief delight. You'll be ready to do whatever furthers that end. You'll see what impetus our physical and mental union in marriage would give our efforts. The only union that gives a permanent conformity to human destinies. Putting aside minor caprices, trivial difficulties, scruples about personal inclination, you will hurry to enter that union. Shall I? I said briefly. I looked at his features, beautiful in harmony, but formidable in severity, at his commanding brow, at his bright, deep, searching, never soft eyes, at his tall, imposing figure. I imagined myself his wife. Oh, it would never do. As his curate, his comrade, all would be right. I'd cross oceans with him in that role, toil under eastern suns, in Asian deserts, admire his courage and devotion, quietly accept his leadership, smile at his relentless ambition, separate the Christian from the man, esteem the one, forgive the other. Attached only in that capacity, I'd suffer, no doubt. My body would be under a strict yoke, but my heart and mind would be free. I'd still have my unblighted self, my natural feelings for moments of loneliness. There would be recesses in my mind he'd never enter, sentiments growing fresh and sheltered, untouched by his austerity. But as his wife, always at his side, always restrained, always checked, forced to keep my inner fire perpetually low, burning inwardly, never crying out though the imprisoned flame consumed me, that would be unendurable. St. John, I exclaimed. Well, he answered coldly. I repeat, I freely consent to go as your fellow missionary, but not as your wife. I cannot marry you and become part of you. You must become part of me, he answered steadily. Otherwise the whole bargain is void. How can I, a man not yet 30, take a 19-year-old girl to India unless she's my wife? How can we be forever together, in solitudes among savage tribes, unmarried? Very well, I said shortly. Under the circumstances, as well as if I were your real sister, or a man and clergyman like yourself, it's known you're not my sister. I can't introduce you as such. It would invite injurious suspicion. And besides, though you have a man's vigorous brain, you have a woman's heart. And it would do, I affirmed with disdain. Perfectly well. I have a woman's heart, but not where you're concerned. For you, I have a comrade's constancy, a fellow soldier's frankness, fidelity, fraternity, a novice's respect for her teacher. Nothing more? Don't fear. It's what I want, he said, almost to himself. Just what I want. And there are obstacles, they must be cut down. Jane, you wouldn't regret marrying me. We must be married. I repeat, there's no other way. And enough love would follow marriage to make the union right even in your eyes. I scorn your idea of love, I couldn't help saying, rising and leaning against the rock. I scorn the counterfeit sentiment you offer. Yes, St. John, and I scorn you when you offer it. He looked at me fixedly, compressing his well-cut lips. Whether he was angry or surprised, it was hard to tell. He controlled his expression completely. I scarcely expected to hear that from you, he said. I think I've done nothing to deserve scorn. I was touched by his gentle tone and overawed by his calm dignity. Forgive my words, St. John, but it's your own fault for rousing me to speak so rashly. You've introduced a topic on which we fundamentally disagree, a topic we should never discuss. The very word love is an apple of discord between us. If the reality were required, what would we do? How would we feel? My dear cousin, abandon this marriage scheme. Forget it. No, he said. It's a long-cherished scheme, the only one that can secure my great end. But I won't press you further now. Tomorrow I leave for Cambridge to bid friends farewell. I'll be gone a fortnight. Take that time to consider my offer. And don't forget, if you reject it, you deny not me, but God. Through me, he opens a noble career to you. Only as my wife can you enter it. Refuse, and you limit yourself forever to a path of selfish ease and barren obscurity. Tremble, lest in that case you be numbered among those who deny the faith and are worse than unbelievers. He was done. Turning away, he once more kept his feelings locked in his heart. I wasn't worthy to hear them. Walking home beside him, I read in his iron silence all he felt toward me, the disappointment of an austere, despotic nature meeting resistance, where he expected submission, the disapproval of a cool, inflexible judgment detecting feelings it couldn't share. As a man, he'd have wished to coerce me into obedience. Only as a sincere Christian did he bear my perversity with such patience, allowing time for reflection. That night, after kissing his sisters, he thought proper to forget even shaking my hand, leaving the room in silence. I, though I had no love for him, felt much friendship, was hurt by the pointed omission, so hurt tears sprang to my eyes. I see you and St. John quarreled on the moor, Diana said. But go after him. He's lingering in the passage, expecting you. He'll make up. I'm not proud in such moments. I'd always rather be happy than dignified. I ran after him. He stood at the foot of the stairs. Good night, St. John. Good night, Jane, he replied calmly. Then shake hands, I added. What a cold, loose touch he gave my fingers. He was deeply displeased by the day's events. Cordiality wouldn't warm him, nor tears move him. No happy reconciliation was possible, no cheering smile, no generous word. Yet the Christian in him was patient and placid. When I asked if he forgave me, he answered that he wasn't in the habit of cherishing vexation. He had nothing to forgive, having taken no offense. With that, he left me. I would much rather he had knocked me down. Chapter 35. St. John didn't leave for Cambridge the next day, as he'd planned. He postponed his trip by a full week. And in that time, I learned exactly how much pain a good but rigid, principled but unforgiving man could inflict on someone who'd offended him. He never raised his voice. He never openly attacked me. Yet, moment by moment, he made me feel completely shut out from his favor. It wasn't that St. John held some petty, vengeful grudge. He wouldn't have harmed a hair on my head if he could. By nature and conviction, he was above that. He'd forgiven me, he said, for scorning him and his love, but he hadn't forgotten. I saw it in his eyes whenever he looked at me. Those words hung between us, silent and permanent. Every time I spoke, he seemed to hear them echoed in my voice. Every reply he gave me was chilled by their memory. He still spoke to me. Each morning, he called me to his desk as usual, but now it felt like a performance. Part of him, a part the pure Christian in him would never acknowledge, seemed to take pleasure in showing just how completely he could withdraw his warmth while keeping every outward gesture unchanged. The interest, the approval that once gave his manner a kind of stark charm, all of it was gone. To me, he was no longer flesh, but marble. His eyes were cold blue stones. His voice was just sound, empty of feeling. It was torture, a slow, refined, lingering torment. It kept a low fire of anger burning in me, alongside a trembling grief that weighed me down completely. I realized then, if I were his wife, this good man, pure as some deep, sunless spring, could destroy me without ever shedding a drop of blood or staining his own flawless conscience. I felt it most when I tried to reach him. My sorrow met no pity. He felt no pain from our distance, no longing to mend what was broken. More than once, my tears fell on the pages we studied together. They left no mark on him, as if his heart really were made of stone or metal. To his sisters, though, he was kinder than usual, as if to show me, through contrast, exactly how far I'd been cast out. I don't think he did it to be cruel. He did it on principle. The night before he left, I saw him walking in the garden at sunset. Watching him, I remembered that this distant, icy man had once saved my life, and that we were family. It moved me to try one last time. I went out and found him leaning over the little gate. I went straight to the point. St. John, I'm unhappy because you're still angry with me. Let's be friends again. I hope we are friends, he said, unmoved, his gaze still fixed on the rising moon. No, we're not. Not like we were. You know that, aren't we? That's a pity. For my part, I wish you no harm. Only good. I believe you. You're not capable of wishing anyone harm. But as your cousin, I want a little more affection than the general kindness you'd show a stranger. Of course, he replied, cool and calm. That's reasonable. And I certainly don't regard you as a stranger. His tone was so detached, so untroubled, it stung. Pride told me to walk away. But something stronger held me there. I respected my cousin's mind and his morals. His friendship mattered to me. Losing it hurt more than I expected. Do we really have to part like this? I asked. When you go to India, will you leave me with nothing kinder than what you've said tonight? Now he turned from the moon and looked at me. When I go to India, Jane, will I leave you? What do you mean? Aren't you coming? You said I couldn't unless I married you, and you still won't? You're holding to that? Reader, have you ever felt the terror cold people can wrap inside an icy question? How much of an avalanche is hidden in their calm? How much frozen sea might break in their displeasure? No, St. John, I won't marry you. I'm holding to my decision. The avalanche trembled, but didn't fall yet. Tell me once more, he said. Why? Before, I answered, it was because you didn't love me. Now, it's because you almost hate me. If I married you, you'd kill me. You're killing me now. His lips and cheeks went pale, pure white. I would kill you? I am killing you? Jane, those words shouldn't be spoken. They're violent, unwomanly, and untrue. They reveal a troubled mind. They deserve stern correction. They'd be inexcusable if it weren't a man's duty to forgive, even 77 times. I'd done it now. Trying to erase the mark of my first offense, I'd pressed a new one, deeper and more permanent, into his stubborn soul. I'd burned it in. Now, you'll truly hate me, I whispered. It's no use trying to make peace. I've made an enemy of you forever. A fresh pain flashed in his eyes. Worse because my words were true. His bloodless lips trembled briefly. I'd sharpened a steel-hard anger in him. My heart ached. You're misunderstanding me, I said quickly, taking his hand. I didn't mean to hurt you. Truly, I didn't. He smiled, bitterly. He pulled his hand from mine firmly. So you're taking back your promise. You won't go to India at all, I suppose, he said, after a long pause. I will go, as your assistant. Silence stretched between us, heavy and long. What war happened inside him then? Between human nature and divine grace? I'll never know. But strange lights flickered in his eyes. Shadows passed over his face. Finally, he spoke. I already explained why a single woman your age cannot propose to travel abroad with a single man like me. I explained it in terms I thought would prevent you from mentioning it again. That you've done so. I regret it. For your sake. St. John, be sensible, I cut in. Any real criticism gave me courage. You're talking nonsense. You pretend to be shocked, but you're not. You're too intelligent to misunderstand me. I'll be your curate if you want, but never your wife. Again, his face paled to a lifeless shade. But once more, he mastered himself completely. A female curate, who isn't my wife, would never suit me. So with me, it seems, you cannot go, but if your offer is sincere, I will speak to a married missionary in town. His wife needs help. Your own money means you don't need the society's support. That way, you can avoid the dishonor of breaking your promise and abandoning those you agreed to join. Now, as you know, reader, I'd never made any formal promise. His language felt too harsh, too controlling. There's no dishonor, no broken promise, no abandonment. I'm under no obligation to go to India, especially with strangers. With you, I would have risked a great deal because I admire you, trust you, and as a sister, I love you. But I'm certain that in that climate, I wouldn't live long, no matter when or with whom I went. Ah, he said, his lip curling slightly. You're afraid of yourself. I am. God didn't give me my life to throw away, and doing what you want would be like committing suicide. Besides, before I decide to leave England, I need to know whether I might not be of more use here. What do you mean? It's pointless to explain, but there's something I've wondered about, painfully, for a long time. I can't go anywhere until I resolve it. I know where your heart is turned, what it clings to. That interest is unlawful, unconsecrated. You should have crushed it long ago. You should blush to mention it now. You're thinking of Mr. Rochester? It was true. I admitted it with my silence. Are you planning to look for him? I need to find out what's happened to him. Then, St. John said quietly, my part is to remember you in my prayers, to beg God with all my heart that you won't be utterly lost. I once thought I saw in you one of the chosen. But God doesn't see as man sees. His will be done." He opened the gate, walked through, and disappeared down the glen. Back inside, I found Diana standing by the window, deep in thought. She was taller than me. She rested a hand on my shoulder and studied my face. "Jane," she said, "you're so agitated lately. So pale. Something's wrong. Tell me what's going on with you and St. John. I've been watching from the window. Forgive the spying, but I've had my suspicions for a while. St. John is a strange person." She paused. I stayed quiet. "My brother has some particular view of you, I'm sure. He notices you differently than anyone else. To what end? I almost wish he loved you." "Does he, Jane?" I pressed her cool hand to my hot forehead. "No, Diana, not at all. Then why does he watch you so closely? Why does he seek you out so often? Mary and I thought he might want to marry you." "He does. He's asked me." Diana clapped her hand softly. "That's what we hoped. And you'll say yes, won't you? Then he'll stay in England." "Far from it. He only proposed so he'd have a suitable helper for his work in India." "What? He wants you to go to India?" "Yes." "That's madness," she breathed. "You wouldn't last 3 months there. You can't go. You haven't agreed, have you?" I refused to marry him, and that upset him deeply. I don't think he'll ever forgive me. But I offered to go with him as his sister. Diana's expression turned grave. "Jane, that's just as reckless. The work would exhaust even the strongest person, and you're not strong. St. John would push you beyond your limits. You know he would. He wouldn't let you rest, and you always try to meet his demands. I'm amazed you found the courage to refuse him. You don't love him then?" "Not as a husband, but he's handsome. And I'm plain, Diana. We wouldn't suit—" "Plain? You? Not at all. You're far too pretty and too good to be burned alive in Calcutta." She begged me again to give up any thought of going with him. "I have to," I said. When I repeated my offer to serve as his assistant, he acted as if I'd said something indecent, as if hoping to be a sister to him was somehow improper. "Then why are you so sure he doesn't love you? You should hear him explain it. He says over and over that he wants a partner for his work, not for love. He tells me I'm made for labor, not affection, and maybe that's true. But if I'm not made for love, then I'm certainly not made for marriage. Wouldn't it be awful, Diana, to be tied forever to a man who saw you only as a useful tool? Unbearable. Completely unnatural, and even though I only feel sisterly toward him now, I went on, if I were forced to be his wife, I might eventually come to love him. A strained, painful kind of love, because he is remarkable. There's something heroic in his look, his manner, his speech. In that case, my life would become a special kind of hell. He wouldn't want my love. And if I showed it, he'd make me feel it was unwanted, unseemly. I know he would. Still," Diana said softly, "St. John is a good man. He is good and great. But in pursuing his grand visions, he pitilessly overlooks the feelings of smaller people. It's safer for those people to stay out of his path or be trampled. There he is. I'll go, Diana." I hurried upstairs as I saw him enter the garden. But I couldn't avoid him at supper. He was as composed as ever. I thought he might ignore me, that he'd finally given up his marriage plan. I was wrong on both counts. He spoke to me in his usual tone, that carefully polite, lately frosty manner. No doubt he'd prayed for strength to overcome his anger, and now believed he'd forgiven me again. For the evening reading before prayers, he chose the 21st chapter of Revelation. His voice was always compelling when he read scripture, deep, clear, filled with a noble gravity. But tonight, it held an even more solemn power. The May moon shone brightly through the uncurtained window, making the candle almost unnecessary. He sat bent over the old Bible, describing the vision of a new heaven and a new earth, how God would live among men, wipe every tear from their eyes, and end all death, sorrow, and pain. Then his voice changed, just slightly. I felt his eyes touch me as he read the next words. "He that overcometh shall inherit all things, but the fearful, the unbelieving, shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death." Now I understood what fate St. John feared for me. His voice softened into something like yearning triumph as he finished the chapter. He believed his own name was written in the book of life. He longed for that holy city, lit by God's glory alone. In the prayer that followed, all his energy gathered. He wrestled with God in deep, stern earnestness, pleading for strength for the weak, guidance for wanderers, a last chance return for those tempted from the narrow path. He begged for brands to be snatched from the burning. At first, I wondered at his intensity. Then, as he went on, I was moved. Finally, I was awed. He believed so completely in the rightness of his mission that anyone listening had to feel it too. When the prayer ended, we said our goodbyes. He'd leave early in the morning. Diana and Mary kissed him and left. I think at his quiet hint, I offered my hand.
Thank you, Jane,
he said. As I told you, I'll return from Cambridge in 2 weeks. That's time left for reflection. If I listened to pride, I'd say no more about marriage. But I listened to duty. My master was long-suffering, so will I be. I can't abandon you to be lost. Repent, decide, while there's still time. Remember, we're told to work while it is day, before the night comes when no one can work. Remember the fate of the rich man who had his comfort in this life. May God give you strength to choose the better path, the one that won't be taken from you. As he said the last words, he rested his hand on my head. He spoke earnestly, gently. His look wasn't a lover's. It was a pastor's, calling back a straying sheep. Or a guardian angel's, watching over a soul in his charge. In that moment, I felt a powerful reverence for him, so strong it pushed me toward the edge I'd avoided for so long. I was tempted to stop fighting, to let his will sweep me away into the current of his life and lose myself completely. I felt as trapped by him now as I once had by another, in a different way. Both times, I'd been a fool. Giving in then would have been wrong in principle. Giving in now would be wrong in judgment. But in that moment, I didn't think. I only felt. I stood still under his touch. My refusals faded, my fears quieted. The impossible, marrying St. John, suddenly felt possible. Everything shifted. Religion called. Angels seemed to beckon. God commanded. Life felt like a scroll being rolled up. The gates of death seemed to open, showing eternity beyond. For that safety, that bliss, everything here could be sacrificed in an instant. The dim room felt full of visions. Can you decide now? He asked, his voice soft. He drew me closer. Oh, that gentleness. It was far more powerful than any force. I could resist St. John's anger, but under his kindness, I bent like a reed. And yet, somewhere deep, I knew, if I yielded now, I'd regret my earlier rebellion all the same. 1 hour of solemn prayer hadn't changed his nature, only heightened it. I could decide if I were certain, I whispered. If I were convinced it was God's will for me to marry you, I could vow to do it here and now. Whatever came after. My prayers are heard, St. John said, low and fervent. His hand pressed firmer on my head, as though claiming me. His arm came around me, almost as if he loved me. Almost. I knew the difference. I knew what real love felt like, but like him, I'd set love aside. I thought only of duty. I struggled against the fog in my mind. Clouds still rolled there. I wanted, desperately, to do what was right. Only that. Show me the path, I pleaded inside. I was more stirred, more alive with tension than I'd ever been. The house was silent. I think everyone else had gone to bed. The candle was nearly out. Moonlight filled the room. My heart beat hard and fast, so loud I could hear it. Then, suddenly, it seemed to stop. An indescribable feeling shot through me, sharp, strange, startling. It raced to my head and fingertips. It wasn't like an electric shock, but it was just as vivid. It woke all my senses as if they'd been sleeping until now. My skin prickled, my ears strained. What do you hear? What do you see? St. John asked. I saw nothing. But I heard a voice, somewhere, crying, Jane, 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 nothing else. Oh God, what is that? I gasped. It wasn't in the room, not in the house, not in the garden. Not from the air, or the earth, or above. I'd heard it. Where? I'd never know. But it was a human voice. A known, loved, well-remembered voice. Edward Fairfax Rochester's voice. It spoke in pain and grief, wildly, eerily, urgently. I'm coming, I cried out. Wait for me. Oh, I'll come. I flew to the door. The hall was dark. I ran into the garden. It was empty. Where are you? I called. Only the hills beyond Marsh Glen echoed back faintly. Where are you? The wind sighed through the fir trees. Everything was moorland loneliness and midnight quiet. Enough superstition, I told myself, as dark thoughts rose like shadows by the yew tree. This isn't a ghost or a spell. This is nature. She's been stirred, and she's done no miracle. Only her best. I broke away from St. John, who had followed and tried to hold me back. Now it was my turn to take charge. My strength was awake, in full force. I told him not to question me. I asked him to leave me. I needed to be alone. He obeyed instantly. When there's real will behind a command, obedience follows. I went up to my room, locked the door, knelt down, and prayed. In my own way, not St. John's, but earnestly. I felt close then to something immense, a mighty spirit, and my soul poured out in gratitude. When I rose, I was resolved. I lay down, unafraid, clear-minded, waiting only for daylight. Chapter 36. Dawn broke. I rose with the light and spent the next hour or two arranging my things in the room, the drawers, the wardrobe, neatly, as though I were only going to be gone a little while. While I worked, I heard St. John leave his room. He paused outside my door and my breath caught. I thought he would knock. He didn't. Instead, a slip of paper slid underneath. I picked it up. You left too suddenly last night. Had you stayed only a little longer, you would have taken up the Christian's cross and the angel's crown. I will expect your clear decision when I return in 2 weeks. Until then, watch and pray that you do not fall into temptation. The spirit, I trust, is willing, but the flesh, I see, is weak. I will pray for you every hour. Yours, St. John. My spirit, I answered in my mind, is willing to do what is right, and my flesh, I hope, is strong enough to carry out heaven's will, once I know what that will is. At the very least, it is strong enough to search, to question, to find a way out of this fog of doubt and into the clear light of certainty. It was the 1st of June, but the morning was gray and cold. Rain pattered steadily against my window. I heard the front door open and close. St. John was leaving. Through the glass, I watched him cross the garden and take the path over the misty moors toward Whitteross, where he would catch the coach. In a few hours, cousin, I thought, I will follow that same road. I too have a coach to meet at Whitteross. I too have someone in England I must see before I leave forever. There were still 2 hours until breakfast. I spent them pacing softly around my room, turning over the strange visitation that had reshaped my plans. I remembered the feeling that had washed over me. I could recall it perfectly, with all its unspeakable intensity. I remembered the voice I'd heard, and again I wondered where it had come from. It seemed to come from inside me, not from the outside world. Was it just nerves? A delusion? I couldn't believe that. It felt more like an inspiration. That extraordinary shock of emotion had come like the earthquake that shook the prison of Paul and Silas. It had thrown open the doors of my soul's cell and loosened its chains. It had woken me from sleep, left me trembling, listening, stunned. 3 times the cry had echoed in my startled ears, in my shaken heart, through my very spirit, which did not fear or tremble, but rejoiced as if celebrating a victory it had won, free from the weight of the body. Before many days pass, I promised myself, as my thoughts settled, I will learn something about the man whose voice seemed to call me last night. Letters have done no good. This time, I will go and see for myself. At breakfast, I told Diana and Mary I was going on a journey and would be gone at least 4 days. Alone, Jane? Diana asked. Yes. I need to see, or hear news of, a friend I've been worried about for some time. I knew what they were thinking, that I had no friends but them. I'd said as much myself. But with their natural delicacy, they didn't press. Only Diana asked if I was well enough to travel. She said I looked pale. I told her it was nothing but anxiety, and that I hoped to ease it soon. Making the arrangements was simple. They asked no prying questions, offered no guesses. Once I explained I couldn't yet share my plans, they accepted my silence with kindness and understanding, granting me the freedom I would have given them in return. I left Moor House at 3 in the afternoon. A little after 4, I was standing at the foot of the signpost in Whitteross, waiting for the coach that would take me to distant Thornfield. In the stillness of those lonely roads and empty hills, I heard it approaching from far off. It was the same coach I'd stepped down from a year ago, on a summer evening in this very spot. How lost and hopeless I'd felt then. It stopped when I signaled. I climbed in, no longer forced to surrender my entire savings just for a seat. Back on the road to Thornfield, I felt like a homing pigeon returning to its loft. The journey took 36 hours. I left Whitteross on a Tuesday afternoon, and early Thursday morning, the coach pulled over at a roadside inn to water the horses. The scenery here was soft and green, hedgerows, wide fields, gentle pastoral hills, a world away from Morton's harsh moors. It all looked like the face of an old friend. Yes, I knew this landscape. We were close. How far is Thornfield Hall from here? I asked the hostler. Just 2 miles across the fields, ma'am. My journey is over, I thought. I climbed out, left a box with a hostler to hold until I returned, paid the driver, and turned to go. The morning light gleamed on the inn signboard, the Rochester Arms. My heart leapt. I was already on his land. Then it sank just as fast. Your master may be across the English Channel, for all you know. And if he is at Thornfield, who else is there? His mad wife. You have no right to him. You dare not speak to him or seek him out. This is wasted effort. You should turn back now. The voice in my head was sensible, but I couldn't make myself listen. I was too afraid of an answer that would destroy me. To delay knowing was to keep hope alive. I might still see Thornfield under her guiding star. There was the stile ahead, the same fields I'd raced across blindly, desperately, the morning I fled Thornfield, grief and fury driving me on. Almost without deciding, I was among them again. How fast I walked, how I ran at times, how I strained for the first glimpse of the familiar woods. What emotions swelled in me as I recognized individual trees, flashes of meadow and hill between them. Finally, the woods rose before me, dark with the clustered rookery. A loud cawing shattered the morning quiet. A strange joy rushed through me, and I hurried on. Another field, a narrow lane, and then the courtyard walls, the outbuildings. The house itself was still hidden by trees. I'll see it from the front first, I decided. Where the battlements stand bold and noble, and where I might pick out his window. Maybe he'll be standing there, he wakes early. Maybe he's walking in the orchard or along the front path. If I could just see him. Just for a moment would the first be mad enough to run to him. I don't know, I'm not sure. And if I did, what then? God bless him, what then? Who would be hurt if I lived once more in the light of his gaze? I'm dreaming. He's probably watching the sun rise over the Pyrenees, or on some calm southern sea. I followed the low wall of the orchard, turned the corner, and there was the gate between two stone pillars topped with stone balls, opening into the meadow. From behind one pillar, I could peer safely at the full front of the house. I leaned forward cautiously, checking if any bedroom blinds had been raised. The battlements, the windows, the long facade, all of it was mine to study from this hidden spot. The crows floating above probably watched me. I wonder what they made of it. This woman, cautious and timid at first, growing steadily braver, then reckless. A peek, then a long stare. Then leaving my hiding place, straying into the meadow. Then stopping right in front of the great house, gazing hard and long. What shy act was this at first? They might have cried. And what foolish boldness now? Let me put it this way, reader. A lover finds his beloved asleep on a mossy bank. He wants to see her face without waking her. He steals across the grass, careful not to make a sound. He pauses, thinking she stirred, and draws back. He would die rather than be seen. All is still again. He approaches, leans over her. A light veil covers her face. He lifts it, bends closer, his eyes hungry for the sight of her, warm, blooming, lovely in rest. How quick that first look is. And then how it fixes, how he startles. How he suddenly gathers her into his arms, clutching her tight, the same form he hardly dared touch a moment before. How he cries out her name, then lets her go, staring wildly. He holds her, shouts, stares, because he no longer fears waking her with any sound or movement. He thought she was sleeping, sweetly. He finds her stone dead. I looked toward the stately house with a heart full of timid joy, and I saw a blackened ruin. No need to hide behind the gatepost. No need to peer up at the windows, afraid someone might be stirring behind them. No need to listen for opening doors or imagine footsteps on the gravel. The lawn and grounds were trampled and wasted. The front door gaped empty. The facade was, as I had once seen it in a dream, a shell of a wall, high and fragile, pierced with eyeless windows. No roof, no battlements, no chimneys. Everything had fallen in. A silence of death hung over it, the solitude of a forgotten wilderness. No wonder letters sent here had gone unanswered. You might as well mail a letter to a tomb. The grim blackening of the stone told how the hall had fallen, fire. But how had it started? What story lay behind this disaster? What had been lost? Beyond mortar, marble, and wood, had lives been shattered too? If so, whose? A terrible question with no one here to answer. Not even a sign, not a trace. Walking the broken walls and ruined rooms, I could tell the fire wasn't recent. Winter snows had blown through the empty arches. Winter rains had beaten through the hollow windows. Spring had brought life even here. Grass and weeds grew among the stones and fallen beams. And where was the unfortunate owner of this wreck? In what country? Under what sky? My eyes drifted to the gray church tower near the gates. Is he with Damer de Rochester, I wondered, sharing the shelter of a narrow marble house? I needed answers. The only place to find them was the inn. I returned before long. The innkeeper himself brought my breakfast to the parlor. I asked him to close the door and sit. I had questions. When he did, I hardly knew how to begin. I was so afraid of what he might say. But the desolation I'd just seen had prepared me, in a way, for a story of loss. The innkeeper was a respectable-looking man in middle age. You know Thornfield Hall, of course? I finally managed. Yes, ma'am. I lived there once. Did you? Not in my time, I thought. You're a stranger to me. I was the late Mr. Rochester's butler, he added. The late. The words hit me like a blow I'd been trying to avoid. The late? I gasped. Is he dead? I mean the father of Mr. Edward, the present gentleman, he explained. I breathed again. My blood flowed. Those words assured me that Mr. Edward, my Mr. Rochester, God bless him wherever he was at least alive. He was the present gentleman. Sweet words. Now I could bear whatever came next. Since he wasn't in the grave, I could stand hearing he was at the ends of the earth. Is Mr. Rochester living at Thornfield now? I asked, already knowing the answer, but wanting to delay the direct question of where he really was. No, ma'am. Oh, no. No one lives there. You must be new to these parts, or you'd have heard what happened last autumn. Thornfield Hall is a ruin, burned down around harvest time. A dreadful tragedy. So much valuable property destroyed. Almost none of the furniture was saved. The fire started in the dead of night. By the time the fire engines came from Millcote, the whole place was in flames. Terrible sight. I saw it myself. In the dead of night, I murmured. Of course. That was always Thornfield's hour of fate. Do they know how it began? They have their ideas, ma'am. I'd say it's certain. You may not know, he went on, moving his chair a little closer and lowering his voice. There was a lady. A lunatic, kept in the house. I heard something of it. Kept very close, ma'am. For years, some folks weren't even sure she existed. No one saw her, they just heard rumors. Some said Mr. Edward brought her from abroad. Some thought she'd been his mistress. But something strange happened a year ago. Very strange. I was afraid he'd tell my own story next. I steered him back. And this lady, ma'am, he said, turned out to be Mr. Rochester's wife. Found out in the strangest way. There was a young lady, a governess at the hall, that Mr. Rochester fell in. But the fire? I pressed. I'm coming to that. He fell in love with her. The servants say they'd never seen a man so much in love. He followed her everywhere. They watched him. Servants do, you know. And he valued her above everything. Though no one but him thought her all that handsome. She was small, they say, almost like a child. I never saw her, but the housemaid Leah spoke of her often. Leah liked her well enough. Mr. Rochester was about 40, and this governess not yet 20. When a man his age falls for a girl like that, it's like he's bewitched. Well, he meant to marry her. Tell me that part another time, I said. Right now, I need to hear about the fire. Did they suspect the lunatic, Mrs. Rochester, had something to do with it? You've hit it, ma'am. It was her, no doubt. She had a nurse, Mrs. Poole, good at her job, trustworthy, but she had one weakness. Like a lot of nurses and matrons, she kept a private bottle of gin. Drank a bit too much now and then. Excusable, given her hard life, but dangerous. When Mrs. Poole was asleep after her gin, the mad woman, clever as a witch, would take the keys from her pocket, let herself out, and roam the house doing whatever wild mischief entered her head. They say she nearly burned her husband in his bed once. Anyway, that night, she first set fire to the curtains in the room next to hers, then went down to the floor below, to the governess's old room, as if she knew what had happened and held a grudge, and lit the bed. Luckily, no one was sleeping there. The governess had run away 2 months before. Mr. Rochester searched for her as though she were the most precious thing on earth, but he never found a trace. He grew bitter, fierce with disappointment. He'd never been a wild man, but losing her made him dangerous. He wanted to be alone. He sent the housekeeper, Mrs. Fairfax, away to live with friends at a distance, provided her with a lifetime annuity. Kindly done. She deserved it. She was a good woman. Miss Adele, his ward, was sent to school. He cut off all his acquaintances, shut himself up like a hermit in the hall. What? He didn't leave England? Leave? No, ma'am. He wouldn't step beyond the doorstep, except at night, when he'd wander the grounds in the orchard, like a ghost. Out of his senses, in my opinion. You never saw a man more spirited, bolder, keener than he was before that slip of a governess crossed him. He didn't drink or gamble or race horses. He wasn't even so very handsome, but he had courage and a will of his own. I knew him from a boy. And for my part, I've often wished Miss Eyre had drowned at sea before she ever came to Thornfield. So Mr. Rochester was home when the fire broke out. Yes, ma'am, he was. When the place was burning above and below, he went up to the attics, got the servants out of bed, helped them down himself, then went back for his mad wife. They shouted to him that she was on the roof, waving her arms above the battlements, screaming so loud you could hear her a mile off. I saw her myself. A big woman with long black hair. We saw it streaming against the flames. Mr. Rochester climbed through a skylight onto the roof. We heard him called Bertha. We saw him go to her. Then, ma'am, she gave a yell, jumped, and the next moment she was lying smashed on the pavement. Dead as the stones her brains were scattered on. Dear God, you may say so. It was frightful, he shuddered. And afterward, I urged, afterward, the house burned to the ground. Only bits of the walls are left. Was anyone else killed? No. Maybe it would have been better if there'd been. What do you mean? Poor Mr. Edward, he said heavily. Never thought I'd see the day. Some say it was a judgment on him, keeping his first marriage secret, trying to take another wife while the first lived. But I pity him. You said he was alive? My voice rose. Yes, he's alive. But many think he'd be better off dead. Why? How? My blood ran cold again. Where is he? Is he in England? Yes, he's in England. Can't leave it now, I imagine. He's fixed here. This was agony. And he seemed determined to draw it out. He's stone blind, he said at last. Yes, stone blind. Mr. Edward is... I'd feared worse. I'd feared madness. I gathered strength to ask what caused it. It was his own courage, ma'am. And his kindness, in a way. He wouldn't leave until everyone else was out. After Mrs. Rochester jumped. As he came down the great staircase, there was a crash. Everything fell. They pulled him from the wreck alive, but badly hurt. A beam partly shielded him, but one eye was gone, and one hand so crushed the surgeon, Mr. Carter, had to take it off right then. The other eye became inflamed. He lost sight in that one, too. Now he's helpless, blind and crippled. Where is he? Where does he live? At Ferndean, a manor house on one of his farms about 30 miles from here. A lonely place. Who is with him? Old John and his wife. He won't have anyone else. They say he's completely broken. Do you have a carriage? We have a chaise, ma'am. A nice one. Have it made ready now. If your driver can get me to Ferndean before dark today, I'll pay you both double your usual rate. Chapter 37. The manor house of Ferndean was an old building, modest in size with no particular architectural beauty, buried deep within a forest. I'd heard of it before. Mr. Rochester had mentioned it often. Sometimes he would go there. His father had bought the estate for its hunting grounds. He'd tried to rent the house out, but no one wanted it. The location was too remote and damp. So Ferndean remained empty and mostly unfurnished, except for a few rooms kept ready for the squire when he visited during hunting season. I arrived just before dark on an evening that felt eternally gray. A sad sky, a cold wind, and a fine, penetrating rain that never seemed to end. I dismissed the carriage a mile back, paying the driver double as promised, and walked the rest of the way. Even when I was close, the house was invisible, swallowed by the dense, dark woods. An iron gate between two granite pillars showed me where to enter. Once through, I was immediately surrounded by the twilight of closely packed trees. A grass-grown path led down a sort of forest aisle, between pale gnarled trunks and under arched branches. I followed it, expecting to see the house at any moment, but it stretched on, winding farther into the gloom. There was no sign of a dwelling. I began to think I'd taken a wrong turn. The natural darkness of evening mixed with the deep shadow of the woods. I looked for another path, but there was none, only intertwined stems, thick trunks, and the dense canopy of summer leaves. No opening anywhere. I kept walking. Finally, the trees thinned. I saw a railing, then the house itself, barely visible in the dim light, its walls so damp and green with moss, they seemed to melt into the forest. I pushed open a latched gate and stepped into a small enclosed space where the woods fell back in a half circle. There were no flowers, no garden beds, just a broad gravel path around a patch of grass, all framed by the heavy presence of the forest. The house had two pointed gables in front. The windows were latticed and narrow. The front door was narrow too, with a single step leading up to it. It looked, as the innkeeper at the Rochester Arms had said, quite a desolate spot. Silent as a church on a weekday. The only sound was the soft, constant patter of rain on the leaves. Can there be life here? I wondered. Then, movement. The narrow front door was opening, slowly. Someone was coming out. A figure stepped into the twilight and stood on the step. A man without a hat. He stretched out his hand as if to feel for rain. Even in the gloom, I knew him instantly. It was my master, Edward Fairfax Rochester. I stopped walking, held my breath, and watched him, unseen and unknown to him. It was a sudden reunion, and the joy of it was tightly reined in by pain. I didn't cry out. I didn't run forward. His build was as strong and solid as ever. His posture was still erect, his hair still jet black. His features hadn't changed or sunk. No grief, however deep, had broken his athletic strength or dimmed his vigorous prime. But in his face, I saw a difference. He looked brooding, desperate, like a wronged and caged animal, dangerous in its despair. He reminded me of a blinded eagle, or Samson in chains. And reader, do you think I was afraid of him in his blindness? If you do, you don't know me at all. My sorrow was blended with a soft, swelling hope that soon I would dare to kiss that stony brow, those tightly shut eyelids. But not yet. I wouldn't speak to him yet. He came down the step and moved hesitantly toward the grass groping the air. Where was his bold stride now? He paused, seeming lost. He lifted his head and opened his eyelids, staring blankly, straining toward the sky and the ring of trees. I realized then, to him, everything was darkness. He reached out his right hand. His left arm, the injured one, was tucked against his chest, as if trying to sense the world around him by touch. But he found only empty air. The trees were too far away. He gave up, folded his arms, and stood quietly in the rain, which was now falling steadily on his bare head. Just then John, one of the servants, came out from somewhere. "Will you take my arm, sir?" he said. "There's a heavy shower coming. Shouldn't you go inside?" "Leave me alone," was the reply. John withdrew without seeing me. Mr. Rochester tried to walk a few steps, but it was hopeless. Everything was too uncertain. He felt his way back to the house and closed the door. I went up to the house and knocked. John's wife, Mary, opened the door. "Mary," I said, "how are you?" She startled as if she'd seen a ghost. I calmed her. To her hurried, "Is it really you, miss, coming so late to this lonely place?" I simply took her hand. Then I followed her into the kitchen, where John sat by a good fire. I explained briefly that I'd heard what happened since I left Thornfield, and that I'd come to see Mr. Rochester. I asked John to fetch my trunk from the turnpike where I'd left it. Then, as I took off my bonnet and shawl, I asked Mary if I could stay the night. She said it could be arranged, though it wouldn't be easy. I told her I'd be staying. Just then, the parlor bell rang. "When you go in," I said, "tell your master someone wishes to speak to him. But don't give my name." "I don't think he'll see you," she said. "He refuses everybody." When she returned, I asked what he'd said. "He wants your name and your business," she replied. She filled a glass with water, placed it on a tray with candles, and picked it up. "Did he ring for that?" I asked. "Yes. He always has candles brought in at dark, even though—" She didn't finish. "Even though he's blind," I said softly. "Give the tray to me. I'll take it in." She handed it to me and pointed to the parlor door. My hands trembled, water sloshed from the glass. My heart was pounding. Mary opened the door for me and closed it behind me. The parlor was gloomy. A small neglected fire burned low in the grate. Leaning over it, his head resting against the high, old-fashioned mantelpiece, was the blind master of the house. His old dog, Pilot, lay off to the side, curled up as if afraid of being stepped on. When I entered, Pilot pricked his ears, then leaped up with a happy whine and bounded toward me, almost knocking the tray from my hands. I set it down, petted him, and whispered, "Lie down." Mr. Rochester turned at the sound. "What is it?" he asked, but seeing nothing, he sighed and turned back. "Give me the water, Mary," he said. I went to him, holding the now half-full glass. Pilot followed, still excited. "What's going on?" he asked. "Down, Pilot," I said again. He paused with the glass at his lips, listening. Then he drank and set the glass down. "That's you, Mary, isn't it?" "Mary's in the kitchen," I answered. He reached out suddenly, but not finding me, his hand fell. "Who is this? Who's there?" he demanded, his blind eyes straining as if he could force them to see. "Answer me. Speak again." "Will you have a little more water, sir?" I said. "I spilled half of it. Who is it? What is it? Who's speaking?" Pilot knows me. "John and Mary know I'm here." "I only arrived this evening." "Great God," he whispered. "What delusion is this? What sweet madness has taken me?" "No delusion, no madness. Your mind is too strong for delusion, your health too sound for frenzy." "Then where are you? Is it only a voice?" "Oh, I can't see. I must feel you, or my heart will stop. Whoever you are, let me touch you, or I can't go on." He groped the air. I caught his searching hand and held it in both of mine. Her fingers, he breathed. Her small, slight fingers. "If this is real, There must be more of her. His strong hand broke from my grip. He seized my arm, my shoulder, my waist, pulling me tightly to him. Is it Jane? Is it her shape, her size? And her voice, I added softly. She is all here. Her heart too. God bless you, sir. I'm so glad to be near you again. Jane Eyre, he whispered, over and over. Jane Eyre, my dear master, I said. I am Jane Eyre. I've found you. I've come back. In truth? In the flesh? My living Jane? You're holding me, sir, tightly. I'm not cold like a corpse, or empty like air, am I? My living darling. His voice broke. These are her limbs, her features. But I can't believe it. Not after all this misery. It's a dream. The kind I've had night after night, where I hold her like this and kiss her. He kissed me. And believe she loves me, and will never leave. I never will, sir? Not from this day? Never will, says the vision. But I always wake up, and it's gone. I'm left alone in the dark, my life empty, my heart starving. Gentle dream, don't fly away like the others. But kiss me before you go. Embrace me, Jane. There, sir, and there. I kissed his eyes, once brilliant, now sightless. I brushed his hair from his brow and kissed him there too. He seemed to stir, as if reality was dawning. It is you, Jane? You've come back? You're not lying dead in a ditch somewhere. You're not wasting away among strangers? No, sir. I'm an independent woman now. Independent? What do you mean? My uncle in Madeira died. He left me £5,000. He let out a shaky breath. That's practical. That's real. I never dreamed. And your voice, it's really you. It puts life back into me. Janet, are you truly independent? Rich? Quite rich, sir. If you won't let me live with you, I'll build my own house right next door. You can come sit in my parlor when you want company in the evening. But if you're rich, you must have friends now. They wouldn't want you devoting yourself to a blind cripple like me. I told you. I'm independent. I'm my own mistress. And you'll stay with me? Certainly. Unless you object. I'll be your neighbor, your nurse, your housekeeper. I'll be your companion. I'll read to you, walk with you, sit with you. I'll be your eyes and your hands. Don't look so sad, my dear master. You won't be left alone. Not while I live. He fell silent, his expression serious, absorbed. He sighed, opened his lips as if to speak, then closed them again. I felt suddenly unsure. Had I been too forward? Had I overstepped? Maybe. Like St. John, he saw impropriety in my boldness. I'd come here hoping, believing he would want me as his wife, but he hadn't asked. And his face grew darker. Maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe I was making a fool of myself. I began to gently pull away, but he held me tighter. No, Jane, don't go. I've touched you, heard you, felt the comfort of you, the sweetness of your presence. I can't give that up. There's so little left in me. I need you. The world may laugh, call me selfish, absurd, but I don't care. My soul demands you. It must have you, or it will turn destructive. Then I'll stay. I've said I will. Yes, but you might mean one thing by stay, and I another. You might mean to be my nurse, to wait on me kindly, because you have a good heart and pity me. That would be enough for you, wouldn't it? And I should feel only fatherly toward you. Isn't that right? I'll be whatever you like, sir. I'm content to be only your nurse, if that's what you think is best. But you can't be my nurse forever, Janet. You're young. You'll marry someday. I don't care about marriage. You should. If I were the man I once was, I'd make you care. But now, I'm a blind wreck. He sank back into gloom, but his words gave me hope. I understood his fear now. It wasn't a problem for me. I felt relieved, almost cheerful. Someone needs to rehumanize you, I said lightly, smoothing his thick, uncut hair. You're turning into a lion, or maybe Nebuchadnezzar in the fields. Your hair is like eagle feathers. I haven't checked if your nails are like claws yet. On this arm, I have neither hand nor nails, he said bitterly, drawing the injured limb from his chest. It's just a stump, a ghastly sight. Don't you think so, Jane? It hurts to see it. It hurts to see your eyes, and the scar on your forehead. And the worst part is, it makes me want to love you even more. To cherish you even more? I thought you'd be revolted. Did you? Then you don't know me very well. Now, let me fix the fire. Can you tell when it's burning well? Yes. With my right eye, I see a glow, a red haze, and the candles, dimly. Each one is a luminous cloud. Can you see me? No, my fairy. But I'm more than thankful to hear you, to feel you. When do you have supper? You will tonight. I'm hungry, and so are you, I expect. You've just forgotten? I called for Mary. Soon the room was brighter, warmer. I made him a comfortable meal. My spirits lifted, and I talked easily through supper and long after. With him, I felt no restraint, no need to hold back my happiness. I knew I suited him. Everything I said or did seemed to comfort him, to revive something in him. It was a delightful feeling. It brought my whole nature to life. In his presence, I lived fully. And he lived in mine. Blind as he was, smiles touched his face. Joy softened his features. After supper, he asked me many questions. Where I'd been, what I'd done, how I'd found him. I gave only brief answers. It was too late for details that night. I didn't want to stir up painful emotions. My only goal was to cheer him. And he was cheered, though unevenly. If silence fell, he grew restless, reached for me, and said, "Jane, you are real, Jane? You're certain?" "I believe so, Mr. Rochester." "But how did you appear here tonight, at my lonely hearth?" I reached for water from a servant, and it was you. I asked a question, expecting Mary to answer, and your voice spoke at my ear. Because I took the tray from her. This hour with you feels enchanted. Do you know how dark my life has been? How hopeless? I did nothing, expected nothing. I let days and nights blur together. I felt cold when the fire died, hunger when I forgot to eat, and always this sorrow. And sometimes a desperate, delirious longing to see my Jane again. Yes, I longed for her return more than I longed for my own sight. How can she be here now, saying she loves me? Will she vanish as suddenly as she came? Tomorrow, will she be gone? I knew he needed a plain, practical answer to ground him. I ran my finger over his eyebrows. They're scorched. I'll put something on them to help them grow back. What's the use, if you'll just leave me again? If you'll disappear like a shadow? Do you have a comb, sir? What for? To tidy this shaggy mane? You're rather alarming up close. You call me a fairy, but I think you're more like a brownie. Am I hideous, Jane? Very, sir. You always were, you know. He almost smiled. The wickedness hasn't left you. Wherever you've been, I've been with good people. Better than you. 100 times better. People with ideas you've never had. More refined, more exalted. Who? Exactly. If you keep twisting, I'll pull your hair out. Then you'll believe I'm real. Who were you with, Jane? I won't tell you tonight. You'll have to wait till tomorrow. Leaving the story unfinished will ensure I come to breakfast to finish it. Besides, next time I appear at your hearth, I'll bring more than water. An egg, at least. Maybe some fried ham. He laughed. A real, warm sound. You mocking changeling. You make me feel things I haven't felt in a year. If Saul had you for his David, he wouldn't have needed a harp to chase away his darkness. There. You look decent now. I should go. I've been traveling for 3 days. I'm tired. Good night. Just one more thing, Jane. In this place you've been, were there only ladies there? I laughed and slipped away, still smiling as I went upstairs. Good, I thought. I have a way to distract him from his melancholy. The next morning, I heard him moving early, wandering from room to room. As soon as Mary came down, he asked, "Is Miss Eyre here? Which room is she in? Is it dry? Is she awake? Ask if she needs anything. Ask when she'll come down." I went down when I thought breakfast was near. Entering quietly, I saw him before he sensed me. It was heartbreaking, that strong spirit subdued by broken flesh. He sat in his chair, still but not at rest, waiting. His face, once so animated, was marked by a now habitual sadness. He looked like a lamp that had been put out, waiting to be relit. And he couldn't light it himself. He needed someone else to do it. I'd meant to be light-hearted, but seeing his powerlessness touched me deeply. Still, I approached with as much cheer as I could. "It's a bright sunny morning, sir," I said. "The rain is gone. There's a soft shine afterward. We'll walk soon." His face lit up. "Oh, you are there, my skylark. Come here." "You haven't vanished?" I heard a lark an hour ago, singing over the woods, but its song meant nothing to me. All the melody in the world is in my Jane's voice. All the sunshine I can feel is in her presence. Tears stung my eyes at his admission of dependence. It was like seeing a chained eagle beg a sparrow for help. But I wouldn't cry. I blinked the tears back and busied myself with breakfast. We spent most of the morning outside. I led him from the damp woods into sunny fields. I described how green everything was, how the flowers sparkled, how blue the sky shone. I found him a seat on a dry tree stump in a lovely, hidden spot, and when he pulled me onto his knee, I didn't refuse. Why would I? We were both happier close together. Pilot lay beside us. Everything was quiet. Suddenly, he tightened his arms around me. Cruel deserter, he murmured. Oh, Jane, what did I feel when I found you gone? When I searched everywhere? When I saw you'd taken no money, left the necklace I gave you? What could my darling do, penniless and alone? What did she do? Tell me now. So I told him about the past year. I softened the harder parts, the days wandering and starving, because telling him everything would only cause more pain. Even the little I shared hurt him deeply. He said I shouldn't have left without telling him. I should have trusted him. He would never have forced me to be his mistress. In his despair, he might have seemed harsh, but he loved me too much to be my tyrant. He would have given me half his fortune, asked nothing in return, rather than see me cast alone onto the world. Well, whatever I suffered, it was short, I said. Then I told him about Morehouse, about becoming a teacher, about inheriting my fortune, about finding my cousins. St. John River's name came up often. When I finished, he latched onto it. This St. John, he's your cousin? Yes, you've mentioned him. Did you like him? He was a very good man. I couldn't help liking him. Good, meaning respectable, 50 years old. He was 29, young then. Is he short, plain, phlegmatic? He's active. He lives for great deeds. But his mind, is it soft? He means well, but you sigh when he talks? He doesn't talk much. What he says is always to the point. His mind is first rate. Vigorous. So he's able, truly able, educated, an accomplished scholar. His manners, you said they weren't to your taste? Priggish? I never said that. His manners are polished, calm, gentlemanly. His appearance, I forget. A raw curate, stiff in a high collar? St. John dresses well. He's handsome, tall, fair, with blue eyes. A classic profile. Damn him. Did you like him, Jane? Yes, but you asked me that already. I knew where this was going. Jealousy had him, and it was good for him. It was pulling him out of his melancholy. I didn't rush to soothe it. Perhaps you'd rather not sit on my knee any longer, Miss Eyre, he said stiffly. Why not? The picture you've drawn is striking. A graceful Apollo, tall, fair, blue-eyed, and here you are, sitting with Vulcan, a broad-shouldered, brown, blind, lame blacksmith. I never thought of it that way. But you are rather like Vulcan, sir. Then you can leave. But before you go, he held me tighter. Answer me a few questions. He began. Sharper now. St. John made you a teacher before he knew you were his cousin. Yes. You saw him often, daily. He approved of your plans. Yes. He discovered unexpected qualities in you, I suppose. He visited your cottage. Sometimes in the evening, once or twice. A pause. How long did you live with him after you found out you were cousins? 5 months. Did he spend time with his sisters? Yes. We shared the back parlor. He sat by the window, we by the table. Did he study much? Yes. What? Hindustani. And what did you do? I learned German. Did he teach you? No. Did he teach you anything? A little Hindustani? Rivers taught you Hindustani? Yes. His sisters too? No. Just you, just me. Did you ask to learn? No. He wanted to teach you? Yes. Another pause. Why? What use was Hindustani to you? He intended me to go to India with him? Ah, there it is. He wanted to marry you. He asked me to marry him. That's a lie. A story to vex me. It's true. He asked me more than once. He was as stubborn as you are. Miss Eyre, you can leave. Why are you still on my knee after I've told you to go? Because I'm comfortable here. No, you're not. Your heart isn't with me. It's with this cousin, this St. John. All this time, I thought my Jane was mine. I believed she loved me, even when she left. That was the one sweet drop in all the bitterness. And now I find, while I was mourning her, she was loving someone else. Go then. Go marry Rivers. Then push me away, sir, because I won't leave on my own. Jane, I love your voice. It always gives me hope. It sounds so true. When I hear it, I forget time. I forget you formed new ties. But I'm not a fool. Go. Where should I go? To your chosen husband. Who is that? St. John Rivers. He is not my husband. He never will be. He doesn't love me. I don't love him. He loves a beautiful young woman named Rosamond. He only asked me because he thought I'd make a suitable missionary's wife. He's good and great, but severe. Cold as ice. He's not like you, sir. I'm not happy beside him. He has no fondness for me. He sees nothing attractive in me, only some useful qualities. So must I leave you to go to him? I shuddered and clung to him. He smiled. Really, Jane? Is that truly how things stand? Absolutely, sir. You needn't be jealous. I only teased you to lift your spirits. I thought a little anger was better than grief. But if you want to know how much I love you, all my heart is yours. It belongs to you. It would stay with you even if fate took everything else away. He kissed me, but sadness shadowed his face again. My ruined sight, he murmured. My crippled strength. I caressed him, wanting to speak for him but not daring to. He turned his face away, and I saw a tear escape his closed eyelid and trail down his cheek. My heart ached for him. I'm no better than the old lightning-struck tree in Thornfield's orchard, he said after a moment. What right does a ruin have to ask a fresh woodbine to cover it? You are not a ruin. You are green and vigorous. Plants will grow around you because they take comfort in your shadow. They'll lean toward you and wind around you because your strength is a safe place for them. He smiled again. I felt I'd comforted him. You speak of friends, Jane? He asked. Yes. Friends, I hesitated, knowing I meant more. He helped me. Ah, Jane. But I want a wife. Do you, sir? Yes. Is that news? A little. You hadn't mentioned it. Is it unwelcome? That depends on your choice. Then choose for me, Jane. I'll abide by your decision. Choose her who loves you best. Then I choose her I love best. Jane, will you marry me? Yes, sir. A poor blind man you'll have to lead by the hand? Yes. A cripple, 20 years older, you'll have to wait on. Yes, truly, Jane. Most truly. Oh, my darling, God bless you and reward you. Mr. Rochester, if I ever did a good deed, ever thought a good thought, ever prayed a sincere prayer, I am rewarded now. To be your wife is the greatest happiness I can know. Because you delight in sacrifice. Sacrifice. What am I sacrificing? Hunger for food, longing for contentment, to be allowed to hold what I value, kiss what I love, rest in what I trust. Is that sacrifice? If so, then yes, I delight in it, and to bear my infirmities. Overlook my flaws. You have no flaws to me, sir. I love you more now, when I can be useful to you, than I did when you were proud and independent, when you disdained any role but protector. I've always hated to be helped, hated to be led. But now, I don't think I'll hate it anymore. I didn't like taking a servant's hand, but I love feeling yours in mine. I preferred loneliness to constant attendance, but your gentle care will be a joy. Jane suits me. Do I suit her? To the finest fiber of my nature. Then we have nothing to wait for. We must marry immediately. His old eagerness was returning. We must become one without delay. We only need the license. Mr. Rochester, I said gently. The sun is setting. Pilot has gone for his dinner. What time is it? Take my watch, Janet. Keep it. I don't need it. It's nearly 4. Aren't you hungry? 3 days from now, that will be our wedding day. Never mind fine clothes or jewels. They're not worth a thought. The sun has dried the rain. The air is still. It's warm. Jane, did you know I wear your pearl necklace? Under my cravat, around my neck. I've worn it since the day I lost you. A reminder? We should go home through the woods. It's the shadiest way. He wasn't listening, lost in his thoughts. Jane, you probably think me irreligious. But right now, my heart is full of thanks to God. He sees clearer than man, judges wiser. I wronged you. I would have tainted your innocence. God took you from me. In my pride, I cursed his will. I defied it, and his justice followed. Disaster after disaster. I was forced through the valley of death. His chastisement was mighty. It humbled me forever. I was proud of my strength. Now I must give it over to another's guidance, like a child. Lately, only lately, I've begun to see God's hand in my fate. I felt remorse, repentance, the wish to be reconciled to my Maker. Sometimes I pray, brief but sincere. He took a breath, his voice growing softer. A few days ago, 4 days, last Monday night, I felt a strange calm. Grief had replaced frenzy. Sorrow had settled into stillness. I'd long believed you were dead. That night, before I went to my lonely bed, I prayed that if it was God's will, I might be taken from this life and admitted to the next, where I might hope to see Jane again. I was in my room by the open window. I couldn't see stars, but I felt the night air. I knew the moon was there by a faint glow. I longed for you, Janet, with all my soul, all my flesh. I asked God, in anguish and humility, if I hadn't suffered enough, if I might not soon know peace again. I admitted I deserved it all, but I pleaded that I couldn't bear much more. And then, the deepest wish of my heart broke from my lips. Jane, Jane, Jane. Did you say it aloud? Yes. Anyone hearing would have thought me mad. I said it with such desperate need. Last Monday? Near midnight? Yes, but the time doesn't matter. What happened next? You'll think me superstitious. Maybe I am. But it's true. As I called your name, a voice answered. I don't know where it came from, but I knew whose it was. It said, I am coming. Wait for me. And then, on the wind, it whispered, Where are you? I can't fully describe what those words did to me. Ferndean is buried in woods. Sound doesn't carry here. But where are you? Felt like it was spoken in mountains. I heard an echo, and the wind on my face felt cooler, fresher. I believed, that somewhere, in some wild place, you and I were meeting. In spirit, we met. You were asleep, Jane, but maybe your soul wandered to comfort mine. Because it was your voice. I'm certain of it. Reader, I shivered. That Monday night, near midnight, I too had heard a call. Those were the words I had answered. I listened to his story but said nothing. The coincidence felt too profound, too mysterious to share. His mind was already prone to gloom. It didn't need the weight of the supernatural. So I kept it to myself and pondered it in my heart. Now you understand, he went on, why when you appeared last night, I could hardly believe you were real. I thought you were another vision, another voice that would melt away like the midnight whisper. But now I thank God, I know you're here. He helped me from his knee, stood, and reverently removed his hat. He bowed his head, eyes closed, and stood in silent prayer. I heard his last words. I thank my Maker that in judgment he remembered mercy. I humbly ask my Redeemer for strength to live a pure life from now on. Then he held out his hand to be led. I took that dear hand, kissed it, and placed it over my shoulder. Since I was so much shorter, I became both his support and his guide. We walked into the wood and made our way home. Chapter 38. Conclusion. Reader, I married him. It was a quiet wedding. Only the two of us, the minister, and the church clerk were there. When we returned to Thornfield that morning, I went straight to the kitchen. Mary was busy preparing dinner, and John was polishing the silver. I stood in the doorway for a moment, gathering myself, then said, Mary, I was married to Mr. Rochester this morning. Both she and John were the steady, practical sort, not easily shaken by surprises. You could tell them anything without fear of shrieks or dramatic outbursts. Still, Mary looked up. Her ladle, which had been basting a chicken over the fire, hovered in the air for a good 3 seconds. John paused, a knife in one hand, a cloth in the other. Then Mary simply bent back over the roasting pan and said, Did you, miss? Well, I suppose that's that. A moment later, she added, without looking up, I saw you leave with the master, but I didn't know you were off to get wed. And she went back to basting. When I turned to John, he was grinning broadly. Told Mary it had happened, he said. I knew Mr. Edward. John was an old servant, and had known Rochester since he was a boy, so he used his first name freely. I knew Mr. Edward wouldn't wait long. And he was right to do it, if you ask me. I wish you joy, miss. He touched his forehead respectfully. Thank you, John. Mr. Rochester asked me to give you and Mary this. I handed him a 5-pound note before slipping out, not waiting for a reply. Later, passing the kitchen door, I overheard Mary say, She'll suit him better than all those fine ladies ever would. And John replied, She might not be the fairest, but she's kind and good-natured, and in his eyes, she's beautiful. Anyone can see that. I wrote to Morehouse and to Cambridge right away, telling Diana and Mary what I'd done and why. They approved without hesitation. Diana wrote back saying she'd wait until after the honeymoon to visit. When I read her letter aloud to Rochester, he smiled and said, She shouldn't wait that long, Jane. If she does, she'll miss it entirely, because our honeymoon will last a lifetime. It will only end when one of us is gone. I never learned how St. John truly took the news. He didn't reply to my letter announcing the marriage, but 6 months later he wrote to me, calmly, kindly, though solemn as ever. He never mentioned Rochester or my wedding, but he hoped I was happy, and prayed I was not living without God in the world, concerned only with earthly things. We wrote occasionally after that, formal, careful letters. He maintained his distance, but he never broke the tie completely. You haven't forgotten Adele, have you? I hadn't. Soon after settling at Ferndean, I asked Edward if I could visit her at the school where he'd placed her. He agreed at once. When she saw me, she burst into frantic, joyful tears. She looked pale and too thin. The school was too strict, the lessons too rigid for a child her age. I brought her home with me. I thought I might be her governess again, but soon realized that was impossible. My time and heart were now full with Edward. He needed me completely. So I found another school, kinder and closer, where I could visit often and sometimes bring her home on weekends. I made sure she wanted for nothing. She settled in happily. As she grew, a solid English education softened her early French excesses. By the time she left school, she had become a pleasant, thoughtful companion, good-hearted, well-mannered, and principled. Her gratitude and warmth toward me and Edward have long since repaid any kindness I ever showed her. My story is nearly done. Let me say a little about my married life, and a little about those whose lives have woven through mine. I have been married 10 years now. I know what it is to live entirely for and with the person I love most in this world. I am profoundly, wordlessly happy, because I am my husband's life as completely as he is mine. No woman has ever been closer to her partner. I am his bone, his flesh. I never tire of Edward's company. He never tires of mine. We are as free together as we are alone, as lively together as we are in company. We talk all day long. Talking is just thinking aloud in each other's presence. All my trust is his, all his is mine. We are perfectly matched. The result is peace. For the first 2 years of our marriage, Edward remained blind. Perhaps that drew us even closer. I became his eyes. He saw the world through my descriptions. The fields, trees, clouds, sunlight. I never tired of reading to him, guiding him, doing for him whatever he wished. There was a deep, even sorrow-tinged pleasure in it, because he accepted my help without shame or hesitation. He knew I loved him too much to see it as a burden, and he was right. Then, one morning about 2 years in, as I was writing a letter at his dictation, he came over and bent close to me. "Jane," he said quietly, "are you wearing something shining around your neck?" I had on a gold watch chain. "Yes," I said. "And is your dress pale blue?" It was. He told me then that for some time he had sensed the darkness in one eye beginning to lift. Now he was sure of it. We went to London to see a specialist. In time, he regained sight in that one eye. His vision is not perfect. He can't read or write much, but he can walk without a guide. The sky is no longer empty. The earth is no longer a void. When our first son was placed in his arms, Edward could see that the boy had inherited his own once bright black eyes. That day, he said quietly, his heart full, that God had been merciful. Edward and I are happy, happier still because those dearest to us are happy too. Diana married a naval captain, a brave and good man. Mary married a clergyman, a friend of St. John's from university, worthy and kind. Both sisters visit us every year, and we visit them. As for St. John Rivers, he left England for India. He walks the path he chose with relentless purpose. He is a pioneer in the truest sense, steadfast, energetic, unwavering. He labors for others, cutting through prejudice and hardship. He is stern, he is demanding, he is still ambitious. But his is the sternness of a guardian, the ambition of a soul seeking a place among the redeemed. St. John never married. He never will. His work has been his life, and that work is now nearing its end. The last letter I had from him brought both tears and a strange, sacred joy. He wrote with calm certainty of the reward awaiting him, his incorruptible crown. I know the next letter will be from a stranger's hand, telling me the good and faithful servant has finally entered the joy of his Lord. And why should I weep? St. John does not fear the end. His mind is clear, his heart brave, his hope sure. He once wrote to me, "My master has forewarned me." Daily he says more clearly, "Surely I am coming soon." And every hour my heart answers, "Amen. Come, Lord Jesus." The end.